손이 엄청 올라와서 많은 선수들이 박상현 선수를 만나는 걸 두려워하고 있어요.
또 할만해 보이는 형님들도 있어요. 수렵하는데 한 4명 정도 되거든요. 이야기 들어보고 뽑고 싶어요.
상현아, 나 준형이랑 붙고 싶어. 그냥 저 형이 나 앉은대잖아. 나도 저 형한테 앉아. 그러니까 나 붙지 말고 저 형이랑 나랑 A조 가게 해줘.
저는 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요.
우와!
얼마 전에 많이 두드려 맞아가지고 다시 하고 싶네요.
정용련의 저 눈빛이 오 진짜
네.
사람 잡겠다는 눈빛이었거든요.
충분히 벽을 느끼게 해줬다고 생각했는데
분위기 3명 피했는데요. 한 명은 붙자고. 와, 야 이거 찐인데요.
와 피하지 않습니다. 복수할 기회를 줘서 고맙고요. 뽑아달라는 사람 뽑아주려고.
어떤 조를 만들 그림을 그린 거예요?
사실 별 그림은 생각 안 했는데 아마추어는 뭐네 하시더라고요.
아니에요 형님 장난이고
예.
진심이 1도 없었어요.
입조심을 해야 돼요.
네.
저는 절대로 아무 말도 하지 않았습니다.
다 똑같은 것 같아요 조가.
오!
그래서 그냥
예.
빨리 뽑혀서 지명에도 한번 하고 싶어서.
야!
극장전에서 제가 이겼는데
오!
거기서 이겼으니까 됐고요.
거절!
저는 이미 A조의 운명인 것 같습니다.
네, 정영재 선수가 여기서 지금 어떤 선수를 지금 고를지. 와! 와, 데려가요.
그냥 보내줄 바엔 하나라도 쓰게 만들고 싶네요.
야.
정말 선수들이 까다로워하는 선수 3명만 남았어요.
네.
뽑아놓고 도망가겠습니다.
와, 도재욱. 지금 때려요.
네.
화났습니다, 지금 도재욱.
혹시 폭탄이 터지면 처리할 수 있어야 되는 게 토스거든요.
네.
아,
원하는데 안 되긴 했는데 뭐 윤중이가 어차피 갈 것 같아가지고 얘 그냥 막 뽑은 것 같거든요. 그냥 저도 A조 한번 현재랑 바꿔 저를 바꿔주면 어떨까 차라리.
나쁘지 않을 것 같긴 해요.
최종 선택. 왜 A조?
저는 이제 기석이랑 시원하게 최적화돼 최적화만 붙고 싶어서
최적화록을 만들고 싶다.
명훈이가 진짜 2시즌 연속 더 탈락시켰는데 한 번쯤은 이렇게 한번 부탁드려도 되지 않을까.
최종 우승자의 권한 김윤중인가요? 김윤중 데려가나요?
선택됐어요. 오기석.
조기석이 갔어요.
가만히 있던 조기석이.
조지명식의 우승자 중 도재욱 선수.
와 진짜 기대도 안 했거든요.
예.
이게 사실상 유사 A조라서
제가 현재를 뽑았었을 때 A조나 B조나 똑같다고 생각했어요. 어차피 명훈 형도 잘하고 짭제도 잘하기 때문에 솔직히 A조만큼은 만족스럽지 않지만 괜찮습니다.
너무 기분이 좋고 명훈이 씨 우승을 2번 괜히 한 게 아니네요.
하식스와 LG 울트라 기어가 함께하는 ASL 시즌 11 16강 2일차 B조 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 이영경입니다. 지난 일요일에 펼쳐졌던 16강 개막전 경기, 첫 경기부터 정말 치열한 접전이 펼쳐졌는데요. 승자전부터 최종전까지 풀세트 11경기 꽉 채운 결과 이 변현재 선수와 김명훈 선수만 8강에 진출했습니다. 자, 과연 B조 경기에서는 어떤 선수들이 8강에 올라서게 될지 오늘 첫 경기를 준비하고 있는 박상현 선수와 정영재 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 B조의 시드 박상현 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 지난 시즌 준우승까지 했던 경험이 있는 선수이기 때문에 이번 시즌은 우승을 꿈꾸고 있을 것 같은데요. 자, 일단 기존의 조 구성에서 김윤중 선수가 A조로 가고 조기석 선수가 이 본인의 조로 왔습니다. 조에 대한 만족은 좀 어떠신지?
저는 요새 테란전이 더 편해가지고 저 만족스러웠어요.
정영재 선수는 사실 ASL 이번이 2번째 16강 경험을 하시게 됐는데요. 지난 시즌과는 16강에 임하는 느낌 자체가 많이 다르실 것 같아요. 어떠세요?
이번 시즌 조가 편성되고 나서 전 시즌 조가 엄청 좋았구나라는 걸 깨달았습니다.
오히려 좀 정영재 선수가 박상현 선수를 만나고 싶어 하셨잖아요. 그럼에도 불구하고 좀 잘못된 선택이었나 하는 좀 회의가 좀 드시나요?
뽑아달라고는 했는데 뽑히고 나니까 약간 후회스럽더라고요. 이 친구가 요새 너무 잘해가지고.
박상현 선수는 이 시즌 8에서 탈락한 걸 제외하면 듀얼 토너먼트 방식에서 늘 1위로도 진출을 하셨어요. 오늘 역시 좀 그리고 있는 시나리오가 있으실 것 같은데 오늘 역시 1위 진출 가능성을 좀 높이 보고 계시나요?
1등으로 올라가면 좋겠지만 2등으로 진출하는 시나리오도 생각하고 있어요.
이 정영재 선수가 지금 다소 좀 긴장하고 좀 불안해 보이는 이유가 아무래도 이 최근에 온라인에서 조금은 흔들리는 모습이 있었기 때문이 아닐까 하는 생각이 드는데요. 오늘 경기 컨디션은 좀 어떻게 끌어올리고 오셨을까요?
준비는 많이 했는데 요새 그냥 쉴 새 없이 맞아가지고 좀 자신은 없는데 2조에서 제가 제일 약하거든요. 그래서 뭐 저도 그만이란 마인드로 편하게 하러 왔습니다 오늘.
오늘 뭐 같은 주에 저그도 있지만 테란도 있고 프로토스도 있거든요. 어떤 종족전을 가장 좀 중점적으로 준비해 오셨는지도 궁금해요.
토스전을 거의 못했고요. 테란전이랑 저그전을 좀 많이 준비했어요.
테란전과 저그전. 일단 박상현 선수를 만약 이긴다면 조기석 선수를 만날 것 같다라는 느낌이 좀 드신 건가요?
그렇게 해석하면 좋겠지만 패자전에서 기석이 만날 것 같아요 지금.
네. 알겠습니다. 이번에는 팬 여러분들이 좀 전해주신 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 박상현 선수에게 남겨진 질문인데요. 박상현 선수 하면 이 저그의 빌드 또 새롭게 만들어가는 모습이 좀 떠오르는데 최근 연구하고 있는 빌드가 있는지 꼭 이번 16강 아니더라도 더 높은 곳에서 쓰고 싶은 빌드가 있는지 물어보셨어요.
사실 전 시즌까지만 해도 좀 완전 창의적인 빌드를 좀 생각해본 시간이 많았는데, 근데 좀 하면서 느낀 게 그렇게 하는 것보다는 일단 지금 하고 있는 빌드를 좀 더 발전시켜보자는 생각이 더 들더라고요. 그래서 새롭게 연구하고 있는 건 없고 그냥 계속 다듬어가고 있어요.
오늘 전략적인 부분 본인의 완성도에 대해서는 좀 몇 % 정도 확신이 있으신가요?
오늘은 일단 확신은 100% 있고요. 그냥 자신감은 있어요.
100% 전략적인 부분에 있어서 자신감이 있다라고 또 대답을 해주셨는데 다음은 정영재 선수에게 남겨주신 질문입니다. 바로 옆에 있는 박상현 선수에게 크게 좀 갚아줘야 할 부분이 있죠. 조지명식에서 정영재 선수가 언급했던 것처럼 끝장전에서 7대2로 좀 박상현 선수의 말을 빌리자면 벽을 느끼게 해줬다라고 또 이야기를 했는데 정영재 선수에게 박상현 선수 진짜 좀 어떤 느낌인가요?
요새 저그 중에 제일 잘한다고 생각하고요 개인적으로. 그래서 뽑아달라고 했는데 좀 무섭네요.
무섭다. 여전히 좀 강한 저그다라고 말씀을 하시는 것 같은데 정영재 선수 역시 굉장히 요즘에 각광받고 있는 테란 선수 중에 한 명이잖아요. 박상현 선수는 정영재 선수에 대한 생각이 좀 어떠세요?
영재 형이 까다로운 테란 같아요. 좀 빌드를 다양하게 구사해가지고 좀 하나만 빌드 생각해서 할 수가 없어서 좀 매우 까다롭고 창의적인 테란이라고 생각합니다.
서로를 굉장히 높이 평가하고 있는 두 선수인데요. 자, 16강 첫 경기를 앞두고 계십니다. 마지막으로 각오를 한마디씩 들어볼게요. 박상현 선수.
이번 시즌 우승을 노리고 있기 때문에 일단 16강에서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 팬분들 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 좀 보답하고 싶어요.
네, 정영재 선수의 각오도 한 말씀 들어보겠습니다.
오늘 되게 부담 없이 편하게 할 수 있을 것 같고요. 경기력이 좋기를 간절히 바라보겠습니다.
긴장감이 서린 정영재 선수의 각오까지 끝으로 들어봤습니다. 좋은 경기, 멋진 경기 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 B조에서 첫 경기를 앞두고 있는 박상현 선수와 정영재 선수와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 두 번째 경기를 앞두고 있는 선수도 좀 만나봐야 할 텐데요. 조기석 선수와 도재욱 선수 지금 바로 만나보시죠. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 조기석 선수 지난 시즌 좀 아쉬운 24강 탈락이 있었기 때문에 오랜만에 또 16강전을 좀 준비하고 계시는데요. 24강에서 이번 시즌에는 그래도 정말 좀 탄탄한 운영과 좀 전략을 보여줬다는 평들이 많았어요. 그 기세를 또 16강에서 이어가실 수 있을지에 대한 좀 생각이 듣고 싶네요.
일단은 또 오랜만에 16강이어가지고 너무 기분이 좋고 오늘도 열심히 준비했거든요. 준비했기 때문에 그냥 후회 없는 경기만 하러 왔어요.
옆에 계신 도재욱 선수에게도 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 8강의 벽이 아직은 좀 높게 느껴지실 텐데 일단 설계는 잘 됐다고 봐야 할 것 같습니다. 도재욱 선수가 그래도 좀 만족하는 모습을 조지명식에서 봤거든요.
네네.
오늘 좀 컨디션은 어떠세요?
일단 조 자체는 제가 좀 저한테 나올 수 있는 거의 최상의 조 중 하나인데 일단은 제 실력이 최상인 게 제일 중요해서 제 실력만 좀 받쳐준다면은 오늘 한번 통과를 다시 한번 할 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
24강에서 조기석 선수가 김태경 선수를 잡고도 올라온 경험이 있기 때문에 그래도 조기석 선수에게 굉장히 경계하고 있는 부분도 있으실 것 같아요. 도재욱 선수가.
네.
이 도재욱 선수가 바라보는 조기석 선수의 최강 경기력은 어떤가요?
기석이가 되게 잘하더라고요 요즘에. 원래 그 약간 헤맸었는데 살짝 기석이 다시 올라와서 요즘에는 다시 안정적인 경기력을 보이고 있더라고요. 그래서 조금 생각보다 부담되긴 하는데 저도 뭐 다시 폼이 올랐기 때문에 정말 잘한다면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
이 두 선수의 만남만으로도 많은 분들이 좀 기대를 하고 계신 부분이 있는데요. 바로 최적화 싸움을 제대로 좀 해보고 싶다라고 또 조지명식에서 두 분이 또 도재욱 선수가 얘기를 했어요. 이 조기석 선수 스스로에 대한 최적화의 좀 강점 어떤 거라고 생각하세요?
일단 제가 좀 많이 약했어요. 그런 부분에 대해서 솔직히 약간 저는 멀티태스킹이나 약간 공격적인 성향이다 보니까 그거를 이제 최적화보다는 다른 거를 더 하자라는 생각이었는데 근데 요즘에 그런 거를 하면은 안 먹히더라고요. 그래가지고 저도 요즘에 최적화된 플레이를 많이 준비했기 때문에 오늘 재밌을 것 같아요.
도재욱 선수가 최적화에 굉장히 좀 자신감을 보이셨는데 본인의 최적화
네.
장점이 뭔가요?
뭐 저는 옛날부터 거의 인구수를 외워서 게임했었거든요.
물량이죠. 네.
네, 장점이 될 때도 있었고 단점이 될 때도 있었어요. 그래서 약간 좀 그게 한 번 말리면 끝도 없이 말렸었는데 이제 저는 오늘 오히려 기석이처럼 약간 프리스타일로 최적화보다는 프리스타일 한번 해보려고 생각이에요.
이 말이 조기석 선수에게 오히려 좀 혼란을 줄 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 자, 이번에는 에스크 ASL을 통해서 팬분들이 남겨주신 질문을 좀 전달 드려보겠습니다. 조기석 선수의 플레이, 많은 상대들이 좀 부담을 느낀다는 이야기들도 많은데 24강에서의 플레이를 통해 상대에게 좀 부담을 많이 안겨줬다라고 봐야 할 것 같습니다. 오늘 16강에서 좀 도재욱 선수를 비롯한 다른 선수들에게 좀 부담감을 안겨줄 준비가 되어 있으신지 질문해 주셨어요.
다 부담스러운 상대들이고요. 제가 이제 게임 연습을 하는 과정에서 제가 어떤 부분이 좀 많이 모자랐던 부분이 많이 좀 깨닫게 되어가지고 뭐 지금 오늘 당장 그런 모습을 많이 보여드리고 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶지만은 그래도 그동안 연습해왔던 거를 오늘 좀 부담스럽게 만들어드리고 싶네요.
네, 이 조기석 선수 하면 절실함, 이 트레이드 마크처럼 팬들의 마음속에 좀 떠오르고 있는데 도재욱 선수에게 나온 질문 역시 비슷한 맥락으로 좀 봐야 할 것 같습니다. 이 대회에서의 도재욱 유독 좀 긴장을 많이 하는 것 같다, 새가슴이 되는 것 같다라는 이야기가 있어요. 오늘 경기에서만큼은 좀 그런 모습들을 극복하고 정말 자신감 있는 도재욱 선수의 경기를 좀 기대해봐도 좋을지에 대한 질문이 있었습니다.
제가 그 대회 도적이라는 말이 사실은 온라인에서만큼의 실력이 안 나와서 많이 그런 분들 말씀하셨는데 저도 그런 부분은 좀 약간 고쳐야 될 부분이라 생각을 해요. 제가 좀 더 높게 올라가려면. 그래서 오늘 뭐 지더라도 약간 후회 없는 경기 하고 싶고 약간 경기력적인 부분에서 조금 정말 완벽한 모습 보여드리고 싶어요.
완벽한 경기력을 꿈꾸고 있는 두 선수 경기가 굉장히 기대되는데요. 끝으로 각오 한 말씀씩 짧게 들어보겠습니다. 조기석 선수.
오랜만에 이렇게 16강 와서 진짜 잘하는 상대들이랑 맞붙게 됐는데 오늘 후회 없는 경기하고 돌아가겠습니다.
도재욱 선수 한 말씀 해주시죠.
옆에 있는 이제 기석이가 너무 부담스러운데 오늘 꼭 이기고 올라가서 최종 승자에서 지킬 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
네, 두 선수의 멋진 경기 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다. LG 울트라기어와 핫식스가 함께하는 ASL 시즌 11 과연 B조에서 우승을 향한 레이스를 이어나가게 될 선수는 누가 될지 B조 경기 지금부터 함께하시죠.
What's up, everybody? Tastosis and Tastosis are back, and we are now going into Group B, a group I'm very excited about. I'm not sure who exactly is going to advance here.
Yeah, it is a much tougher group, I think, to predict than like Group A, right? With Group A, you kind of look at it, and on paper, it really looks like it should be Queen and Mini, and of course, they did end up advancing. It was a little bit closer, actually, than I thought it would be at the end of the day.
It was not the order that we thought that the players would advance.
Yeah,
in,
that too.
Which is exciting as well. But yeah, the two players we thought would move on did.
Yes, indeed. And then you look at the group today, and it's like, okay, there's definitely a couple of favorites here. As you can see, like Soma and Best, there are two guys that I think you can say, okay, these guys might actually win the whole tournament. But Sharp is high enough level that he can kill every single player in the tournament, I would say. And JYJ is like a guy that eventually is going to make round of 8. I don't think it'll be today, but he has the skill to take these guys down as well.
Yeah, I like the way that you described Sharp. I think it's very accurate. He can beat anybody he goes up against in this tournament.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's necessarily stronger than Soma or stronger than Best. And that's because Best and Soma have been, as of late, insanely good.
Insanely good.
Like, they are playing at the best, and I think their entire careers, really, which is saying a lot for Best.
Yeah.
Who's been around since the very, very old school days.
Yeah, no, he's been around forever and probably the best Protoss in the world right now, whereas Soma got second place last season to Queen and top 4 the season before. So, I mean, he is magnificently good right now.
So Soma, for me, what stands out most about this guy is I think his games he played against Bisu. And I want to say it was Season 9. I might be wrong about that. I believe it was Season 9, though, of ASL.
Oh, yeah.
Just one of these Zergs that was consistently able to break, one of the best defending players we've ever had.
Yeah.
And the thing that makes him even scarier on top of that is he doesn't need to play like that either. But he is very, very sharp at breaking players, Terran, Zerg, or Protoss when he wants to.
That's very true. He is a very aggressive Zerg. You know, most of the new Zergs are this style. It's very hard to sit and play just a laid-back Zerg, a reactive Zerg nowadays.
Right.
You really should be bringing it to your opponent, and he epitomizes that. I think Soma is absolutely the strongest aggressive Zerg out there right now.
JYJ, I think he's one of the great Terran players of Korea. But I do think it is fair to say that he's been overshadowed by a lot of the great old school players and also a lot of our new Terrans. We have plenty of new Terrans that have been a breath of fresh air here in Korea over, I'd say, the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, he's actually one of the two big rising stars right now. Like, Rush has kind of finally come into his own, so we consider him right up amongst the top, probably top 3 Terran in the world. JYJ is like the step directly below that. Like, this guy is probably top 6 Terran, and he's waiting for a breakthrough.
We're now going to hop into our best of 1. Soma versus JYJ. A Terran versus Zerg to start off Group B here in the ASL.
All right, we have in the top right of Polypoid, Soma, using his mask as a chin protector. And in the bottom right, we have JYJ.
I am
using his chin protector as a mask.
I'm so surprised when we see anybody playing with a mask that they're wearing but is pulled under their chin.
Yeah.
We don't require the players in the studio to keep a mask on because there's actually nobody there around them. There's a camera guy that walks up and films them very briefly for a few seconds, but it's a stationary camera, basically. They make sure the shot's set up. I do know that, you know, since PC cafes are open again, you're required to wear a mask in there. And if you're a regular PC cafe goer, maybe you're more comfortable with that. But I can't imagine playing a game with a mask pulled down. Unless maybe, I guess you want to have a few sips of coffee or something while you're playing. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, either way, we'll see how he is able to deliver there with the mask on in a best of 1 ZVT. Now, Polypoid, you know, big 4-player map. I think it's a pretty solid map for Terran vs. Zerg. You know, a lot of options on both sides on how you want to open up playing. It looks like JYJ wants to go for a walled expansion. So, you know, it's pretty trendy right now to go for walled expand so that you can just kind of skip your bunker overall. There goes the barracks down, and of course, this position can make a nice ling-tight wall with the double depots on top of the barracks.
Yeah, I would also say I think this is, just generally speaking, a map that nobody's really complaining about in any of the matchups. There are weird snafus you get into, but it's a pretty damn good map.
Yeah. It is. I think it's the best map out there right now.
Yeah, mirror matchups included, they remain interesting on this map.
Yeah,
as well.
Honestly, I would agree with that. I think it's my favorite Terran versus Terran map.
Even ZVZ, I think a large map with 4-player map with small ramps can make for a good ZVZ.
Yeah, why not? Could be 12-player, could be 4-player, could be 2-player. They're probably not going to go to their mains, but I get you. So drone just coming down to scout, and I mean the SCV going to find him right away. We'll see if he wants to go second depot. It's going to make a Marine, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead with the CC very, very quickly here. Yeah, he actually cancels the Marine, and Soma comes back in. We'll see how long he keeps the drone here for harassment. But this is like actually a somewhat annoying thing that can occur if you try to go for a 1 depot expansion because you don't have a Marine, and the drone can out-micro the SCV if you're really good with it.
The drone is actually, as far as fighting other workers goes, it is actually the best unit.
Better than the probe?
Oh, yeah. Probe is good, but the drone moving shot much easier.
Okay.
Much easier. Probe moving shot, it is very strong in certain moments, but really the range of the probe is what makes it good.
Yeah.
The drone can skate and fire quite easily. The probe, you can occasionally line it up to hit.
Okay.
But of course, yeah, I think a drone, if it had to fight an SCV and there was nothing else going on in the game,
it destroys
it will kill it.
Yeah. Trust me, it's very annoying. Really high-level Zergs actually can sometimes deny scouts and stuff. But you see great micro there from JYJ, almost getting the drone. He's still chasing a little bit. No, just going to send it home now. Oh, no, turns around. Okay, well, he's going to dive, but he's not going to be able to get it. All's good, though. Looks like an academy on the way, as well as that second barracks. He did change his wall in, so that's not Zergling tight anymore. He does have a Marine standing at the 1 hole. That will allow a little bit of circulation, but of course you're not going to ram Zerglings through that tiny hole anyways.
I mean, it'd be very unwise. I'm curious, though. This is a decent number of lings. I don't think he's going to make any more than 8. We have 2 additional pairs on the map.
It's actually surprising how many he's made so far.
Yeah, that's what made me curious about it.
I mean, it could be something as simple as, like, he thinks that this might be an academy rush, where you're trying to move out before. And in fact, I think he's right. We're going to see a move out before Spire from JYJ most likely. And yeah, that's actually, I think it's like probably a good read from Soma because it was such a fast command center. You actually kind of get to skip an extra depot with this. And this is going to be a solid move out. So he has enough lings that maybe he can slow it down some, but he's probably going to have to make a couple sunkens as well.
Yeah, I think probably spot on with that. In these spots for Terran, I mean, what expansion are you looking at for Zerg to take most of all? Are you really most worried about the top left part of the minimap?
I think that an aggressive Zerg like Soma is most likely to take 12. But top left would be the only other real option. No one's going to take bottom left, and all the other ones are sneak expands, right? Where it's like this.
I guess, the 2 ramps, you're right.
Yeah.
With the the other spots here.
But 12 is solid if you're an aggressive Zerg for sure. All right, so some lings actually do run in, and that is highly annoying. With that many, he actually keeps his bio from going across the map, and the 2 Stim Marines actually going to do a fantastic job dealing some extra damage here. Single other ling trying to run in. This is actually like pretty solid harassment. You have to start your turrets right about now to be ready for the mutas. So any extra time he's buying here is going to slow those turrets down. And if he can get mutas on top of them before they get there, that's huge.
Yeah, if mutas can get in and start to deal that damage like you were saying, it's so difficult to deal with. I think some of these turrets are going to be finishing up maybe just barely, actually, I guess not in time.
Yeah, the mutas will get there just before, but it's not as many mutas because he forced 2 sunken colonies with the Academy Rush. So that's like part of the math is your turrets, you don't get killed instantly for not having them when they get there. See, they get here, if it was the initial 6, that never finishes.
Right, you snipe that one SCV, maybe the second and even the third.
Yeah, no,
and then the damage starts to snowball.
Yeah, it's hilarious how quickly it gets out of control against someone as good as Soma. Like that will get out of control for you if you don't have that up in time, if you didn't force those sunkens which basically makes it so they don't have the money to build all 6 at once. So now the Mutas fly in here, and they're going to just pass by the turret. This is the hardest location, actually, to defend your mineral line in your main because of that comsat. But JYJ splitting up, forces it out for now, but I think so far the Mutalisk Craftsman's pretty strong.
Yeah, we were just casting this idea, actually, in our StarCraft 2 semifinals. Was that, you know, the add-ons are always on the right side of a Terran building, and so having the comstat on the right side there makes it harder for your Marines to get around here and defend that. Great play here, though, by JYJ. You've got to be careful when you're deep inside the Terran's territory, because if you don't handle it correctly, you're going to lose more than you killed.
Yeah, he actually really diced up those Mutas quite a bit. A lot of damage going down. Now, Soma killed some SCVs and is slowing down that economy. We see the factory is like a little bit later than you really want it. You do want to try to start that before 7 minutes, start about 7:15. He's lost a fair amount of SCVs, so I think he has to continue to produce that some, so he can't really, he might not be able to go to Starport right away. He can't really add a 4th barracks or anything like that. So there are like little things that Soma has done to him, but JYJ has like a pretty solid move out here. Right? This is pretty threatening.
Yeah, I like JYJ's position. I think that Silva is a player that could certainly navigate this pretty well, but I think beating up those Mutas certainly helps. Now, it's a funny dance, and I think one of the more complicated positional plays for even people that are pretty good at StarCraft to understand is that these Marines are not going to dive on the base, and they're not trying to run back home either. You're trying to stay basically in between here, because if the Mutas come into the Terran's main or natural, then the Terran can push the Zerg and kill him.
Yeah.
But if the Terran gets too far across the map, you might not be able to get back home if the Mutas are not, in fact, counterattacking. So you end up with this funny duel in the middle of the map that I think is oftentimes, especially to people that are not Terran or Zerg players, pretty confusing.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And you see he's moving up. He's reinforced his bio, which is really important. I was just going to say that. Like, if he doesn't reinforce, he'll lose everything. You need to keep a pretty high count. He does have +1. He has stim. He has range. He has a good amount of medics in here, and he's controlling it very well. So this forces the Mutas to be there and make sure, like, if the Mutas suddenly appeared in the main base of JYJ, he'd say, okay, and he'd just stim and attack the natural and probably kill it before the Mutas get back. But in this case, it's a bit of a dance. The Mutas have to shave this down. They have to keep checks on it. And JYJ has to make sure that he doesn't lose it.
Yeah, great targeting there, by the way. If I understand correctly, you want to right-click or A-click onto the Muta in this moment.
Yes.
You never want to A-click behind it, because that's the danger in the Muta stack, is that if you're just A-clicking, every Marine's going to hit a different Mutalisk and nothing dies.
Yeah, it will literally, he'll kill everything you have. You have to target. But yeah, he starts to move up here. This is the transition into Lurker, so this is the weakest point of the Zerg, is when he's going Lurker. JYJ with a very powerful frontal attack here. Soma might be in some trouble. He took a lot of damage on these Mutas. He's migrating as best he can. The first Lurker is going to hatch in just a second, and I think that he is going to end up holding here, which means he gets all the medics as well. JYJ with the overextension. It looked strong for a second, but just enough here for Soma.
I was a little bit taken aback when I saw him attack it. I thought, oh, maybe there's something to this, but we're seeing why it's not really done, especially in the presence of Mutalisks. Even the eggs, by the way, the reason why they're morphed out in the front like that, it may look like a clumsy position to have it in. It's actually quite intentional. You want that as a bit of an obstruction. Marines basically can't kill eggs.
Yeah.
They have so much armor. There's only a few things that can kill eggs, like Dark Templars can shoot down eggs. Reavers, if they get like 3 or 4 shots, can shoot down an egg. It's expensive, but it can be done, not always cost efficient. But Marines are units that will basically never kill it, because the egg has so much armor. So putting that is almost like having a little invincible depot or something out there in the front.
Yeah, just kind of tanks damage, screws up the AI as well.
Is there any Terran unit that can kill eggs easily?
Siege tanks.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
How many siege tank shots on an egg?
Oh, God, I don't know. We try not to ever try. Like, it never comes up that you kill an egg.
I love when our coach says we, like we the Terran people. Like, like Terrans are a group of people.
Tasteless.
Like, yes.
Terrans are a group of people.
They are not.
And I speak for them. I don't know if you've realized this.
It's funny you asked me that, Tastosis. we try to do is avoid tacking the eggs at any cost.
Listen, I have been elected the Speaker of Terran. I speak the truth.
You are not the speaker. You want to be the Hitler of Terran. It's what you've been trying to be your whole life. But it's just siege tanks then for eggs?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. That's funny.
Yeah, no, we just don't have a lot of things that do high damage. Siege tanks in siege mode do the most, and BCs do the second most. And you'll never target eggs with that.
I feel like even Dragoons can get an egg.
Yeah, they do 20. They can kill
they can. I mean, there's not a lot of moments where there's Dragoons shooting eggs, but you can do it. Okay, so he's got to be careful with his vessels right here.
Oh my god, good irradiate there. The Muta's going to be just destroyed from this. Very few left, very low health. But that is a lot of lurkers on the high ground. This is very annoying to deal with. And he does pick one off and pulls away very smartly. If you try to kill a second one there, you're going to lose your whole force. But now a Defiler is right up in his face. This is going to be deadly. Throws down that Dark Storm, gets very close. If he can get another one towards the natural, it'll be huge. But it looks like he won't get that one down.
Yeah, this is so important that Irradiate got off on the Defiler. The idea is to just get one Dark Swarm at the natural. One is enough to cause a world of hurt. And sometimes Terrans lose from that point on. So
well, if you force the lift off and then you can't rally and reinforce, and it takes forever to clean it, and Zerg can do whatever they want on the map at that time as well, so it gets really bad. You see actually right now, he's throwing down a ton of fire bats, and this can actually be a move. If Zerg is pushing really hard with Darkstorm at you, you can make a big round of fire bats, like 6 fire bats that have 1/1 upgrades. You can spread those out and kill actually a lot under a Dark Swarm. Like 2 lurkers and some lings, it's doable.
Fire bats are bad till they're suddenly good in certain situations. You tend to not always want to get them, but you're right. If you have a really large amount of fire bats in certain Dark Swarm situations, the Zerg can get into a position that they might have thought was favorable, and suddenly it's not. So this is already a great, very straightforward textbook PvP we've got here.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there's some very modern things occurring here as well, but this is pretty much standard high-level Terran versus Zerg at the moment. Now, we just saw a couple vessels get picked off. That was a big moment for Soma, a very important thing that's occurred. A lot of units moving up the map for JYJ. He's really nailing his macro right now. He is taking his 3rd base on location at 6. So that'll give him access to a 3rd gas. That means he can get a 3rd starport. Maybe get into like battle cruisers if he wants at that point as well. And like Soma, I feel like Soma is maybe taking a few more scuffles than he really needs. Now, if he picks off vessels during these, totally worth. If he does not, then he's bleeding off units for no reason.
So the Terran is not always trying to push in here. I guess he'd probably do it at this spot here if he can. I guess not with the Dark Swarm, but normally you're trying to stay in between these 2 bases and basically contain them, right?
Well, yeah, you kind of keep them inside their bases, but the main thing that you're trying to do is deny the 4th as long as possible. Like, they'll probably eventually get it, but you need to keep it out of their hands for as long as is possible. Now, he just keeps rotating back and forth, throwing down irradiates. That's just solid play, right? Like, make them guess where they need their defense by moving back and forth. Clean out things like overlords, like scouting lings. Make the map a big, dark, scary place for them. And that's what JYJ is doing. He's running back and forth with these irradiates, and he hopes to eventually break one of these bases.
Now, we've got battle cruisers on the way. There is a physics lab. I think it's probably done now, but there should be 2 BCs coming here. That's going to be annoying for the Zerg. Even though we know that, there's Hydraless tech technically available, you don't really make Hydras except to make lurkers. There's a few weird styles we've seen before. If we ever encounter it in a modern game, I'm happy to talk about it. But in a game like this, Hydras are not really anti-air. It's mainly Scourge and sometimes Mutas. But we already know Mutas are not as much of a factor. So a battle cruiser is actually a big, beefy pain in the ass for these Zerg.
It is going to be annoying. He's kept the radiates up, right? So a lot of the gas has been spent. Now look at this. We're going to try to bust here. Those lings going to be shredded by the fire bats, but Darkstorm goes down, and he does have to pull back from that.
But he at least forces another Defiler out. A nice idea there by the Zerg to try to send some lings in, but the bunker's going to deny that. This is the phase of the game where the Terran gets a disproportionately higher amount of supply, and it can be a little bit misleading. to where you would think the Terran is far, far ahead. It's actually pretty even here.
Yeah, this is a pretty even game actually right now, which is very impressive from JYJ. But we do have that 4th gas up. So this is like the most important aspect of the game right now. The fact that JYJ hasn't stopped this 4th gas means that we will, I was just going to say, we will see Ultras coming out now. Soma can support Ultras with his Defiler Lurker while defending. And the thing is, like, Ultras are already very, very good and very strong, but you pair that with the Plague and the Dark Swarm, and you're going to lose your map control, and that's where you fall apart against Zerg.
Yeah, Zerg's basically been trying to build up to this moment. After the first Dark Swarm did not manage to creep its way over into the natural expansion, it becomes a tech game of trying to get Ultras out, of trying to take fights against the Terran Green 10, because, I mean, Ultras are already ridiculously strong under Dark Swarm, but even without Dark Swarm, as seen right here, you'll just beat Marines.
Yeah.
You need to have an insane number of Marines, and they have to be controlled well. D-Matrix, Irradiate, all that.
Yeah, this is really stretching JYJ thin right now, and you can see, if you just look at the minimap in the bottom left, right, this whole game we've seen yellow everywhere. He's been controlling it. He's been rotating back and forth between the bases of Soma, but now Soma is starting to come out on the map. We don't have anything up there except like a floating factory. So this is very tough. He does have some BCs coming out, but that might be too little too late.
Yeah, I do worry. It seems like the Terran has been pushed back home. A question for you. Would it be better to split the BCs up?
No, you do want 2 together.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 together, one-shot drones. Also, if you have just 1, then they need way less Scourge to kill it.
Oh, that makes sense, because 1 BC can shoot down a Scourge. Do you get air weapons with this or anything like that?
If your opponent got +1 carapace, you get air weapons, because then they still one-shot Scourge.
Okay, but do you wait to see that, or is it just something you sort of...
Yeah, you'll see it just when you're fighting against the mutas earlier on, and then you just kind of make a note. Now, the Dark Storms come up and do force a liftoff on the mineral base. That's not the most important base right now for JYJ, but just the fact that it's gone this far is a bit of a problem for him. Now, the BCs continue to do good work. They're going to take down this Nidus. They've taken down the gas. They've forced some spores and everything, so there's some beautiful things happening for JYJ, such as losing his command center to 3 Zerglings. But
yeah, he better lift that. It's so funny. It might look weird that Zerg's attacking that and not a Marine or 2, but Cracklings do so much damage that if you're not completely on top of this, even if you repair a little bit late, you'll lose the CC.
It's actually hilarious how quickly they go down.
Yeah.
But a couple Ultras coming up to deal with these bunkers. Bunkers don't fare, like they live longer, but it's hard to kill the Ultras with it, so he's just kind of keeping him back, which is really what Soma needs to do. Now, JYJ does have a lot of supply, okay? This is the thing we got to point out. He's got about twice as much supply as Soma, but honestly, I think Soma is still okay. He's not dead by any means. The BCs denying the gas in the top right is the most important thing going on right now. Other than that, like, if Soma can retake that gas, that's very good for him. If he cannot, he doesn't really have enough gas to win the game, right? JYJ should be able to hold him back.
Should he be doing more with these battle cruisers?
No.
Besides just the gas, you just want to keep them there, like...
Dude, in fact, like...
Really? Okay, that's so interesting.
I didn't even think of this, but that gas is right up against the wall there. Like,
yeah, I guess you can just hit it from there.
Yeah, because really, TBZ, when you go bio against Zerg, it's all about the gas count. So if you can deny any gas, you don't care how many minerals they have. Like, your bio will kill Infinity Lings forever.
I guess it's something I've never really thought about on this map. And I don't know if you have.
I never did either.
But, like, yeah, I guess you can put battle cruisers up there and hit their gas and they can't stop you.
Yeah.
And that's actually a pretty insanely big deal in this matchup. Because for a little bit, until you pointed out, I noticed that there were just BCs waiting there, and I'm like, what's he doing? And then as time passes, I go, oh.
Yeah.
He's actually, this might be what wins the game. And he could send battle cruisers back up there.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he wants to do that pretty soon here. He does have some BCs in the middle there, stimming and running up to 12 o'clock. So Soma is taking another base. You can see his supply is climbing a little bit. He's over 100, but we have a lot of great irradiates. He's waiting right now for this Dark Swarm to go away.
Yeah,
And when this goes away, he will bust through everything here unless we get another Darkstorm down.
Oh,
he dies, he dies. Oh, he can't get it. He can't get it.
Does he not have a radiate? Doesn't he have a radiate?
Oh, I don't think he does.
What?
And it gets down.
No, there's no way.
Oh my God.
How do you have like what 8 vessels and? At that point in time, I would have right-clicked on all of them and just clicked the radiate and done it.
Yeah,
like,
no,
stack
I think
it.
he
Like,
literally
actually
didn't have
stack it.
No,
that's
totally.
wild. I believe he doesn't have it, but that is wild.
Yeah, you're completely right, though. It's worth it to, like, all he needed to do was stop that, and he probably wins the game there. Like, truly, that would have been a huge moment. Now, he sends all these units up there. He's dealing a lot of damage at the other natural, throwing some irradiates down now, finally getting rid of some of these defilers. JYJ might take this Tasteless. It's looking that way to me.
Well, he started him out for gas for a little while now. There's more battle cruisers coming up here, this time from a different angle, but without 3 defilers killed off, not a lot of Zerglings, and frankly, on this side of the map, I think only 1 Ultralisk, now 0. I think he's going to break him on multiple fronts. The battle cruiser, yeah, he's actually just won this.
Yeah.
He just barely broke the Zerg.
Wow.
I think on the back of those, the extractor being denied.
Yes, yes, that was such an important moment. Like, Soma just could not keep up Ultralisk Defiler production. You really need both to combat that big of a Terran. You know, when you're running out and hitting Plagues, Darkstorms, and you have the Ultras that have that additional health to stay alive and make it from one Darkstorm to the other, to have that tankiness when they're not underneath the Darkstorm and everything, that's how you take control and you end up beating the Terran player. But here, like, the BC's denying that gas, my life is different now, Tasteless. Mark this down on your calendar. We're not doing my birthday anymore. We're doing my deny the gas at Zerg's natural BC build.
I learned a lot from that specific game because you just don't think of those kind of moments where, like, technically a battle cruiser is a siege weapon, like a tank or a guardian or something like that. And in that moment, yeah, actually it is. And without enough defilers and certainly enough Ultralisks, Terran, with that economy, was able to drive through and break 3 specific points. Great game. Up next, Sharp versus Best. Don't go away.
관리받다. 관리하지 않는 순간에도 관리받다. 14일 동안 정성껏 발효한 브루잉 콤부차로 관리받다. 브루잉 콤부차.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 리케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야채 착착, 방토 톡톡, 아보카도 슥슥, 그리고 제로. 이렇게 맛있다고? 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
아이시스 에코, 오늘 내룩의 찰떡.
마시고 분리수거 끝.
많은 분들이 아이시스 에코를 따르고 있습니다.
이것도 라벨이 없네?
무라벨은 따라해도 대환영. 팔로우디 에코, 아이시스 에코.
숙취 요즘 누가 저렇게 깨니? 맨날 똑같은 거, 맛없는 거 깨. 이제 탄산으로 깨. 숙취 해소의 새로운 기준, 가스강. 환도 역시 가스강이 대세.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
Welcome back, everyone. We just had a great, and I think really illuminating Terran versus Zerg back there. Kind of seeing, you know, one way for Terran to leverage a back and forth game and leverage that position and actually close it out. Up next, I think we've got a TVP that everybody, no matter what race you play, no matter what game you play, StarCraft 1 or 2, they're going to be excited for this one.
Oh, yes. This is an amazing matchup coming up right now. Sharp against Best. You know, I think, in my opinion, Sharp's TVP is his best. And we look at these win percentages, and it's his lowest. But I watch a lot of Sharp outside of ASL as well. Well, some people say his Terran vs. Terran is his best, and he's very good at that as well. But I'm just saying, like, he plays a very alternate style in Terran versus Protoss, right? Like, for instance, we saw his games against Bisu in the previous round, where he's going 2-Factory Academy and trying to utilize that Academy for crazy base trade situations against DT rushes and things like that. He plays a much more forward, aggressive style, a lot of vulture harassment. Love his TVP. It's so fun.
Now, Best has had a pretty interesting story. I mean, he was going even with Flash for a while in these show matches.
Yeah.
That are all happening on AfreecaTV. They're fan-donated and fan-supported matches. And I think he really is actually at the best level he's ever been at. And,
yeah, I kind of feel that way as well.
Yeah, and he's been very much on top of his game for a long time. Sharp is a very tricky Terran to go against from a Protoss' perspective. He's very active.
Mm-hmm.
He uses a lot more tactics than most Terrans do.
Yeah.
And we're actually already ready for this match. Let's hop into it. Sharp versus Best in this best of one.
So we have Sharp in the bottom right and Best in the bottom left. You know, I like it that you said he uses a lot more tactics than other players, and I think that that's really accurate because he's not even a strategic Terran. He's actually a tactical Terran.
Yeah,
and to like illuminate that for people, like strategy is like your overall game plan. Tactics are the smaller moves that you utilize in the game, right? So like a tactic would be like the goons are a little bit out of position, so you lay mines behind them and then go harass somewhere so they walk through the mines. That would be a tactic. You don't go into the game saying, that's what I'm gonna, that's my strategy. Like that's, you know, that's not a strategy, that's a tactic. And that's the kind of thing he does. Like he'll make his units really work for him in the game. And it's not even through great micro. It's not that his micro is bad, but yeah, it's more like a tactical type thing where he sets up situations based on what he's seeing to win fights and get advantages.
Drop ships, tanks, vultures are really where I think Sharp shines the most. And I think that the older school of thought in Terran vs. Protoss was Terran had to be this iron fortress. What the
ASL most wins top 2 to 4. So it's like Sharp with 50 wins and 44 losses, and then it's like Effort and whoever right below. I thought that was really funny because they showed 2 through 4 because it would be almost insulting to the rest of the players to show rank 1, which would be Flash, because he probably is like 70 and 30 or something. Like, anyways, go ahead, Jesus.
I think the older school of thought in TVP was that the Terran was supposed to be this like sealed off fortress, and you have to build up and block everything and kind of come out at the right moment and stop them. And players like Sharp and a couple of the other more modern Terrans, what I like about them is they're very much engaged with the growth rate of the Protoss, and it kind of reminds me of how Protoss has started to learn this one gate style against Zerg, the gate expand style, and you realize actually you can interfere all the time with the Zerg, where I think back before it was the same idea for Protoss, is make cannons, wall yourself off, throw, and then try to push, and in reality there's just lots more you can do. There's a lot more weaknesses there, and I think Sharp's somebody who understands that concept very well in this matchup, that you know, Protoss can wall stuff off, but they sometimes don't have that many Dragoons if they're getting greedy. They don't have that many observers in that many spots, and there are weak points.
Yeah.
Just like for the Zergs in Protoss, there were weak points, but like the Overlords can't be everywhere. They have to make drones or lings, and we've seen that kind of play out. Now, I don't know if Sharp's going to do it in this game. He is more than capable of playing a very standard macro game as well, but I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. And I mean that is like what he's quite good at doing, is mixing it up in these situations, and I think it's difficult a lot for people to pull that off or to play against it. It's just like a tough style for everyone involved, you know? And the thing is, it can be very rewarding, and it can really hurt as well, because I don't know what's going to happen this game, but there's a good possibility, and we see this in Sharp games. Sometimes he'll get his vultures in a few times and just rip you apart, and then other times you'll have all your walls up on time, you'll stop the drop ship, you know, you'll have enough goons for the 2-fact after CC, whatever it is that he does, and then suddenly he's behind, and it's so hard for him to macro out of a situation like that. So it's definitely a double-edged sword the way he plays, and there's a reason why the majority of Terrans do not play like that at the top level.
So the SCV's actually going to just get in here. And, I mean, there's not a lot to see right now. I mean, seeing the Nexus certainly helps out a bit. But the Corlas hasn't really shown the next bit of tech. It's almost always going to be a robo, but...
Yeah, but you don't see it there, and, you know, you counted the pylons, so you know that he's not hiding anything unless it's the worst build order anyone ever did.
Yeah. I do want to put a reminder here, almost a disclaimer on the matchup in general. And I think we did this in our group ACAST as well, but there is a new way to micro carriers that's been discovered. I don't know that we're going to have carriers in this game, but we should point it out ahead of time so that if we get there, we're not caught up in trying to explain it then. Basically, carriers in groups, if you attack move them, like click on the ground, they'll still basically target down one unit at a time. And then the interceptors will have to reorient and then hit another unit. If you bring carriers over an area, let's say it's just SCVs, 20 SCVs, for instance, if you hit like stop, hold, stop, hold, stop, hold, stop, hold, and spam it out, the carriers' interceptors will target different individual units, which means you get way more damage done. And so there's going to be moments, if you see carriers used, where they have a new way to micro that could be very punishable.
Yeah, it increases carrier DPS by almost 100%. So it's a powerful thing if we end up seeing it, and it's a situational thing as well.
Yeah, you can't do it just against like 7 Goliaths. That's not when you'd want to do it. Unless maybe you had 12 carriers. And you're like, well, there's actually a quicker way to do
it's situational.
Right.
That's a good way to put it. So we'll see if Best ends up going into that. That's not really the style he utilizes right now, but things could change because of that as well. So we'll see about it. But right now, Sharp did go for his 2-factory opener. He went Armory right afterwards. He's throwing down an Engineering Bay just to be safe. And yeah, everything looks pretty normal for him. This is a build that he really likes, right? Where you have potential maybe to do some damage. It doesn't look like he's going to find any here. But also a pretty quick Armory so that he can go into a regular macro game as well if he wants.
So the Dragoons are going to come out here and try to clear out the pathway towards the Terran space. Now, I have a question for you. As a Terran player from this spot, are you going to try to push because you're both sharing the bottom? Is that ever a good idea? Or are you not really that close?
Yeah, no, you can't really do a quick push. Now, there are certain situations where, like, the builds will line up and you're going to be able to do it. Like, let's say with this opener that Sharp did, if his Vulture found that there was a third Nexus made at, like, 5 minutes, he could have pushed.
Right.
But other than something like that, he's going to have to go into a longer game. Like, I guess he could do some sort of 2-base, but it would be a very late 2-base, like 140 supply 2-base probably. More likely, he's going to go ahead and take a third command center.
We got to point out here, we were talking about tactics and Sharp. He's already killed 2 probes trying to make this third Nexus, which is actually, that slows Protoss down quite a bit.
Really a lot.
It's really... Of all the ways to be slowed down, that's probably the most devastating. So it may look like it's not a big deal, but you really need to be making probes out of that third Nexus to get to the growth rate that you want to be at.
And just, I mean, the Nexus doesn't even start for a good 40 seconds later than you wanted, at least. And, I mean, you're losing probes as well during that. It's, like, so worthwhile for Terran. You feel amazing getting that done. So, good job so far. Now, I think that we have 3 factories up for Sharp. He should be throwing down his starport as well. And we're going to see if he's going to go ahead and put down a third command center, which I think is what he's going to need to do, but maybe hasn't done it quite yet. We were talking about this in some of the other casts. Modern Terran versus Protoss, you're going much later third bases nowadays.
Yeah, it seems like, especially with Protoss reinventing the roles of shuttles in a way where you just dogpile on the tanks that are spread out. That like you're really just risking a lot trying to take a third. The older idea was just always try to come in there and get that third base as quickly as possible because Protoss is going to be growing. But and it used to be, by the way, back in the day that Protoss would take a fourth and a fifth quickly. But now the game's become much more combative on both sides.
Yeah.
Which I think is actually much more interesting, to be honest with you.
I agree. I actually, I mean, the speed shuttle stuff is very hard to play against, and Best is probably the best in the world at it, but it's a lot of fun as well. There's just so much interaction in most Terran versus Protosses right now. Now, he does send his probes up to this third base. He's adding those gateways. No doubt at getting some additional shuttles. I think he'll probably go into Psystorm as well, because that is very strong at the moment. We saw Sharp throw down his third command center at the pretty standard time right now. See, the shuttle speed is already done, and let's see if Best can get some harassment onto Sharp.
Yeah. This is an important moment. We're going to go into Arbiter Tech. So Best is actually playing one of the... It's not wrong, but it's a much older way to play.
Yeah, he might skip Psystorm for now, I guess, if he's going Arbiter this quickly.
I think he has to hold off on Psystorm for a little bit. He also hasn't taken the third gas.
Yeah.
And it is impossible. In fact, he just took his second gas, I think.
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure.
I might be... maybe I'm crazy. I
think you might be crazy.
Because you would have to take that gas
if you have speed shuttle and all this tech, I think
No, there's no way. I must be seeing things. Because that just doesn't make any sense. But I thought when I saw the minimap for a second, he was taking it. Anyways. Ooh, that's a mistake.
Yeah, it takes a little hit there on the Reaver.
Yeah. Fortunately, Reavers can take one shot from a siege tank and only lose shields.
Oh, takes another one right there. So it does take a little bit of a bruising on these. Not the best there from Best. And Sharp is going to take this nice and slowly. You just want to make sure that you don't bungle taking your third, because that's like the easiest way for Protoss to get ahead is if you come up too quickly, right? And they get to pick off like 4 or 5 tanks.
Yeah, if you drive their third away, you probably, at this level of play especially, you probably won. And so basically, oh my God!
Oh, that mine!
No way!
Those Reavers did like 0, man.
Yeah.
You feel amazing and Sharp right now. There's no harassment coming for you.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, honestly, the next push could be pretty devastating too, especially with Protoss expanding at that mineral only. That's an easy push spot. That's literally the easiest push spot there is. Now,
well, he's definitely making Sharp's decisions easy for him right now.
Yeah.
As Sharp, there is one path you're going to go on, and that's it.
So I actually didn't see the extra shuttles until just then. So I was a bit confused because he had the Reaver, and I thought there should be more shuttles now. And then I said he's playing an older style. This is actually still the modern style.
Yeah, it's just
shuttle with Zealot.
It looks like he's just choosing Arbiter over Psystorm for now.
Right.
And the thing is, I think he will get into Psystorm as well. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. But a lot of people like go for Psystorm before Arbiter.
Yeah, I think it's better on maps like Eclipse. I think on this one, you want that Arbiter out there for the threat of the recall.
Oh, maybe.
I think because the map is so big. This is also, these mains are more recallable.
Yeah.
Than Eclipse, where you can
that's
seal that off, and if you don't have an Arbiter right away, you're probably just not going to be winning with that style of play. So, what Best has done, which is very important, is set up a pretty good arc defensively. He's got the opportunity to counterattack in here if he decides that's the best way to go about things. Protoss needs to keep growing. Sharp's done a pretty good job with the few vultures that are out on the map. And it's important to note he's only sending 3 or 4. He's not sending 12. He's just sending enough that if you see a probe, you'll kill it before they can stop you. Take a look at this.
Yeah, but Sharp instantaneously unsieges. Look at that. He's going to lose nothing. Just a little bit of damage, takes that out. Very, very quick reflexes here from Sharp.
And that's basically Best trying to dive bomb that area and just use the Zealots to draw mines and to draw siege tank fire onto the tanks and do some damage that way. And look at this. Again, the bolt. These are these tactics I'm talking about. it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to lose that probe. It really is, because you have to send another probe up there. You want gateways up there.
Yeah, gateways and cannons. Like now you just have to wait for another probe to go up. So it does slow some things down. It's definitely worth a couple of vultures. Now, Sharp has 2-1 all finish. I'm certain that he started 3-2 at this point. And starting to set up some turrets at the south. Now, that is actually a little mistake from Best. The fact that he has not a Zealot there, not a Pylon there, not an Observer there to watch for that, that is actually a very hard base to take if Protoss knows when you're trying to take it.
Terran can expand to the bottom center and possibly even the center right.
Yeah, he'll take bottom center while he's pushing, and if Best does not do something quickly, Sharp is going to explode towards him, and there's not going to be a lot of maneuverability for Best.
No, I don't think so. I think what Best is going to have to do is try to stay up here towards the top. And this Arbiter's coming in, and you know, unfortunately, I think this is actually a pretty bad idea. I think he's going to have to turn around. I mean, when you see that, many tanks and vultures, it's funny because for so long, Protoss have relied on recall, but there's moments where you can recall either onto mines or onto an army and just lose the game.
That recall wasn't going to go well for him.
I'm glad for his sake he turned around.
Yeah, that was there was some danger there. It looks like he might try to go back in, but there's a lot of defense. In fact, he's bringing
Goliath
over, and just putting any extra damage on this Arbiter is amazing here. Oh, no.
What?
This is kind of crazy. Oh, he gets the recall off.
How fast he is.
Well,
we were both looking at each other like, no way. And then it's like, oh, I guess you just can do that. He's like, oh, I'm taking damage. I better fly into 4 turrets and just insta recalls, but it kind of works out.
Yep.
Now, overall, Sharp has been playing a really slow style. He's just come out tactically, harassed and killed workers, and then stayed back and waited to be hit. And I think it's worked out pretty well. I would say overall this is a bit of a trade on both sides. Depots and other stuff are killed off, but Terran is still matted down in his base.
Yeah, I think you're about right. That doesn't feel overwhelmingly good for either side. Like, it's slowing Sharp down, and Best is looking for another way in to get something else done, but I don't think he's going to find it, so Sharp's fine. Looks like he is getting EMP up there at 3 o'clock for whatever reason. That's where he's landed and decided to do that. And starting to clear out these Zealots that were scouting there as well, because he is going to want to get that 5th base up. But yeah, I think basically what we're waiting for right now, because we've already had a recall, right? The Reavers didn't really do anything. Best didn't get super greedy early on, and Sharp has had his upgrades going nonstop, right? Like, I think when Sharp hits 3-2, that's basically going to be the push. He's going to start coming out really strongly.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's kind of crossed all his T's and dotted all of his I's, right? He's well defended against recalls. He's got these good minefields up. It's going to be hard for Best to do counterattacks, but it's also going to be hard for him to actually engage the main army.
Yeah, this is honestly a delightfully slow PvT. A very methodical one. Both sides really having a lot of respect for each other here. Terran is going to have to act, though. If Protoss just continues to consume the map, in the long run, Protoss can win. But, with +3 attack, +2 armor, the Terran army is considerably better than the upgraded Zealots and Dragoons.
Yeah, the mech upgrades just scale unbelievably well. Everything does full damage to plasma, and you generally don't even get those upgrades. And you're getting +2 attack on vultures, +5 attack on a sieged tank. So it's pretty insane what the upgraded mech army actually does. Now, here comes Best down through the center. Now, for Sharp, what he's going to want to do here is mirror this army movement a little bit. Right? You want to move back and forth. Oh, hold on. We actually have a recall that's going to be coming in. Let's see where he does it. Throws that down. Oh, he actually misses it.
That is brutal. Loses the Arbiter. I think 5 turrets is just too much. Now he's going to try to attack in here. Hold on.
He's got no vultures here.
Yeah, the vultures need to be protecting the tanks. I'm a little bit stunned that actually there were so many tanks that just didn't have any cover here. because Best made that look quite easy.
That is really sad for Sharp. Now, Sharp is not dead. He has enough bases that he can actually still fight from here, but that was a bit of a sloppy move. If he has even just 16 vultures there, he wrecks that when it comes in. Instead, he's lost a ton of his siege tanks that he's been building up all game, but he still has those 3-2 upgrades. He has EMPs. He has multiple vessels, right? He's reinforcing quickly. He's getting ready to take another base as well, I think. So, Sharp, yeah, here he comes. He's coming with this push, and let's see what Best can do about it.
Now, again, you know, a lot of Sharp's tanks were picked off, but this base was wiped out. That is an important base for Protoss. Protoss doesn't have the upper right quadrant, which is sort of what seals the deal. If you can control that and wear the Terran out. I don't know this is going to be a game where if Best wins this, he'll be winning because he's destroyed the Terran's base. He'll just have to whittle down the army. So, yeah, a couple factors here. First of all, the gas is probably dried up at the natural now for Terran. Am I right about that? Would you say so?
I would say it's going to be dry in about 3 minutes.
Okay, so that's going to dry up. When that dries up, because the main already has less tanks available. But there is the 6 o'clock spot, and there is the potential of the 3 o'clock spot. And honestly, if a Terran gets 5 bases, it's just really hard for the Protoss to weather the storm. It can be done, but 5 bases is basically enough.
5 bases, you can do everything that ever happened in the past, the present, and the future as Terran.
Like if Protoss takes his minerals, there's 2 mineral bases on that side of the map, and the upper right, and all 3 bases there in 12, the Terran could still win on 5 bases. It sounds weird.
Yeah.
But like they would just have enough. Remember, like our Tastosis said earlier, the Terran upgrades scale better, so their army basically just does more damage. So Protoss ends up having to trade in quite a bit more fight-wise to make that work.
Now, Sharp has taken this 3 o'clock, so important. He's actually moved his army back from that frontal position. At first, I was thinking to myself, is this a mistake? But I think he made a good choice there. Best is starting to take the whole map. You can see, if you look at the mini-map in the bottom left, like red dots kind of popping up everywhere. We have nexuses going down, like 12 o'clock, for instance. He wants to take top right here soon as well. And Sharp just has to kind of deflect everything while he really sets up. Look at this. The vessel coming in. Can he get it? Oh, he gets the EMP on that Arbiter. That is a huge EMP.
Yeah, that's big because he wanted to have a recall over there onto that landmass, onto the high ground where the expansion is, and it didn't quite work. Anytime an Arbiter can be shot down or recalled, it map control-wise, it's like a big reset button on the Protoss. Protoss have these unique opportunities to recall an army somewhere and then devastate everything around it. But when you lose that, you've also lost that opportunity. Now here, a good recall is in order. Okay, I was going to say. So it's funny. After the spell's passed, it takes a little bit before the recall comes in. Now, the fact that Best has pulled this off means it is much more realistic that he can win this game. But there is this sledgehammer of an army that is looking for a target.
Yeah, and don't forget, we probably have more probes than SCVs in this game right now, plus there's a bunch of army down at 6.
Right.
So the army walking around the map right now from Sharp is stronger than what Best has on the map that can actually go counter it.
Now, what I think Best wants to do is do another counter. He's probably willing to give up this spot here, rely on Templars, Dragoons, and other stuff on the high ground to hold that. But there's one puzzle missing to the picture, and that's that Best never controlled the base at the top right, which is sort of a necessity if you're going to drag the game out where Terran can't deal anymore.
But this is a good move. Look at that. Ooh, the mine's going off. He just keeps bombarding this base. I think that Sharp will just hold on to it. There were some great mine hits in there. Wow. Really fantastic mines. And he will hold on. He's killed this Nexus, but I think he has to get out of here with this army now.
Yeah.
This is a very small army to be on the map alone.
He needed to right-click these Dragoons up the ramp earlier. There was Zealots getting by the Dragoons and nothing else. And any tank kill you can get, you'll take. But here's what's happening. This army from Sharp can snake around the map and take out these weak points. And this is why the top right main is so important. Besides mining from it, sounds weird, but it's true. You want gateways there. Because if there's gateways in your main and the 2 other mains, there's no location that Terran can push and seal you off from running around the map. And late game PvP, especially if you're doing this style, you're basically like trying to counterattack with Zerglings almost, or drop locations. You're just trying to wear them down and cause enough fires that the Terran can't really put them all out.
Well, right now, it seems like Sharp is putting out most of the fires pretty well.
This Dragoon's got a lot of tanks. It's got 4 tanks there for 5 Dragoons.
Not bad.
That was actually a very poor trade for Sharp, unfortunately.
But, you know, he's got to clean these areas, right? He's taking another base right there. 6 o'clock is something he wants to probably think about a little bit later on. The thing is, it's very hard to get units down there. It's very out of the way for him. So I think taking this new base towards the top right, it gives him a better range to defend, right? He can keep his army closer to that and quickly respond to things at 3 o'clock, as long as 6 o'clock doesn't get taken by Best.
Now, if Terran gets this and gets factories up here and controls this, it's a death sentence.
Oh, I don't know about that right there.
This was, these look like some of my recalls.
Oh, the whole army was there! He killed like 2 units.
Yep, that's not looking as good as I think we've seen him or expected from him here, but yeah, that was a questionable play here. I think he's making Arbiters out of 2 Stargates at once. I do want to point out that he's definitely leaning into that older style. Storm is being used, but it's not being like mass used. Like there's one shuttle with Psystorm.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. Like these ideas are very, very different. Like the utilizing of recalls all around the map versus utilizing of stasises for frontal engagements versus lots of Psystorms against the very quick mech pushes where they're clumped together. And we see him relying almost completely on recalls, which can be a very good move, but Sharp has countered the recalls well enough that maybe it's time for a new plan from Best. Like, have you seen even a single stasis? Have you, like, right?
I mean, I know he's upgraded it for sure, but no, you're completely right. I think the alarms are sounding right now for Best.
Stasis there could be good. I'm not even. Oh, he gets the vessel. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, there's spread out enough. You can't really scan all this. You know, tagging vessels with Dragoons is another great play later on here. I mean, again, you're kind of waiting for the Terran to burn through all their gas while you kill as many tanks and vessels as possible, because Vultures alone are never going to beat an endgame Protoss.
Yeah, that's for sure. Another EMP goes down. The Arbiters, no energy left on them, but he's running up the ramp right now, which is very, very annoying for Terran. Like, he's going to lose a lot of units, right? He just lost a vessel there. Everything that's popping out is getting killed. The first 2 tanks that siege up, he throws a storm down and then another one. So down those go.
You know, if the EMP hadn't gone off, I think one of the Arbiters had enough energy. He could have put a stasis on the ramp.
Oh, that's...
Which is actually really devastating for Terran.
That can surprise win games sometimes.
Yeah. The reason why you run in the main is because this is Brood War and it's hard to get things up ramp sufficiently. The same way that Best couldn't quite kill off that base at 3 o'clock, even though he had more than enough to do so. And so this is a great play, but I don't know that Best's follow-up was quick enough. What he wants to do is now run back up into the upper right quadrant, because if he doesn't deal with this, Protoss is going to run out of money, and it's going to be kind of logically a reversal of what a PvP is supposed to look like, where the Terran outgrew you and you weren't able to push in and kill the Terran in time, which is, it happens at the highest level, but it's honestly extremely rare, especially where modern Brood War is, where Terrans are pretty good at never. I should say Protosses are pretty good at never letting Terran take another main. This is happening now.
Well, I think it's the double-edged sword of the style that Best has chosen here, where he's done recall after recall after recall, instead of like fighting armies heads on. And if you block enough recalls like that and continue to nail your macro and your upgrades, I think it's pretty hard for Protoss to actually bully you around the map. They haven't been whittling your units down. They've been kind of using tempo plays, and the tempo has been slowed now. Yeah. And Sharp is gaining control of the whole right side of the map.
Whenever you see the recalls shut down, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think this is such an older way. It's not bad. I mean, we're still seeing it here, but there's danger. Watch. If he could say an EMP on this, nope, too late, it's the recall. But if he got the EMP on that, let's say, I mean, then what?
Yeah.
You know, it's extremely difficult to recover from. Now, this is a lot of SCV kills.
Yeah, and he's actually getting a bunch of SCVs over at that 3 o'clock as well with a little bit of shuttle harassment. Up comes these siege tanks. They were really close by. Yeah, this was a good idea for Sharp to take all the top right instead of 6 again. And
yeah,
like, I'm really impressed with Sharp's macro play this game, I gotta say, but Best is still in it.
Oh, you could see what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Now, one thing we didn't have, and I'm glad we saw it almost tried out there, is we didn't have a lot of Storms onto workers. I know that, you know, one of the other modern maps we have is Eclipse. Eclipse is a little bit better on because Terran doesn't usually get that many bases, but
yeah,
SCVs are not going to repair themselves in PvT.
No, sir.
It's just not
Never.
worth your money, but if you get a couple Storms off over time, you'll kill off all their SCVs. Now, in this case, this is a out-of-control Terran that has taken too many bases, and I think we are seeing, unless a miracle happens, I think we're going to see Best basically lose control of this game and then run out of money.
Yeah, if he wins,
outright.
this, it's going to be very impressive. This really feels like a Terran victory coming in.
Yeah,
a lot of tanks coming up with those 3-2 upgrades. Has a vessel, and it gets stasis. It didn't have enough for EMP though. Here comes double shuttle now. Maybe this is the chance for Best to actually clear the army.
Yeah, this is a pretty impressive attack here by Best. I love this, the Templar attack.
The Storm's amazing, but the tanks are splattering those goons. You really need more than just Dragoons in the army, and the rest of the tanks will push this back for now.
Yeah, that was a big win as far as the fight goes. Very important. Now, where is 3? Okay, so 3 o'clock has some minerals at it, but I don't know if Protoss is going to have enough to break this and then break the Terran back at home. The income now for Sharp is getting out of control. Whoa.
Ooh.
Real value there with those Zealots.
Indeed. We have a defense matrix going down onto this Goliath. More tanks coming up right now. There's just not enough units. He drops a Zealot out. Like maybe, yeah, a second one comes out. Just doesn't have enough here. The Storm's not even able to be shot.
What an insane game this is.
Really, it's a crazy one.
And it shows you why Sharp is so different as a Terran player, TVP. He sort of finessed this win in a lot of ways. Again, you were talking about tactics early on. This was not a strategic win, as it was almost like a tactic. Like he got pushed in, he lost 6, and then split his army up well enough to take the upper right to recover. And basically has played a brilliant game from there.
You know, and while you're saying all this, Tastosis, which I do agree with, the game is not quite over.
Right.
Like, I mean, you look at the position, it feels like a Sharp victory. He doesn't have that many SCVs. Okay, now he's going to transfer a bunch more, which will help his economy. But he just lost, like, all of his siege tanks, right? So that's a bit painful. He will be running on with Vultures. I still think that he can take this, but Best held that mineral base. That is, look at how many mines he just laid at once.
Yeah,
oh my God.
When you have that many Vultures versus that small number of Dragoons, you can do some funny stuff to it. Going to continue to fight in here. And it seems almost like Sharp is just trying to smother the Protoss. Remember that this base is probably not going to be mined from. It's basically the point of contention here. I think all Terran has to do is push in a little bit more. There's more units coming here to try to help out. There's 2 Arbiters, but you know, Terran mining from 3 bases right now is pretty insane. That's more bases than Protoss is mining from.
No, you got to feel great as Terran here. And the thing is, he needs to keep aggressive, too, because the second he slows down, recalls are going to start up again, right? So, you see him continuing to try to smother, as you said. The Vultures just coming across the map. We have Goliaths rallying up, everything that he can think of, everything that he can produce. But the supplies are relatively close.
Yeah.
Best continues to hold on. I think he has to be careful about clumping all those Arbiters up. We've seen some great EMPs coming out.
Now,
so that could be a problem.
Maybe if Sharp overextends here, the Protoss can rattle free. There's a possibility that he kills the push, and then maybe actually the recalls really start to pay off. The top right main is not recall proof.
No, it's not.
Funny turret.
The natural too. The natural turret, right?
Yeah.
Like both those bases are very killable, and if he loses one, he'll probably lose the other. Not 100%, but probably. And yeah, let's not forget, like, these supplies, they are pretty close right now. We're not really sure of the work counts. I think they're kind of similar. Sharp might actually have like slightly more. I'm not 100% of that, but like a lot of this army right now is Goliaths and Vultures. Tanks are your real strong unit for the supply. Like, I mean, Vultures are fantastic, but the backbone of the Terran army, the way that you deal most of your damage is the siege tank, which we've seen him lose a lot of. But honestly, if Best wins this, I'm so impressed. And you know what? If Sharp wins, I'm so impressed.
Well,
these gamers are just they are top tier gamers, Tastosis.
I think this has been such an insane PvT. We're over a half hour now. Now here's that recall I was talking about. It's funny to watch the mind of a top tier player or even a mid tier player when you see like the turret placement here. The turrets need to be on the edge. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The turrets actually need to be over there to cover this. Now, in this case, he's going to do something kind of funny. He's going to recall some of the other Arbiters that can recall. So he's sort of pushed in here. The idea was actually to recall 2 more Arbiters, probably Stasis the ramp. He needs to separate these so that even if an EMP comes in there, he can't do anything.
The 2 Goliaths there to catch, these are the tactics that we're talking about. That's not like, again, it's not a strategy that you go in thinking, you know, about 30 minutes in generally, I'll have the other main, and that's where I put 2 Goliaths at 12. It's like, no, he's reading the situation perfectly. And just like we were talking about, if he slows down and all the recalls start again, he's like, oh, damn, I have to slow down. A recall is coming. Let's get some really interesting positions up to stop it. And he did. He did. Those 2 turrets weren't in the best place. He had like 1 tank and 2 mines there. He doesn't want to lose that base, so the Goliaths slow it down.
He needs to separate these Arbiters. I'm gonna have a heart attack here.
Nah, he needs some conflict just like that.
Separate these Arbiters! Oh, double Stasis. Trying to figure out what happened.
He was just really making sure that he had that vessel. Oh, and then he gets it. Now, this is a big army from Best, but Sharp continues to mass up as well. Might lose a couple tanks there. Has slowed him down in this area. It is an insane game here. This is one of the best so far of the season. Now, the Zealots getting on top of everything. A full frontal assault. And we have a Stasis go down on a couple of the tanks, so he will clear the other ones. Oh my god, Best is pushing towards the top right.
This is insane, dude. I wish he had a shuttle for those Templars, but he's whittled this down. I don't really know what's back up here in the main. There's going to be a Stasis or 2 available momentarily here, I believe. I don't know where the energy is.
Is he going to break? Paceless. If Sharp loses these 2 bases, the game ends.
Oh, yeah. This 3 o'clock is mined out.
Yeah.
Okay,
he has nothing after this.
He actually does not have enough for Stasis on any of those. So these are basically like bruised cloakers.
Bruised cloakers.
Bruised cloakers. Well, they're all beaten up. Okay.
Oh my god, he's coming with the flank,
man.
so he is going to hold. But, I mean, there should be a flank to the flank, right? I guess it won't be a flank anymore, though, because he's going to lose all of these units that he has up here. But now, Best gets him off of him for a minute.
There is a spot he could send a recall in as well. I do want to point out that the top has been carved out. Oh, no. But Best is running out of minerals.
Yeah.
Now, he's got enough. That's it.
Yeah,
GG. Wow.
Wow, that was a sick game.
Damn.
That was insane. And it felt for most of the game like Sharp was going to be able to take it, but Best fought back ridiculously well. Oh, my God. Ooh. What an insane match that was.
Such a good PvT. And what's crazy is Best was in a very bad spot after Sharp took the top right. And it still went on for a long time. And Best almost fought back. I think a couple better recalls, split up your Arbiters a little bit more. Maybe you've got another shot. He just needed another Stasis or 2 here or there. Another recall that worked out. And let me see, you can see the shoulder stretches are real here.
Now, that type of frantic game will give you some pain in your shoulder, I promise. Oh, wow. So Sharp goes on to that winners match, which actually means we get a Terran versus Terran in the winners match. The 2 players that we thought would be in the winners match in Best and Soma going to be in the losers match,
So crazy.
which is messed up because I want both of them in the round of 8.
I know. Guys, short break. We come back. Sharp versus JYJ. Do not go away. It rhymes.
자, 16강로 정영재 선수의 키워드 토크 시간이 돌아왔습니다. 리액션이 지금까지 선수들 중에 가장 형편없었어요. 자, 키워드를 뽑으면 그거에 대한 좀 정영재 선수 개인적인 이야기를 좀 풀어가도록 하겠습니다. 첫 키워드가 슈미. 등장 BGM을 여자친구분 노래로 하셨더라고요. 여자친구의 약간 악력이 있었나요? 아니면 본인의 자발적인 선택이었나요?
당연히 해야 한다고 생각했습니다. 아니 근데
네.
원래 안 하려 했거든요. 분위기 너무 처진다고 본인이 하지 말라고
네.
그래서 딴 거 하려다가 그 작가님한테 다시 문자하는 게 너무 귀찮더라고요. 그래가지고 그냥 했습니다. 어쨌든 결과론적으로 잘 됐네요. 이겼으니까. 넷을
진짜 방송국 사람들 진짜
근데 이거는 게임 그만둘 때까지 머리에 강하게 있을 거예요. 배슬만 보면 약간 무서워요.
기대하고 있는 테란 선수 중에 한 명이잖아요. 김유정 라인이라고. 김지성, 유영진, 정영재.
그것 때문에 진짜 일을 안 물어보요.
네.
수정이도 먼저
올라갔죠.
그래서 나만 못 올라가면 큰일 났다 이거 왕따 시키겠다. 일을 안 물어보였습니다.
과연 또 정영재 선수가 16강에서 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 군대. 박상현 선수가 기량이 거의 이제 정점을 찍고 있는데 군대 생각을 안 할 수가 없잖아요.
지성이랑
네.
리필 듀오여가지고 그래도 많은 위안이 되고요.
네. 나만 가야 되는 게 아니구나.
동료애가 있어서 위로가 되는데 일단 기량이 그래도 좀 올라왔으니까 제 전성기라고 생각하거든요. 전성기가 최대한
그쵸.
끝나기 전까지 최대한 할 수 있는 데까지 하고 가는 게 목표예요.
혹시 김지성 선수랑 이렇게 같이 좀 갈 생각도 있으세요?
친구마저 없으면 너무 외로울 것 같아서 시기를 맞춰서 가고 싶은데 근데 지성이가 먼저 간다고 할까봐 걱정이에요.
먼저 안 간다고 하려면 김지성 선수 올라와야
예.
되는데.
지성아 천안 갈 수 있다.
자, 박상현 선수 진짜 ASL 시즌 11 많은 분들이 기대하고 계시는데 이번 시즌 진짜 우승할 수 있을지 저도 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
보보검?
살이 쫙 빠졌을 때
네.
동혁 선수가 보검을 닮았다고 그리고 그런 표현을 붙여줬잖아요.
그렇죠. 근데 제가 닮았다고 한 건 아니고 팬분들이 그냥 기분 좋게 이제 살이
네.
빠졌을 때 그
네네네.
느낌이
네네.
비슷하다 이제 실제.
알고 있습니다. 네.
예. 근데 이제 다시 또 살이 찌니까
네.
너무 죄송하더라고요. 그런 별명이 있는 것 자체가.
한번 리액션 하신 거 보면은 살이 찔 수가 없는 정도의 활동량이시던데.
자, 요즘에는 그런 리액션을 못 하고 있습니다.
이번 시즌에 다 돌아오실 거예요. 조기석 선수 개인 방송의 그 형님들.
저는 이번 시즌 진짜 목숨 걸고 할 거예요. 최적화. 이제 유리한 상황이나 불리한 상황에서 계속 공격적으로 하는 그런 플레이를 많이 했었거든요.
네.
계속 그거를 고집하다가 이제 그게 안 된다는 걸 깨달은 거죠. 그렇기 때문에 저도 요즘에는 수많은 테란들 게임 보면서 진짜 제가 부족했던 부분에 대해서 최적화를 좀 더 구상하고 연구하고 더 열심히 하고 있어요.
조기석 선수가 스스로 뭔가 좀 방법을 찾아내는 그런 단계이신 것 같아요.
네네. 이번 시즌은 아무래도 이제 최적화적인 부분도 고치고 조금 더 이제 성장하는 시즌이었으면 좋겠어요.
조기석 선수의 진짜 좀 촘촘한 경기력을 좀 기대해봐도 좋을 것 같습니다. 도맨! 진짜 채팅창을 물들이는 우리의 도맨. 오재욱에게 도맨이란 뭔가요?
방송에 접속을 하든 SNS에 게시물을 뜨든 이거밖에 없어가지고 항상 댓글에 그냥
도맨이라는
거 그거밖에 없어가지고 약간 너무 많이 본 느낌? 그런 느낌이에요. 그래서 이런 별명이 있다는 게 참 좋죠.
그쵸.
없는 선수도 솔직히 많은데 저는 있다는 게 그 다행이에요.
자, 제가 이 투자에 대한 키워드가 나올 것 같아가지고 정리를 해왔어요. 오재욱의 투자 히스토리. 선수는 파도를
네.
겪게 됩니다.
예.
자, 인생에 참 파도가 많은.
네.
갑자기 이렇게 경건해진다고?
저는 제 인생이 그래서 트루먼 쇼인 줄 알았어요.
모두가 다 보고 있어.
관찰하고 있다가 뭐 그거 샀어? 뭐 지옥을 맛보게 이런 느낌이어가지고 정말 오해는 없었으면 좋은 게 다산시터는 정말 좋은 도시입니다.
네.
제 마지막 꿈과 희망이기 때문에 이건 다산도시를 지켜야 됩니다.
두루번쇼. 16강의 벽이 좀 높았지만 그 벽을 허물었기 때문에 이제는 진짜 우승을 바라봐야 하는 시점이 아닌가라는 생각이 들어요.
일단 대회 참가한 순간 우승을 노리는 건 당연하기 때문에 한번 열심히 도전해보겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 기대하겠습니다.
I need you to hold on. Heaven is a place not too far away.
Heaven is a place not too far away.
It's right here and right now, Tasteless.
Actually, it's in the round of 8. It's not that far away. We're in the round of 16. One of these guys goes to heaven. The other goes, don't worry, to purgatory in the losers match, and then possibly to hell where they're eliminated. This is going to be a great TVT.
What do you
I'm
think?
Super excited.
What do you think about people that pour the water from a bottle of water into their mouth?
If it's their bottle of water, I'm genuinely confused by that.
Yeah, JYJ just did that. The thing is, people learn to do that when they share bottles of water in Korea, but that's his bottle of water.
Yeah.
We're not going to see Sharp get
He
off
like
camera.
shares it with a camera guy.
Like, come on, man. Just put your lips on that bottle of water.
All right, guys. TVT best of 3. The winner is the third player to get that coveted round of 8 ASL spot.
So, we have Sharp in the top right and JYJ in the bottom left. The map is Eclipse. This is going to be a lot of fun. Sharp plays a very alternate style of Terran versus Terran. He's a Goliath tank user. He's a man of the past in TVT. He will generally give up all map control early on because you can't have map control if you don't go Vulture. And fight back, basically. He'll have slightly higher tech, more valuable units, but generally less supply, and just kind of... the thing is, it's playable. You can play like that, okay? Like, it is a doable style. It's just most of the good Terrans nowadays are very much into getting lots of Vultures, and I expect to see that out of JOAJ. It's not 100% of the time, but it's likely, so... It's going to be fun to see these two styles line up.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if there's a favorite. I mean, JYJ is quite good. I think TVT is... It could be misconstrued as being a turtley matchup, but really it's extremely tactical. You know, JYJ is one of these Terrans. I know that he's been around in the past, but for the modern era, he really is one of these newer Terrans.
Yeah.
You know.
He plays all the new styles generally.
Every once in a while, I'll get a tweet with somebody like, that guy played back like a decade ago. I go, I know that.
Most people have played at least 10 years.
Yeah. There's pretty much nobody who has not played for a decade.
Pretty much.
Okay, that doesn't mean that they're
At the pro level.
At the pro level. That doesn't mean that there are, some of these players that have been around for a long time haven't brought in a completely different approach. Whereas some of the old school giants kind of have stuck with what's worked for them. So, just want to put that out there. But JYJ, I think, extremely strong. Sharp was, in the last couple of years, maybe 4 years ago, he was sort of our modern Terran of that time.
Yeah.
But JYJ, I think, has brought in a couple new layers of Terran that we can appreciate and understand.
Yeah, and, well, you can see, like, for instance, he's going for a gasless expand, right? This is actually one of the safest builds, and, like, there are things you can do against it, but it's a little bit gambly to try to break it, right? And it gives you a very solid economy overall. Wow, Sharp loses that SCV right off the bat.
A little bit surprising.
That is surprising. It's not, like, the end of the world. You can lose that SCV and win the game, but, like, that is surprising.
These are among the more embarrassing things that can happen in a Brood War game because as the game picks up, it has to be forgivable that, you're not good with your multitasking, you didn't control stuff correctly. But yeah, when you lose the first SCV, you know, you're not really supposed to be doing that much. So a little bit embarrassing. Does lose the ability to fish out more information, but I think at this point in time, Sharp has already seen enough to have an idea of what kind of game he's in for.
Yeah. Well, when you see the gasless, you actually, like, every timing just lines up in your head. You know what's going on, right? It's like you know when their factory's going to finish. You know what time a Wraith will fly in your base if they're doing that. You know when their speed upgrade's going to finish. All those good things. Now, let's see how Sharp wants to play against this, because there's like a big range of what you can do. Like, for instance, some people like to go Wraith against this, which I think is probably not within Sharp's style. Not within his stylistic range. You can definitely go for quick vulture speed and try to run past the bunker. You can go for mines just to spot where units are coming out. Yeah, those are the more common ways to fight against it. And none of them really super fit into the way that Sharp will generally play a game, but let's see what his take is here. He's taking his own command center, of course. It is a little bit later, so he will get just slightly behind.
A little bit of catch-up here.
Mm-hmm. And look at that. That's the second factory he has at the bottom of his base, JYJ. And the reason why he put it there is so that when the barracks flies in, if you fly in with a barracks and you can only see one factory, you instantly counter Wraith. Instantly. Because you know that a Wraith is most likely on the way. Because the starport will always be hidden to a side, whereas if you put a factory down there, you can do that, but later on in the game, it's actually much harder to macro because that's down there.
Yeah, good block, by the way. Literally sees nothing up in the main. And I think it's a very important thing you pointed out there is that, you know, as Sharp is building more and more factories, if he comes in here and he's misled to think that there's an air threat when there's not, that's pretty cool.
It is. And notice, like, he's not even turning... well, now he is turning it, but like right now you're looking at this and you're trying to figure out what's going on. I think that is the academy to the left there. He's going to float all the way down, so he's semi-sacrificing the barracks here to figure out what's going on. Okay, he sees the second factory, and with the second add-on, you know that it's not Wraith. There's nothing like that, so you're going to be fine. And notice how he has the armory already started here in his main base. That's because he couldn't see the second factory. Otherwise, if you see both the factories there, you skip the armory, and your build is just more streamlined. So already this kind of pays off a little bit for JYJ. By the way, Sharp has gone for 3 Factory Vulture, which is, for me, very surprising to see out of him. This is not generally a style that he'll use, but it is a very strong choice.
So there's a small ring of spider mines outside the entrance here. Spider mines are funny in TVT because, first of all, we should note that vultures do not set them off. But Marines, tanks, and Goliaths do. But all 3 of those units, their shot is instantaneous. Their shot is paired with a damage animation on the other side. Unlike, like, let's say a Dragoon shot that it comes out for a while. So you can push through mines, but you've got to be careful. That is just so funny. Look at this spot.
Yeah, and actually what you say is, wow, that was amazing that didn't hit. That was what? That doesn't even make sense, that one. What? Yeah, okay, so JYJ is just one of the blessed Terrans who can attack, move randomly through a minefield and do all the mines well. So that's good to know. But yeah, you like you were saying, for hitting things that come up, some things have projectiles. Like the Vulture throws a grenade out and the grenade has to actually connect, right? A Dragoon shoots out a little ball and like the ball actually has to connect to do the damage. So what it comes down to, Goliaths are very good because they lock on right away when it pops up, so they actually are the best. Tanks take a long time to lock on to anything, so they actually, it's harder to kill the mines with those. Okay,
Nice.
So, yeah,
another moment, he just gets it. All right. But I think Sharp has a better ground and pound army. Am I right about that?
He does. He has counterattack potential. He has potential for mines to catch JYJ off guard, even though JYJ seems to think he's a golden god and will never get hit by a mine. Eventually, he probably will. So, like, the thing is,
he's moving through these minefields like he's Daredevil right now. It's
yeah. I mean, that's a strat. Some people do that, and then sometimes the mines hit them and they lose the game, and sometimes they just win the game. But
one of the best ways to play it is to hyperstack mines, so that you have like 4 all together, because then there's just not enough time to shoot everything down.
Now look at this. JYJ is trying to push forward. He has that 4 factory, so gets up here, but with 5 tanks in siege mode, just a little bit of targeting. We should see a hold here from Sharp.
Ooh, this is pretty nasty.
That was some good mines.
That's right, where you can't quite get anything, and
Damn.
JYJ wins that fight hugely.
Yeah, busts him right up there, and he has 1 additional factory over Sharp. So this is suddenly a terrible position for Sharp, right? If he holds on there, then it's actually a good position, and now instead, JYJ might actually just win at this point.
Yeah, this could actually snowball. If he could just body block this with a few more mines. You know, we were talking about how fast they can shoot down mines, but when there's that many vultures, really can't do that much. And I'm not sure. This may be fatal here.
Well, he's going to do so much damage that it's going to feel fatal, whether it is or not.
Yeah, he's just gotten right behind us. Oh, that's his SCV repairing. That's funny.
Yeah.
And he's also got the first shot off. Now, more vultures are going to come up here. Oh, wow, and that doesn't block. I thought that blocked, dude.
Yeah, this is going from bad to worse right now. Sharp might just GG.
Oh,
he's honestly, he's taken too much damage. Like,
JYJ could get out of this group first?
It is a possibility. He has pretty good TBT.
I know Artosis, but this is a group with Sharp.
I know.
And Best.
And Soma. Yeah.
I mean, that's not a betting man, but if I was, I would have bet on this and bet that he didn't get out first.
Yeah.
My God.
Well, it's 1 game out of the 3.
Damn, that's impressive. Great control there by JYJ. Daredevil versus Mines.
I know.
If it's raining, he can't fight the mines, but other than that...
Wait, no. You're getting it backwards. Rain makes him even more powerful because he hears the raindrops hitting things.
I'm not a comic book nerd. I don't know.
I'm not either. I mean...
I'm kind of a comic book nerd, actually. But, so if he's raining, I'm trying to think of the senses get better. That would make sense.
Yeah. No, because it makes sound as it like bounces off.
Yeah, the sound bounces off everything.
Yeah, listen. I can't think of the actor's name now.
If our
what is that terrible actor?
What do you mean? Which one's the terrible actor?
No, the guy that plays Daredevil in the movie.
I don't know.
You know, he's the guy that played Batman in Batman vs Superman. He's
Ben Affleck.
Oh yeah, Ben Affleck. Okay.
He wasn't Daredevil.
He was in the original one.
Ooh, okay, I didn't see the original one. Yeah. I just saw the Netflix one.
Oh, God.
I got like 3 episodes in. I'm like, I cannot do this.
That's when you know you're watching too much TV, Taste. This is when you watch Netflix superhero.
It's true.
Just rewatch the ASL
That's
VODs,
when my
guys.
hands were hurting. I couldn't play games, and I'm like, I guess I'll try this show out.
Yeah. Anyways, this is like the amount that JYJ is ahead. He has mines everywhere. He already has his 3rd base up, and he has a contain on. This is like infinity ahead.
Yeah, this is a pretty pronounced lead, to say the least. And especially when you get a lead right in that mid-game like that, you get so ahead as far as expansion and control goes. Really, to screw up mid-game TBT is such a disaster.
Well, there's just like this kind of like little mini thing that happens in Terran versus Terran. If your opponent goes for a faster expansion than you, like if they go gasless against a factory expansion, if you lose your army 1 time somewhere in the beginning of the game, you can't win. Because your actual advantage is your factory is up faster, but your economy is lower. So if you ever actually lose your army, now you're behind in both, and that's unforgivable.
Right.
Like you just don't come back from something like that, unfortunately.
And I love the banking of the Wraiths back here. This is a good way to basically blindside the other side, even though they know that Wraith is a threat. It's almost like Terran having to deal with carriers or something like that. It's like another tech that can blindside the other side. And again, an insufficient number of tanks here. I mean, the Vultures kind of roam free here and get to lay mines here and there and basically pick off everything else, even shooting down that last tank, leaving plenty of mines to, worry about there in that position. And it looks like these Wraiths are going to come up to hit these tanks that are over here at the 3rd base as JYJ secures his 4th.
Yeah, I mean, between the Wraiths, plus he has map control and Vultures out, there's like two Goliaths for Sharp right now. But, yeah, I mean, Sharp could honestly GG at any time, and I could not judge him for it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just he's down 40 supply right now, Tastosis.
Right. Well, I don't blame him for fighting back. If he got that dropship, that'd be huge.
He's going to get that.
Dropship was one of the only outs he had here. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's going to kill, like, so many SCVs. And the thing is, you're forcing, like, turrets plus, like, 6 Goliaths here. So that's even less ground units. Yeah, there's the GG. Like, when you see the race, when you're already that far behind, there's almost just, there's nothing left.
Masterfully done by JYJ. Quick little note there, in case you're wondering why the Wraiths didn't attack the armory that's upgrading. Wraiths are like vultures. They can't really kill buildings. Not fast.
No.
And so it's better off to kill attacking units. Sharp, you know, after a long uphill fight where he overcame Best, he got shot down in game 1 here with JYJ.
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit positionally poor. Like, with 5 tanks in siege mode, 3 factories reinforcing mines on the map, I felt like he should have been able to hold on to that first push. It was not the scariest push from JYJ, but JYJ did micro it very well. He kind of caught Sharp and got some extra damage on while he was retreating, so he wasn't in a great siege position. And JYJ jumped on him and just got him. You know, he had a very modern build to go against Sharp, so put all these things together, and good job by JYJ. Leads 1-0, but that is not the end of Sharp. He is still a very strong Terran versus Terran player.
But obviously, he's also really hungry to get out of this group now, not later.
Yeah.
I mean, both of the opponents that would await him potentially here, if he were to lose just to go to the final match, Soma or Best, I think you want to try to beat JYJ now. Let's see if he can do it. So far, JYJ with a 1-0 lead. Let's go.
All right, we have Sharp in the top right.
On our map, Fight Club.
In the top left, JYJ. Yeah, Fighting Spirit, man. So, TVT Fighting Spirit, there's 2 things that can occur. One of the players dominates the other. 2, we split the map and go to battle cruisers. This map is very small and very thin in the center, like with those walls and everything. It's very easy to set up contains.
It's especially small in the matchup TVT. That might sound weird, but certain maps have certain feels as far as size go.
Yeah.
Certain matchups. And the very center of this map, and I think in some ways this map was sort of modeled off of Lost Temple. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Kind of the idea.
A cleaned up... Lost Temple always had, in fact, a temple in the center and some walls around there. But it is, in Terran vs. Terran specifically, having those obstructions there from left to right makes the map a lot more limited and constricted in this matchup.
Yeah, and contains can just be really, really strong. Also, you can just set up tank lines across the entire map. You know, this map definitely can turn into mass turret tank into battle cruiser. That's like a real thing. It's not that hard to split the map. But of course, if you get an edge and you get the containment up, then the only thing you basically need to do at that point is stop their one-off play, right? Because like if you get a contain up on your opponent because of the way that the little bridge goes over, it's too thin. Like we see that bridge right there. If you have a containment on the other side of it, you can't break through.
Yeah.
So you get like basically one move where you're like, I'm going to sneakily go Wraiths, or I'm going to go 4 dropships real quick. And if that gets stopped, you're destroyed. So there's like a lot of scuffles for position in the center, and we just have to see where those land, right? That's a lot of times what decides it. Either it's pretty even and we're going to go to a long game, or, you know, someone gets wrecked.
The only thing that could counter the split map situation here that I think you're pretty confident could happen, and it very well may happen, is if somebody gets the middle and it's still split.
Yeah, the middle, like, every inch on this map matters. Every inch.
Every
like,
centimeter.
Yeah, because of that center base especially, because you can, like, split the map. So you have 2 mains, 2 naturals, and 2 thirds, right? But then the center does matter. So if you have it far enough over that you can mine from the center, your opponent must break that.
Right.
So yeah, it's just like, well, let's wait and see, you know, because who knows? Maybe this just turns into a slugfest early on and someone's able to come out on top. This is a map because you're very close rush distances in these spots. Sometimes you see tank vulture openings after the command center. With lots of micro there, you're kind of using the tanks to try to zone everything out and lay your own mines, you know, get some hits off on your opponent's tank and maybe roll over them right away. Also, I guess it should be noted, positionally, like, Sharp's spot is a little bit stronger than JYJ's for containment purposes because 12 is more on Sharp's side. But the barracks has a funny land position that can block rotation of units from Sharp. So if it turns into Vulture versus Vulture, that might be a strong move.
So it's going to be the second Vulture made here for Sharp.
Yeah, and there's always that kind of funny mini game, right? How many Vultures are you going to make before that add-on?
Now, especially in this matchup, I'm not really up to date with the ins and the outs, especially leading up into mid-game here, but... Oh, that's cute.
Oh, but he's making a huge mistake, Tasteless.
What?
Now, that's a great move if your opponent goes Vulture and sends it out because you're under a tree, so he'll miss half his shots.
Let me expand on that for a second, because a lot of people actually don't know this. You will miss shots under trees sometimes.
Yeah, and I actually can't remember if it's 50% or 30%.
30%, I think.
Okay, because that's what missed chance was supposed to be. But anyways, JYJ gets a tank out first. So here's the thing. If you go 2 Vultures before your add-on, your opponent goes tank and sends the tank across the map, you're in big trouble. But if you go Vulture and send it across the map when your opponent went tank, you actually delay the command center, you kill the Marine, and you're actually ahead. So here he was trying to wait for an opposing Vulture. A Vulture never came. A tank came out, so JYJ had a super clean opening. And now he has 2 tanks. Remember that tank Vulture scuffle I was talking about?
Right.
He's going to be ahead with that. Like, he has 2 tanks. Sharp does not.
I remember, I think it was my brother found in the Prima strategy guide when we were like kids.
Yeah.
That was like back when occasionally you like we got the game. Oh my God, he has it on his bookshelf. Or Toast has it on his bookshelf. Get past the book over here. I swear we found this in the strategy guide or something that obstructions would cause stuff to miss and we didn't believe it, and then we tested it out on a map like this and we discovered that they will sometimes miss under trees.
Look at this now. He is trying to lay these mines out. Oh, and he nails that mine. So look at him bully him back with these 2 tanks. And this is just what I was talking about, right? Like, right now, Sharp is trying to lay these mines down. He has been a bit undone trying to make that tactic work early on. Let's see if he can push back. He has 2 tanks now.
This mine could be so important here if these tanks bank to the side. They haven't yet. Whoa.
Yeah, and it looks like Sharp actually pushes everything back really well, gets a couple extra shots there, but more Vultures coming up now.
Yeah,
now he's going to drag him back. That's his mine right there. So if he can drag the tank through that, that's really strong. But JYJ, I think, knows that mine is there as well.
Yeah, there's this other little mini game of having to memorize where every mine is laid before you have detection. So important.
Yeah, and these tank scuffles just, like, this little thing you're watching is so incredibly important, like who gets into a better position, right? And they both are like utilizing their Vultures. The Vultures can do things like run-bys. They can lay those mines. If you get a run-by and kill SCVs, that's huge. If you can reduce your opponent's Vultures, that means you're going to retain that map control. We have basically right now, JYJ has more map, and that matters as well. Like, what if he gets siege mode and starts sieging here? Suddenly, you have to go way around to do anything.
Seems like Sharp's going to try to fight back. The mine stacking is a real threat here. 2 tanks, if enough mines pop up at once, 2 tanks can't just fight that.
A lot of Vultures coming down here right now. We don't really have mines down here for JYJ, so he needs to pull back from this area. This area is not going to work out for him very well. Now, Sharp doesn't know that there's no mines. So JYJ actually sat there for a second. If you immediately run back there, that might actually tell him that you don't have mines.
Ooh, I like what you said.
I just thought of that because, like, I can see there's no mines, but Sharp has no idea.
Yeah, if you see them pull away immediately, it's like, what's going on here, man?
Yeah. Thing is, like a weak player might do that, but a very high level player, you know, would want to battle around the mines and try to get you to right click his tank or something that moves everything. Now we have a lot of vultures coming from the bottom here for JYJ. Looks like Sharp has maybe one more right there. So he would dominate that battle because Vulture versus Vulture is similar to Muta versus Muta.
Or Ling versus Ling, where,
Yeah.
you know, if you start to get the upper hand, you'll close it out very quickly.
Yeah, yeah. So that was good for Sharp. Both sides, I think, have 4 factories. And, of course, the Academy's coming up. They have to clear mines on each side. But you see, the blue is further to the right. Right? This is one of those Dragon Ball Z fights where both sides are, like, shooting at each other for a whole episode.
Yeah.
And it's, like, slightly going in one direction. That's a big deal. Except much slower.
They're just staring each other down and talking about how powerful they are.
Yeah. And honestly, like, I mean, Sharp is just sitting there with his mouth open, but I guarantee you behind that mask, JYJ is going, ah!
His jaw is detached like a python. So far open. This is, by the way, if this doesn't go anywhere, this is how the map gets cut in half. Is a no man's land is organically made.
Yeah. Okay, he sieges.
Yeah.
This is almost exactly the center of the map.
Yep.
Did I
We were
tell you,
talking about.
Tasteless?
Oh, you said it, Artosis.
No, this is definitely something that happens. And where he sieged, this kind of shows you why I mentioned that Sharp side of the map or the mid-game portion is a bit stronger, right? Because 12 o'clock going to be hard for him to take. Now look at this. JYJ comes down, heads him off in this area, and he's kind of preemptively taking over this area because if Sharp could get a diagonal contain and cut off towards the natural bottom left, that would be a move that will quickly win the game because you can't get enough bases, right? You'll get very cost inefficient trying to break through that. So JYJ's heading that off. He's removing these mines. He's trying to get forward.
Didn't notice how low those tanks were. This could be a mistake here by JYJ. This is going to get flooded. Vultures are not great at shooting down tanks, but when they're that low, they can easily take a fight. And now we might see the noose begin to tighten here if Shark can keep this up. Because although there's a no man's land just above the center part of the map here, the lower left quadrant of the map is really kind of out of control here.
Yeah.
You have some tanks being set up, but things can get worse from here. Keep in mind, Sharp has access to the bottom left. He can deny growth in that direction.
Yeah, Sharp is definitely leading right now. JYJ has his third up a little bit quicker, but it doesn't really matter that much in Terran versus Terran, especially in a game that's turning into mass contains.
Yeah.
If you have a base up a little bit quicker, it's not a big deal. And we have Sharp taking his now. He's getting his third gas, which is very important for his tank and +2 production. And just look at the mini-map. You see more red on the left and you see blue on the right.
Yeah, and the blue that you do see on the right is just mines, and they may or may not have any impact here, depending on what's moving through there. And again, vultures don't set off mines, so if there's any big movement there with lots of tanks, they're probably going to shoot it down.
Yeah, and games like this, it matters what type of map you get if you get a game like this, but Fighting Spirit and older maps generally would look like this a lot, which is kind of why this has been likened a lot, Terran versus Terran, to the game Go. Right? If you look at that minimap, you can kind of see it, right? Like, you see these battles for territory, and honestly, like I mentioned, on a map like this that is easily split, battles for territory are more important than anything else.
Okay, another fight comes in here. And, you know, these vultures are not in front of the tanks, and so the vultures of Sharps can rain down a lot of damage. Greatly done back there, using the vulture to spot, flick a little bit more damage on, and then whip away. Now, nobody has +1 attack. Is that correct?
I'm unsure.
Oh,
yeah, JYJ looks
JYJ
like he
does.
has it
I believe
now.
Sharp does not. Which is
He'll probably
surprising.
have it pretty soon.
And the reason why that matters is whoever gets +2 first is going to have a window of time where their damage is going to be bananas.
+2, very, very important.
You can, with 2 siege tanks, 1 shot another siege tank.
Yeah, basically 2 siege shots to kill a tank, and that's like one of the biggest differences in the whole game.
And the whole, this entire matchup is about tanks trying to cut off other tanks and control a territory.
Basically, if you have +2 before your opponent, you can attack and do much better. And then if your opponent has +2, you look at that and the whole game changes. And you're like, okay, well, I can't attack unless I'm really overwhelming now.
So there is a drop coming up here. I don't know if that area in the 3 o'clock spot is even that well defended.
Oh yeah, I don't think he has
there's nothing there.
really much of anything.
Yeah.
One turret. So, like, maybe he loses the drop ship, but should be able to get some SCVs here, which is kind of nice. Okay, drops just 2 off, so 2 gonna go to the main as well. Just kind of taxing the multitasking here of Sharp. JYJ does have a bit more supply. He's macroing very, very well. He is a mechanical Terran overall. So kind of cool to see him utilizing this. But again, you know, Sharp is actually fine in this game. Moves like this are good, but it's not the end of the world to lose some SCVs at this point. It has much more to do with holding positions, making sure that you get +2, right? Like, and just making strong, cost-efficient moves rather than necessarily keeping all your SCVs alive.
Okay, here we go. Another big push down here. And this is actually where JYJ can basically sweep this army here in the south. And this position as well. They're both going to be getting access to the bottom left mains as expanding is going to shoot downward here. It is unclear, though, who's going to take 12 and who's going to take 6.
Yeah. It feels like JYJ is taking over that area with 6, which is incredibly crucial if Sharp gets 12. Because if you just get one more base in TVT, that will decide the game.
Yeah, I mean that's all it takes, right?
Yeah. You can't overcome that cost efficiency if your opponent's sieged up with one more base. You can both go BC and he just gets more.
Okay, there's going to be a drop coming down here towards the bottom left. Very important moment. Are those his mines?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Big spot there.
Did JYJ see that?
Yeah, we don't know. It looks like he... Oh, maybe
If
not.
those go to the bottom left, he might have. I don't think he saw it, but I don't know. Well, now he knows, so he will be sending those units down here no matter what.
Oh, these mines, though. He's got to be careful.
Oh, that was a great scan. Oh, still gets hit. LOL.
Yeah, and here comes the drop. Drops are the best way to counter drops, by the way.
Yeah, pretty much.
You drop wherever they drop. It makes me think of back when, I mean, I haven't talked to Yosh in, like, well over a decade, but I remember him just saying, like, my trick is I just never attack first. I wait for them to drop me, and then I drop that, and then I start playing from there.
That's a filthy way to play, but very strong.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
It's very cowardly, but very, very difficult to stop.
Makes sense, yeah.
No,
it's well, this is one of the weird things about this matchup is that, you know, it just becomes less and less accessible on certain spots, right?
Well, it's the easiest to defend, right? Like, you have the biggest defender's advantage.
Right.
Like, siege tanks just wreck other siege tanks. So, you see that counter drop once again, like you mentioned. The mines laid there were actually awesome. That was so good by JYJ. Whenever you can utilize vultures like that to kill off gas units, you feel pretty good.
Okay, I couldn't see what's going on. I'm like, that's gonna shoot, right?
Yeah. JYJ's macro looking very, very strong. Sharp doesn't have that many tanks up here.
And frankly, I think JYJ looking a little bit stronger overall.
Yeah, he does. He looks a bit better.
To be honest, yeah. Like, this push coming through here is something else as well. And he's doing a really good job. We don't see it here, but he's grabbing each of these tanks and selecting down other tanks so that there's no shots wasted here. The barracks goes down. I don't know if there was another barracks made, but...
Doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have enough factories right now. You're not really looking to roll through. At this point, Sharp basically needs to shore up his defenses and get half the map under his control.
It does seem like Sharp still could take both 12 and 6. Maybe 6.
Well,
not
the thing
so
is,
much.
yeah, like, if you're set up perfectly, the thing, like, we're at 175 supply for both sides, but there's still a lot of vultures and Goliaths on the map. So you can't take the whole map contained yet. As the vultures start to really disappear, as the Goliaths get replaced with missile turrets a little bit more, then you can actually do things like take 12 and 6, right? Because then you have so many tanks that you just can't be broken. Whereas if you have, you know, still 20 supplying vultures and 20 supplying Goliaths or something, it's like, oh, okay, you can still be broken.
So, what is the game plan here? I mean, I think we're going to get to battle cruisers, right?
Well, what they're doing right now, I don't think either player wants to go to battlecruiser. It takes a real sick mind to want to go to a battlecruiser endgame, okay? But it's kind of like the, okay, we have to go battlecruiser moment, and it hasn't occurred quite yet.
Yeah,
they're still trying to make something else happen.
A bit of a back and forth here, and where they could maybe take fights or do damage. Sharp, I think with really great control, just cleans up that area here at the top.
Yeah,
Getting that science facility is a pretty big deal as well here.
Yeah, that's really annoying to have to deal with. Of course, he can remake it, but Sharp starting to look like he might get a decent contain off. Oh my god, a big drop going towards the bottom left.
He's got
but a lot of dropships coming in, and we have SCVs, so this should be broken by JYJ.
These are not unloading, they bugged.
Oh god.
That's annoying. Yeah, if you click all the drop ships at once to unload in one spot, sometimes they don't do it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
It's why when you fly in, you grab each drop ship and you click unload on the moving drop ship on top of itself. And Sharp, I mean, talk about punching back and punching back hard. Our observer can barely even keep up with the amount of damage that's being dealt here.
Yeah, and JYJ is actually pushing into the bottom right now. He's gonna wreck an expansion as well. But yeah, you see, when you still have this much action, it's not PC time yet. Like, there's still a lot of play and jockeying for position, killing off bases, killing off SCVs. When it really slows down and there's no more options left for moves like these, that's when you see the switch into Battlecruiser. That's the appropriate time.
He's still pushing into this spot on the left. It's kind of crazy. The bottom right main is at risk of having all the SCVs killed. I don't see a lot to defend here from Sharp. You know, he reached out pretty far and did quite an incredible amount of damage, but you know, can he reclaim this? Can he win this area back here?
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can.
Lots of positions on the map basically in shambles right now. Again, drops the drop. I guess that wasn't a drop, that was a push, but you get it. Drop wherever they're attacking. They get enough momentum to start to drop them back.
I wasn't going to argue with you. I thought it was a drop, too. There's been so many at this point.
Yeah.
I'm like, how else would units get down there? It's like, oh, yeah, no, he did push like 3 units down there somehow.
Sharp now pushing towards the south. Yeah, this may actually never go to battle cruisers if he can push in any more efficiently.
Yeah, you can see Sharp continues to have mostly control of the center of the map, so he can hit multiple locations. He does have a bit more supply.
It seems like Sharp is beginning to win the positional play.
Yeah.
He actually has a surround on the factory source. I don't know if this is right, but I wouldn't mind seeing him lay down a lot more turrets and ring out the production facilities.
If it slows down at all, he should go mass turret. But right now, like repositioning, keeping your advantage here, countering where his dropships are going, those are the important things. Missile turrets, you have to send the SCVs over. It's very micro-intensive and very focus-intensive, attention-intensive to get those up, right? So you can't just get them down too easily. All right, he moves up here, a little battle over 12 o'clock. You can see all these places are so highly contested right now.
That's
you get one more base, and that's going to be that. And the thing is, with the types of upgrades they have and the production they have, if you slow down anywhere, your opponent might secure it indefinitely.
The turrets are coming down here, but the drop's going to get there before that. I don't know what exactly is in here. I saw tanks on the outside of the main, but...
Oh, that's a lot from Sharp.
Yeah.
That's hard to clean.
Yeah, and he could spread this pretty nicely and basically punt this command center out of there. But the drop on the drop!
Oh, but look at this. The Goliaths go to catch it. He's scanning it as it comes in. Ranged Goliaths with +2 or +3 will gun down at least 2 of those before they unload.
Yeah, and with 2 of them down, you'd probably actually win the fight if you unsieged in time.
It gets so cost inefficient.
Well, that's another thing, too, is in TVT, Goliaths with these kinds of upgrades, you know, on their missiles, they will just obliterate dropships if you're fast enough.
Well, here comes a big drop into Sharp's bottom right. JYJ fighting back strongly. Needs to erase that tank. Looks like he will. Still has a couple Goliaths. It's actually really important to keep a certain number of Goliaths alive with these so that dropships can't come in and just carpet bomb everything for free. You want to make it, again, as cost efficient or inefficient for your opponent as you possibly can.
There's a fascinating game unfolding here with Sharp taking the top and the middle.
Yeah.
It's no longer a split map. It's becoming a weird outpostish game, but
they are hurting each other so much this game. It's crazy to see, and like watching them try to figure out like what is the correct next move.
Yeah. Okay, JYJ pushes up further. This is still a game that could go either way. he's going to end up
Oh,
killing
he just
off that
can't
trip.
unload whatever's left there, man. It's just not going to happen. All right, the SCV's coming down and picking off what they can there.
How many SCVs are left for Sharp? I don't think it could be that many.
It's
right
not
now.
many at all.
He's lost so many locations. I think JYJ should have more workers. I think they're all concentrated at this natural location that's going to get pushed. But
yeah, his natural actually has a lot of workers left over as well. But Sharp does have a lot in the mid, which is his only base he's actually mining from now. Kind of in a hilarious turn of fate here. The middle base is the one that's keeping him alive.
What a great TBT this has been.
Yeah, it really has been. Ooh, a very good mine hit right there. More tanks coming in. He's got to defend this. Sharp can't lose his base, or like I think he's going to lose the game if he does, right?
I think you're right. I think if he can't handle this, he'll never recover.
We're sending his SCVs up to fight.
This is okay, by the way, to send SCVs. I know it's not ideal when they have gas in their hands, but...
Oh, no, then they look like Banelings tasteless, and the tanks freak out.
So I'm going to pour this radioactive material on you.
Ooh, a scan there is amazing.
This is insane. Both players basically have one base mining.
Yeah.
And neither is in a convenient location. One is in the middle of the map under constant pressure. The other was here, but has been forced to lift. I think Sharp is close to the closer here.
Yeah.
One of the better TVTs I've ever casted, honestly. It's been just such a ride, man. Look at how all over the place this game has been. And I think just barely, as this last fight is won, and as JYJ is pushed back from that bridge area and from the middle of the map, I think that basically Sharp gets the contain, and that's it. GG.
All right, quite a brawl there. Awesome game to see, and I'm so happy that they battled that well against each other, because it felt like it could have ended if anyone made a wrong move a lot earlier.
Yeah. Quite the game.
Yeah, Sharp showing that he can keep up with it. Some great maneuvers. JYJ, I mean, he macroed very, very well, but was not quite able to be as effective clearing out some of these big moves from Sharp towards his natural. I think that was the moment where Sharp really started to gain control, is where he moved up and put the containment on, because then JYJ for the rest of the game basically was running around with dropships as opposed to armies. And anytime you can force your opponent to use dropships where you're walking, that's a really good thing for you.
We're going to go to Polaris Rhapsody for the third game. Such an intense TVT. I think this is, a TVT that you can really appreciate why the matchup's so difficult, so complicated. Only one player moves on to be the first survivor of Group B. Sharp versus JYJ is going to be settled right here, right now.
Sharp in that top left, and JYJ in the bottom right. All right, Polaris Rhapsody, man.
Yeah, this map in TVT, I mean, are there any points that you really need to be in control over, or things you want to watch out for? Because TVT, as much as most of StarCraft is about expansion, TVT is oftentimes even more so about little parts of the map, like little high ground areas, little narrow bottlenecks.
Well, you do have those little bridges, those little long, thin bridges, which basically you can't move a Terran army over in TVT. A single siege tank can hold off like 400 supply there. So you got to be careful about that. You do have the high ground above the mineral third, but of course mineral thirds are not as good as gas thirds. If you can take one of the corners, that's amazing with double gas, of course. But yeah, I think it's going to have to do heavily with map control. I think vultures early on are going to be extremely crucial here, because there's so many different paths and so many switches in elevation. And anytime you have those, if you lay mines everywhere, first off, you see where they're moving. And second off, like a lot of these situations where you see like JYJ in the first game moving through the minefield and killing the mines, try to do that up a ramp. It's not going to work. It doesn't matter how blessed you are. The mines are going to connect.
It's one of the funnier things that I think isn't really appreciated between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 because I think a lot of players that talk about the games or both the games haven't experienced one or the other enough to know like the difference in how ramps play a role. Ramps in StarCraft 1 are so insane on how they sculpt the way a game is played and what the outcomes can be.
Choke point plus elevation.
Yeah.
What?
Plus chance to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like with spider mines, they pop up in StarCraft 2. You can fire if you can see up a ramp, you can fire up a ramp.
Yeah.
And if you can fire up a ramp, you will not miss. StarCraft 1 has this funny. There's always this tiniest chance to miss, like 1 out of 250 or something like that.
Yeah.
But then when you're up a ramp, what is the percent?
50%. It's like
50%
49 point something percent to
So
miss.
just for our purposes, 50.
Yeah.
50% chance to miss firing up a ramp. Now, when you think of how much damage can be done quickly in StarCraft 1, like a Reaver firing or a Spider Mine popping up, the fact you can miss a shot means that so often you just can't fight at a ramp. You just can't do it. If you're on the low ground, it's insane.
Yeah, high ground advantages are gigantic.
And if it's a small ramp, in this case, this map has what we call, I guess, big or medium-sized ramps. But if it's a small ramp, too, it's hard enough to even get your units up and down it. So it is one of the things that I think has basically kept the game extremely balanced, is because the mechanical demands are so high to do everything. The game can't be streamlined. We even saw, like, in the Best versus Sharp game, a lot of errors on both sides, especially Best.
Yeah.
Because you can't keep up.
Yeah, you don't get perfect games here. It does not occur, and that's the beauty of it, right? Like that's why everyone has such different skill levels, and why anyone can get as good as they want, basically.
I was also thinking, really, you can understand StarCraft, but can you play it? It's kind of like knowing how to play an instrument. Like, you can have an appreciation for music, but to be able to play it is a different thing. And I mean, there's a couple other esports titles that are sort of like this, but I think none are so obvious as StarCraft. Like, you can watch somebody who plays and immediately say, "Oh, okay, you can or you cannot play."
Yeah, that's it. It's kind of funny that you say it like that, but yeah, you can do that. Like, if you see someone play in person or even just like watch a replay, you'd be like, "Oh, this person doesn't know what they're doing," or "This person actually plays the game."
Yeah. Or even look at
it's kind of like if you see me on a guitar. You see me on a guitar, you're like, "Yeah, no, he's never even touched a guitar before."
Yeah, he can't hold.
He's
it
heard
right
plenty of guitar music, but he's never touched one.
Yeah. Or even when you get to somebody like us and roughly what we look like when we play, and then you look at like Flash, and it's like, oh, he's like, I don't know, Dragon Force or one of those guys who's like really good with the guitar.
Dragon Force is what came to your mind. I love that so much, Tastosis. I really appreciate you as a person. Okay, so Scout's right there with the barracks, and this is a very interesting build from Sharp. He's going 1 starport, and it's against 3 factory Vulture. So it's actually a good build against this. And notice that he did a wall. That wall is just to keep Vultures out. He has a tank behind it. It basically nullifies Vulture counters. And you generally skip getting your armory when you go 3 factory Vulture. Like, 3 factory Vulture is meant to counter, like, anything safe, basically. It gives you map control, right? So you're trying to skimp as much as you can. Now, if it's like a proxy starport, you actually end up getting tons of SCVs against 3 factory Vulture. Here, he scouted it with his barracks relatively quickly, so the armory's done. Goliath is going to be out in about 20 seconds. That's fine. He's going to still get scouting done. He's forcing Goliaths instead of anything else. He can add his own factories. Hell, he can go Vulture if he wants. The thing is, he's forcing a certain reaction here out of JYJ. So, Sharp basically hit what he wanted to hit with this. So far, I think you have to look at it. And the thing is, I don't think that JYJ is, like, in trouble. But this is what Sharp was hoping to see.
Well, his strategy is run up against a wall. And this will happen. You'll open up with a couple of ideas and some ways that you could give yourself a big opportunity. And then you see what they're doing, and it's just not going to work, right? It doesn't mean that you're losing, but it's not good for you. You're going to have to find another way to take advantage of this.
And, I mean, you can see JYJ, he's flexing as much as he can against this. He's getting an Academy so that he can scan in case there's Cloak. He's laid mines all over the place. Of course, he's getting right back into his SCV production. Sometimes with 3 Factory Vulture, you end up skipping a few SCVs here and there. And, yeah, I mean, he's getting into most likely, like, Siege mode and Goliath range here. So he's going to have to go with, like, kind of that middle-of-the-road army, that kind of defensive army to counter everything. So Sharp has actually done a great job of slowing this down into the type of game he plays more, right? Less Vulture, more Tank Goliath. That's Sharp's domain.
Yeah, this is where we know he's at his best. It's funny, the Wraith is a problem when it starts to harass you, but it takes so long to kill anything.
It really does.
Air to ground. So that Wraith is going to get away. Of course, the Wraith, far superior air to air, is really where it's a threat. But regardless of that, it is still in some ways, the most, maybe actually the most brittle unit in the game for how much it costs.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so. Maybe Infested Terran, if we're going to count that one.
The Templars, but they're supposed to be brittle, or you know what I mean? But no, actually, no. Wraith is more brittle because it's an attack, and Templar cast spells, a Vessel cast spells.
Oh,
a
Vessel's
Defiler,
way stronger than a Wraith, man.
And a Defiler is indestructible with its armor, man.
Oh, yeah, no, Defiler's
There's so many moments I've tried to kill a Defiler and it gets away with 1 HP, and I'm like, again.
Multiple times every day, I just, like, target a Defiler, and I'm just in shock.
There's, like,
again,
all these
that
Marines stemmed and chasing it, and it's so close.
And it just gets away.
And you know that the Zerg isn't microing it. It's doing something else and not watching.
Yeah, and it just runs away by itself.
The Defiler micros itself away. It's like,
Yeah.
ow, ow,
Yeah.
ow, ow, I'm behind the sunken colony.
They come back, and they don't even know it's damaged, and they just eat a couple Zerglings and screw you up. Totally tasteless. I'm glad we can bond over the Defiler.
We can definitely bond over the Defiler, just not a killable unit. Now, we cannot really have split map on this, right?
Oh, a split map would be so complicated. If you're asking if it's a BC map, it is not.
It's not, right?
It is not a map. If you see BCs on here, it is the weirdest game ever.
Okay.
But yeah, this map, there's just no clear line, right? There's like too many terrain changes and crazy things that can happen. A lot of the map is not buildable for turrets. It's just like not a map that gets split easily. Now, JYJ took that gas expand over on the right side of the map. If Sharp gets wind that that's over there, he will kill all the SCVs in it. So JYJ has taken a bit of a risk here, but I guess it's going to pay off. Sharp not finding it. But Sharp actually going for a bit of a counterattack here. He's going to try to take over this high ground. Will bust that tank, keeps most of his army alive. Does find this base. And for Sharp now, he's going to decide, like, ooh, do I try to punish that later? Do I keep moving? JYJ, I think he might need to just bring these units home to defend.
I thought for a second that the JYJ's army was Sharp, and I'm like, can you, like, siege up outside that third and hit that? How did that get over there? Sorry. He's coming up onto this high ground area. Now, I guess, if I understand this correctly, Sharp's not that worried about counterattacks. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, he's the one actually putting on the damage right now. If JYJ, like, I guess he could send units across the map, but that's units he doesn't have to defend.
Oh, the Wraith goes down.
Yeah, this is a lot of tanks pushing forward on him.
So is the threat here really just that these tanks are close to the exit? Is that the idea of an attack like this?
If you siege up in front of there, then he can't get out. Like, it's so hard to break lines like that, and you can be so efficient. Also, don't forget, like, he's drawing units over here. He might be able to do an attack over onto the third base of JYJ now. JYJ's had that for a long time.
Yeah, JYJ did get his base up earlier, but that really allowed Sharp to come out on the map and try to take some fights he wouldn't normally otherwise be able to take.
And you can see how these two have decided to dice this map up, where JYJ is going to stay more on the right and Sharp is going to stay more on the left.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes for an interesting thing where your defensive force, this high ground that we're looking at JYJ crawling onto, that is going to be a very important area as he tries to expand towards top right where there's a double geyser. See?
There's the bottom left base being taken.
Yeah,
overall, it does appear that Sharp has much more control over the map. even though that fight was held, and this is where we talk more about positions on a map than even expansions, because, you know, a non-Terran versus Terran familiar person might look at that and say, well, nothing really happened there, right? I mean, he didn't kill the base. No real SCVs were killed. That's not really the point. The point was it was such an important position that JYJ had to control. And it really freed up the rest of the map here for Sharp after he pulled away.
Yeah, Sharp is actually, he's got great mines throughout the map. He's taken the bottom left. He has a couple, like, placeholder siege tanks near the mineral base next to JYJ's natural. He's done a lot of, like, positioning that will give him very advanced warning of JYJ trying to go anywhere. But JYJ actually doesn't have any plans for a giant push right now. Instead, he's going to Port Wraith. So he's going to try to surprise Sharp, which is likely to happen. Sharp is spread out. Oh, God, he actually has a lot of Goliaths with his army, more than I thought I would see right now.
Yeah, that's already enough that you, if the Wraiths came out a minute or two from now, he'd still be fine.
It's kind of funny, because if you're going, like, heavy Vulture tank here as JYJ, then that Goliath tank is going to be slow to react to it, and you're going to be able to get some good positions and maybe, you know, pick him apart, like take out a base that he didn't expect. But the fact that he's going Wraith, I actually like what's going on right now for Sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I like Sharp's overall position.
I don't
know that the Wraiths are necessarily a mistake, but I don't think they're going to help either. And this is a lot of gas that maybe could have been dumped into dropships. Speaking of dropships here from Sharp.
Yeah. Well, Wraiths can be a counter to dropships as well. Like,
Sure.
like you said, you can clear dropships with dropships, but also you can just deny them with Wraiths if you really keep on top of where they're at.
It looks like he...
Oh, he might dive. Yeah, I think that's okay.
He's micro like
that's really good. Well, his micro's so good. I would have killed those Tastosis, but I would lose probably every Wraith. And he saves too. That's actually pretty awesome.
Sharp looked like he might have wanted to take the opportunity to pounce on the exit of the main, but he pulls away instead. In the meanwhile, JYJ secures the northeast part of the map. It is Sharp actually with less supply overall, but I don't know that his army is actually worse.
Yeah. JYJ is just mechanically a little bit on top of Sharp, but Sharp has an insanely strong army here. JYJ pulling back. Oh my God, he's going to roll right through those tanks. There is not enough here for JYJ.
Tanks are not good at retreating if there's anything they have to loop around. That's really where they start to become extremely weak units here.
That's for sure.
And now we have these tanks just leapfrogging here. And this is such a huge win right now for Sharp. This may carry him into a winning position in this game, to be honest.
Well, luckily, he does have this high ground that Sharp still needs to get up. So he brings 4 tanks up, and he has enough vultures. I think that he can... Oh, with that many units coming up, if you really push his Sharp, you can probably break through here. Okay, siege is up, does the scan there. There are a lot of mines he needs to move. He needs to clear those, actually, before he breaks through. See a couple mines hitting very nicely. JYJ being as efficient as he really can be with his only +1 attack.
Yeah, this is tricky. +2 is so much better than +1. We're not at that point yet here. It's +1, +1. I don't know who's closer to getting that upgrade, by the way. In a moment like this, that may be paramount for what we need to focus on here.
If JYJ had +2, he'd be feeling a lot better about this defense. As is, though, he's bringing up a lot of tanks, and you know what? As long as he holds on, there's still a chance. He needs to keep this area, though. If he loses control of the top right, the only move with enough counter potential would be killing bottom left, but he is nowhere near being able to put on an offensive like that. Now, Sharp is actually coming up here. I don't know about this for Sharp.
This, I think, is actually pretty good for Sharp.
Yeah, no, that group at the top with the flank is doing fantastic, drawing a lot of the tank fire as well. He sieges up. So little left here for JYJ. He does keep 3 tanks back there, though. Ooh, this is a big move too, Tasteless. Now he can actually reinforce a little bit quicker on those tanks.
Yeah, this is a big play here. If he can come up here and start to take control at the top.
In fact, if he can just drop on Sharp's tanks,
yeah,
that would be big.
That as well.
Or...
Oh, okay, you're going to go to the bottom left?
Sharp has a lot of warning. In fact, he's bringing his own too, so I think he'll probably be able to clear top right with what he's got over here.
But I think the bottom left is going to get cleared also.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think there's literally anything to defend other than the turret spinning in circles.
Man in the turret, he's always been
yes,
there, Tasteless.
He can only go in one direction. The man in the turret fears nothing more than going counterclockwise in that turret.
All right, Siege is up here on the third base of Sharp as well. Going to deal a ton of damage, I think.
Whoa! Big catch.
That is a big catch.
Oh my God, that is crazy! Did he get every single one?
I think one.
I think
made
one
it out.
got away with like one missile shot of a health left.
Yes, I think you're correct.
Oh
on that.
my God!
Oh man. Okay, so they have actually once again bludgeoned each other.
Yeah.
Sharp is way down in supply. Way down in supply.
I don't know that Sharp has any real utility in this game anymore. Like he really fought back hard, but I don't think he's actually getting enough resources. And you know, your supply in this case it couldn't be more important here to highlight.
Yeah. Well, you know, we've had that mineral base taken for a long time for JYJ, as well as his third base, which he took earlier. So those are very important. He's mining gas still from that base, whereas Sharp lost his bottom left command center. Sharp lost all of his SCVs at his third. So his mining is just not up to par. JYJ has more units, and he's starting to take control of the map. He's going to start clearing things now.
Yeah, he lost the dropships, but he's remade a lot of them. And I think that the way that this slugfest went down, Sharp was just rocked enough economically that JYJ was able to get back on his feet, fight back hard enough, and close it out.
Yeah, I got a little bit nervous for him with those rates, and then Sharp took some big control of the game, but never actually checked for the dropship switch, right? Like if he... I'm like having a hard time even speaking this. An hour of TVT games right in a row. Are you making fun of my accent, Tasteless?
Now I am.
But yeah, like if he had known about the dropship switch, say that 5 times fast.
If he had known about the dropship switch, oh, not easy.
Yeah,
actually.
no, it's not easy.
I've got caster mouth here too.
Yeah, caster mouth.
I've got a case of caster mouth.
Yeah. But yeah, if he had known about that, maybe he blocks it a bit better. But now Sharp is starting to get trapped in a few areas. He's trying to reinforce here. Ooh, a little bit sloppy. They're going to lose a couple tanks. Still JYJ flying around. The thing is, Sharp has a bunch of tanks trapped right behind here, which are actually not that hard to get rid of. It might actually be a good time to just get like 2 or 3 Wraiths as JYJ, because we're getting low enough economy that you can find spots for the Wraiths to do immense damage.
Yeah, not everything's covered. In fact, it's kind of a bit of a juggle here to try to keep track of everything. So he's going to have another big drop here. Now he's going to lose some turrets, but I think he's going to win the position, but hold up.
Oh, I think
drop
this is
comes
good.
in here for Sharp.
Yeah, this counter drop from Sharp plus the amount of tanks he left over really punishes JYJ.
JYJ suddenly hemorrhaging units, not really getting that much from this. He's going to try to squeak in here with these 2 tanks, the 2 vultures, maybe get range onto the command center, try to force it to lift off, denying the gas mining. But Sharp is already fighting back with 3 full drop ships of his own.
This is kind of funny looking at their economies, Tasteless. JYJ consistently out of gas, Sharp consistently out of minerals.
Oh, that's
if you put
funny.
these 2 together, we have like one player that's dead and one player that can't macro.
If we take the minerals and gas and put them together, we have suddenly 14 tanks, Tastosis.
I know, yeah.
Really something.
And that's way better than a bunch of ghosts and a bunch of vultures. Oh yeah, those are technically on a lower ground, so you can siege on the high ground. Because you don't have anything actually spotting there.
Seems like JYJ is close positionally to taking this. Sharp has fought back well, but JYJ's held his advantage, and I think these lower bases are the thing we need to focus on here. There's a chance that as time passes, JYJ can secure that as territory of his own and soak up the resources there as well.
Coming down right now, Sharp. He wants to retake that bottom left. Oh my God. Is Sharp going to clear these tanks now and take over this high ground? That would be a big move. Tasteless, that was a very important move. Now he's saved all of those tanks as well.
Yeah, this is pretty big. JYJ now going to come down here and engulf these tanks with tanks, Goliaths, and vultures of his own.
Dude, this is an insane
This
game.
is a great TBT series
I
overall.
I could watch these two play TBT forever. And
yeah.
You know what? That's exactly what I'm doing.
It truly is just like a TBT. Okay.
Oh my God. Just suiciding here on top of those tanks of JYJ. Great targeting. JYJ being about as efficient as anyone has ever been right there with those tank volleys. Oh my God. Sharp loses 1,000,000 units trying to take this and doesn't succeed.
It seems like Sharp can't quite get headway anywhere. You know, he goes down and takes a fight there, but how much did he lose in the bottom left? Then the same thing happens in the upper right.
Now we randomly have a Goliath versus Vulture battle going on. Okay.
This Terran building with the barrel in his hands. Some kind of a super SCV.
Look at that.
That's the Jesus SCV right there.
It really is. Oh my God. Oh. He's going to turn minerals into gas in a minute here.
Wow.
Look at him go.
Yeah.
Don't touch that guy.
That's
He's
a
radioactive.
holy SCV right there. He just mines the entire mineral patch. He picks it up and holds the whole mineral patch and returns it for 1.5k minerals.
It's a primitive mule right there, Tasteless.
How many minerals are on one patch?
1,500.
1,500, okay. I said that, I'm like, wait a minute, do I know what I'm talking about?
All right, once again, Sharp pushing into this area, trying to take it over. Only a couple siege tanks left, so he will be able to finally break it. JYJ coming up with some units of his own. Supply's still high enough that even though Sharp is making this strong move,
JYJ flattens it again.
Yeah, he does. But
I mean, Sharp's not going down without a fight.
The base is going to die.
Yeah, but I think this base is going to die as well. And Sharp doesn't already have that much gas. He's not going to have minerals pretty soon here, too. I think that there's just going to be more for JYJ overall.
Maybe. JYJ does look like he wants to take that 6 o'clock mineral base now. Anything. Like, anything you can get is super important.
Like, now you're trapped in here with me.
They're like, no, you're trapped with me. And then they actually, someone has to slow down. Like, listen, guys, we're all trapped together. This is a shit show, these battles. Okay, all of us are not making it out of the top right.
Mostly this war has been death, okay?
Yeah.
When it's all settled, were there ever actually any winners? We're not sure.
Yeah, it's a Pyrrhic victory one way or the other.
You better hope you were produced after 26 minutes in this game.
Okay, once again, Sharp pushing through. He's going to take this bottom left. He's been trying to clear out and retake this area for a while. More units coming up for JYJ. We don't see what it is. Okay, a few tanks sieging up. A great minefield being set up in front as well. So he's going to head this off, and that gives him access to this ramp that goes to the bottom left.
Overall, he's just mining away down here at the bottom.
And lay some offensive mines. I think you have to...
He's attacking him, Coach. Whoa! Terrans are sieging their tanks, Dad.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is. Look at this. The SCV's coming down and doing more damage than his tanks did. But JYJ going to deny this. He's sending more SCVs to the top right, but there's no command center there. It looks like he's going to start one. He's taking over control of the bottom left. He kind of has some light control on top right, and he has more supply. I think
don't know.
he's closing it out, Taste.
I think Sharp is close to dead, but he's like a cockroach, man.
He is definitely like a cockroach.
He's very hard to kill. He's crawling back out of nuclear waste and just living.
Yeah, and you know a cockroach can live for 3 days without its head, Tasteless.
Wow.
That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, he actually has no head right now. Just little feelers out there.
Yeah, but it's the good type of no head, the Buddhist type of no head.
Now, if there was an Artosis clone in here, he'd be like, but a Protoss player can live with no brain.
They thrive with no brain.
They thrive with no brain. Now, yeah, I think this is over. I think you're right. I think basically, you know, it wasn't a normal-looking TVT. In fact, it was a very hectic one.
JYJ is not properly mining right now.
Yeah, he is. He's mining from the bottom.
Okay, he does have that mineral base, you're right. And the command center in the top right is going to finish.
He can win this with just vultures now.
You think so?
Yeah, look at Sharp's gas go up. Ooh, scary. Ooh, look at all of his gas.
He's got enough gas for 3 siege tanks, Tastosis. You know how many vultures 3 siege tanks can kill? You silly, silly man. Okay, another big drop coming out from JYJ. Yeah, I mean,
this is over.
The damage is too much. It has to be. Sharp is trying his damnedest to stay alive. Look at this, more drop ships.
He's gonna fight back.
There's 2 tanks you were making fun of, Taste.
Yeah.
They're gonna save the day.
Yeah, watch this. Oh, it's not. He's mining up here. He's got tanks there. He's got 2 gases.
But Sharp has bottom left now,
But
even though it's surrounded by crap.
Those gases. Now this is over. Here it comes. This is a stake in this vampire's heart. This is a garlic stake into the heart.
He's shooting him with a
Holy
silver
water,
bullet.
garlic stake. Silver bullets for werewolves, right?
Well, to be honest, a silver bullet will probably kill a lot of things, Tastosis. I don't know. You shoot me with a rubber bullet and I'm gonna die, okay?
Someone shoots me with a silver bullet, I'm like, what, do you think I'm a werewolf? And then I bleed out and die.
That doesn't work on me. I'm not a werewolf.
Yeah.
Like, Tastosis, anything works on you. I stab you with a stake, you're like, I'm not a vampire,
That
then you
was
bleed
a
out.
shot to your liver. You're going to die. Okay, so he hits this last base here.
So Sharp now isn't mining and has like half the supply of JYJ. I think he has to be dead now.
Yeah, this is... Well, he's going to fight here. I've started to learn that I shouldn't say this is over for the 10th time. I'm sorry. I just feel like we're so close to the end here, but so back and forth. Sharp at 47 supply. This is almost everything he has. He's pushing as hard as he can onto this one base.
Look, the SCVs are coming to fight.
And this is the moral of our story, is you got to drop. Even though this isn't a drop, it's a push.
Oh my god. Useless.
Are they empty? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Pick him up! Pick him up!
Ooh, is he gonna get in the middle? There he is! Ooh, oh my god!
Spider
Look at him.
mines!
They're trying to. Oh, the SCVs are clearing spider mines! It's crazy! Oh, he drops the tank on the tank! Another tank!
There's like nothing left in this game. Drop.
Dude.
Drop.
Okay,
GG.
Woo!
All right.
JYJ advances in first place of this insane group. He is finally having his moment, Tasteless. JYJ, I mean, the Terran players have been talking about him for a bit. He's been up and coming for a while, kind of started having some breakouts in KSL, and here he is now, 2021 Season 11 of ASL, going into the round of 8 with some phenomenal play here tonight.
Impressive. Really, really impressive. I never imagined he'd be out first. I can't believe it. Again, a group with Sharp, with Best, with Soma. What? What?
You said it the best.
Huh?
What?
Hello?
Yeah.
What? I become deaf.
Is anyone there?
I become deaf and senile because JYJ advanced.
Dude, it's exciting to see new players rise up like this, honestly.
Yeah, we
need players like JYJ. We need them. Well, not we, but I need them.
I need
Tasteless.
them. Give me your Terran builds.
Dude, his macro was really phenomenal in his Terran vs. Zerg as well as his Terran vs. Terran. I mean, that's awesome. Let's go to the interview.
시즌 11 16강 B조 경기 함께하고 계십니다. 오늘의 첫 번째 8강 진출자 정영재 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
생애 첫 8강 진출의 쾌거를 이뤄내셨습니다. 와, 정말 경기가 끝나고 나서도 쉽사리 자리에서 좀 일어나지 못하시는 모습을 봤는데요. 옆에 도지영 선수와 좀 대화를 나누시는 것 같더라고요. 어떤 얘기를 좀 하셨나요?
뭐래 별말 안 했는데 축하한다고 했던 것 같고요. 기억이 잘 안 나네요. 그래서 제가 손 한번 잡아줬습니다. 기운을 주려고.
아, 오늘 물론 승리도 승리지만 정영재 선수 개인적으로도 정말 의미가 많은 승리인 것 같습니다. 일단 조지명식에서 박상현 선수에게 정말 진검승부를 제안했는데 박상현 선수를 상대로도 기어코 승리를 걷어내셨고요. 또 운영 테란 조기석 선수마저 승리를 걷어냈습니다. 오늘의 8강 진출 정영재 선수에게 좀 어떤 의미인가요?
이번 시즌 목표가 8강이긴 했는데 솔직히 인터뷰에서 말했듯이 못 올라갈 것 같다 했거든요. 근데 저도 올라갈 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 올라가서 너무 기쁘고 일단 복수한 거에 대해 너무 만족스럽네요.
박상현 선수와의 첫 번째 경기 얘기를 좀 안 해볼 수가 없을 것 같습니다. 사실 이 정영재 선수가 메딕을 포함한 마린 대거가 좀 출격을 했는데 이 뮤탈 컨트롤로 좀 막히는 모습이 있었거든요. 이후에 바로 좀 병력을 모아주고 베스를 모아주는 좀 판단을 하셨는데 막혔을 땐 좀 무슨 생각을 하셨을까요?
솔직히 저는 리플 봤을 때 제가 졌다고 생각했던 타이밍에 상대가 왔으면 분명히 졌을 거라 생각하는데 상대 실수가 있어서 운영만 가면은 제가 되게 좋은 상황이었기 때문에 그래서 솔직히 지지까지 생각하고 있었어요. 앞마당에
네.
러커가 왔을 때.
네.
근데 상대가 안아주더라고요. 그래서 이상하게 이기게 됐더라고요. 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 게임.
조기석 선수와의 태태전 1세트는 사실 굉장히 속도감 있게 정영재 선수가 승리를 가져갔습니다만 역시 조기석 선수의 후반 운영은 좀 상대를 정말 좀 힘들게 만들 만큼 굉장히 좀 탄탄했습니다. 이 두 번째 세트 좀 멀티를 빨리 가져갔음에도 조기석 선수보다 좀 운영 싸움에서 패배를 할 수밖에 없었는데 세 번째 세트 끝까지 한시를 지켜내는 판단을 좀 하셨어요. 이 드랍십을 보내면서 한시의 조기석 선수의 공격을 좀 이렇게 허가를 하는 모습이었는데 드랍십이 나가면서 좀 한시를 내줘도 된다고 생각을 하셨나요? 막을 수 있다고 생각을 하셨나요?
그때는 솔직하게 판단을 제대로 하기가 너무 힘들어서 일단 보내놓고 보자 하면서 좀 막 진흙탕 싸움이 된 것 같은데
네.
기석이가 1경기부터 너무 잘해가지고 솔직히 질 줄 알았거든요. 저는. 근데 어쩌다 보니까 이렇게 이기게 됐네요.
지금 ASL 시즌 11에서 물론 아직 A조, B조 경기가 진행되고 있습니다만 8강에 진출한 첫 번째 테란이십니다. 정말 이제 테란의 뭔가 좀 이렇게 중심에 있는 정영재 선수의 느낌인데요. 팬들에게도 좀 하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실 것 같아요.
최근에 온라인 전적이 진짜 안 좋았거든요. 그래서 많은 분들이 얘 무조건 떨어질 거다. 저 역시도 떨어질 거라고 생각했거든요. 근데 이렇게 올라갔으니까 4강 목표를 8강으로 잡았었는데 이제 또 4강으로 바꿔야 되지 않을까 싶네요.
정영재 선수의 성장 이번 시즌 어디까지 또 이뤄나갈 수 있을지 굉장히 기대되는데요. 다시 한번 진출 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 그룹 B의 첫 번째 8강 진출자 정영재 선수와 이야기 나눠봤고요. 계속해서 온라인으로 시청하고 계신 시청자 여러분들을 위해 준비된 이벤트 안내해드리겠습니다. 먼저 ASL 공식 방송국을 통해 진행되는
All right, so guys, thank you so much for supporting us with the Patreon donations at patreon.com/ASL English. It's because of you guys that the story of the ASL continues forward for the English-speaking scene. So thank you, everyone. We are continuing to put everything up. It's going up quicker now.
Yeah, we've got a real sense of the rhythm of how to get this done and get it out fast now. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and we're just looking to improve still. We're reading all the feedback and
Foodback too.
Foodback, yeah, and everything. So yeah, thank you so much for supporting, and we're gonna keep making this better and have some more announcements coming up shortly.
And of course, our show is far from done for the evening. We of course have to start to eliminate these players. I can't believe the match we have coming up next.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. We're gonna have Soma against Best in that loser match. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
양념 툭툭, 올리브유 또르르. 우와, 그리고 제로. 너무 좋다. 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
관리받다. 관리하지 않는 순간에도 관리받다. 14일 동안 정성껏 발효한 브루잉 콤부차로 관리받다. 브루잉 콤부차.
숙취 요즘 누가 저렇게 깨니? 맨날 똑같은 거, 맛없는 거 깨. 이제 탄산으로 깨. 숙취 해소의 새로운 기준. 가스강. 환도 역시 가스강이 대세.
야채 착착, 당토 톡톡, 아보카도 슥슥, 그리고 제로. 이렇게 맛있다고? 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
아이시스 에코 오늘 내룩의 찰떡.
마시고 분리수거 끝.
많은 분들이 아이시스 에코를 따르고 있습니다.
이것도 라벨이 없네?
무라벨은 따라해도 대환영. 팔로우디 에코 아이시스 에코.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
Good. 2 minutes is all the time I need for a break after that series. That's good. We were sitting there going, 2 minutes, just start the game. What
I
are we
know.
waiting for?
Why do we even go to a commercial break?
Yeah.
Let's just get into it.
I thought, do I have to pee? Yeah. Is that enough time? No, it's not.
It's not at all. It's not at all. My bathroom's right there, too.
Yeah. We record these guys just like they were live.
Yeah.
We're following the same rules and the same patterns. So,
the authenticity is there, my friend.
all there.
And so is the pee.
Yes. We don't know the results, so our casting is just as wrong as it was before.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm kind of sad that we're having these two guys fight to eliminate each other.
Well, it's insane. Like, what the hell? They're actually both players I would expect in the round of 8 and maybe the round of 4.
And I think there's a chance that whoever comes up from this sharp just boss him and takes him back down. We're going to go to Ascension here for map 1, and they are starting this right away. This is a best of 3 PvZ. The loser, their ASL story is over.
So we have Soma in the bottom left, and Best in the bottom right. Again, Ascension, kind of like a 3-player Blue Storm.
The loser has to fight Siege Tanks in the next best of 3.
The winner.
Winner, sorry.
Yeah.
That was a little test I threw in there. Very well done, Tastosis.
Yeah, yeah.
So far, you're doing very well at keeping on top of this cast. So, I mean, Soma, we mentioned this before, but that was a while ago. Soma is a player that knows how to kill you outright.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't thought about it like this, really, until tonight, but I do want to point out that I think Zerg, in most circumstances, is the strongest in the first few minutes of the game.
Okay.
Zerglings are very good, very responsive. They seem to have the same complicated decision tree with their first few buildings that the other races have. And I think nobody shows the raw strength of a good, competent Zerg early game more than Soma.
He certainly does that. We just saw his win rate, Tastosis, which was like 85% PvZ with only 2 losses. That's pretty wild.
That's pretty insane, dude.
Yeah, his CVP is outrageous. Now, Best is very good PvZ. Is he good enough to beat Soma?
I don't know. I will say Best did look a little bit bumpier in his play against Sharp. You know, Arbiters were stacked up. And I don't really like to be critical like this because the game's so hard that everybody, you can't really play perfectly. That's why the game is actually so competitive.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen Best play better, is what I was going to say. So I want to see how Best plays this time around. He does do the very conservative Forge first opening.
Yeah.
This is versus Hatch first. I believe you can cannon rush on this map. I don't actually know for sure. I don't think you will, but
Yeah, I don't
just to
think you
point
will.
out, you could.
And just going to throw down that Nexus. I wonder what Best's plan going against Soma is, because he probably assumed he'd played Soma, but not in the loser match, you know? He probably looked at it and said, yeah, we'll beat those Terran players, no problem.
Now, with the Forge first opening, which is, again, it's actually very good. I think this is the build you want to learn. Trying to learn PvZ, because it requires the least amount of important decisions. You do have to know how to wall in perfectly on each spot.
Mm-hmm.
But this does give Zerg a lot of control in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
You are essentially playing an extremely passive game. And when I say passive, I don't mean bad. I want to say that. Occasionally when people hear passive or aggressive, if they hear aggressive play, they assume it's cheesy. If they hear passive, they assume that it's like you're not doing enough on them in the game. It's fine to be passive.
Yeah.
And this is, this point in time, basically the most used build PvZ. There's a lot of different variations as the game goes on,
Mm-hmm.
but he did not open up with a gate first or any other kind of alternative mini-like builds, which means he didn't want to interact with the Zerg early on.
Do you think
I think it's because it's Soma.
Oh, okay. You think
Yeah.
Soma would, he just feels like Soma would outdo him in that way?
Well, Soma's extremely good with his lings early on. And, you know, Bisu and Rain, back when Rain was more active, were a couple of these players that really knew how to send the Zealots out in different areas and cause problems.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple other players like Larva and Queen and those guys knew exactly how to counterattack the right spot.
Yeah.
But this time around, Best is just going to go Forge first and play a game where if he's walled up and he's teching correctly and scouting, that's his job.
Well, unfortunately for him, he actually lost that probe really quickly, and
Yeah.
Soma insta threw down the Hydralisk Den. So
Yeah.
it seems like he wants to do a 3-hatch Hydra bust, so I'm a little bit nervous for Best right now. Got to keep that probe alive, man.
Well, the Zealot is going to come out here now. And this is, let's see how well Soma can control this. Some of these Zergs are so good at body blocking. This is a Zealot over at the natural. The Den is in the main, I do
Oh,
believe.
yes! Oh my...
Oh! Ah! Oh!
Sees it tasteless.
Oh, big win by Best.
But sometimes when this gets scouted, and even sometimes when it does not, we see the Zerg player either cancel the rush or just send out like 5 to 6 Hydras to knock down the Forge and Gateway. Do you think that that's what we're going to see now?
We could. I don't know that a player like Soma will continue to commit on this. Soma, every time something happens, he hard turns. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let me say that again a better way. Every time he's scouted, he'll make a hard work in his behavior. Like after he killed the probe, bam, Hydra Den. After this comes down, possibly bam, you know, maybe 4 Hydras, maybe none. Now you can still make 1 or 2 Hydras to make it look like this is coming, but if we don't see more Hydras come out, this isn't a real threat.
The Zealots actually come out and are doing a really good job, it feels like, right?
Yeah, they're taking damage so that he doesn't lose. Here's what he's going to do. This is insane.
Why?
So
Sunkens?
Yeah, and Lurkers. So this is unique to this map. First of all, there are going to be some more Hydras that come out. I would love to see if we had a layer here. I don't know if we do.
No, not yet. Lots of... Oh, my
there
gosh.
is. There's
Okay.
a layer. Okay.
Yep.
I was like, what?
A lot of
No
cannons
layer
going
and a
down.
proxied hatch?
Mm.
So, first of all, the exit for Protoss in this matchup for Zerg is disgusting. You have had to sandbag your entrance with cannons and buildings so they can't get in and hurt you. But now you're not going to be able to get out. And if he gets Lurkers and Sunken Colonies here, you might not get out at all. Now, he's got his Hydras in a good spot.
Hey, can shoot down the Forge and the Gateway. It is a lot of gates being made.
Yeah, he's going for mass speed Zealot here because he wants to really counterpunch. with this. But the Forge is taking damage. The cannons are going down. And, you know, this is the Soma we were talking about. So active, so deadly. So good at just controlling his units and exploiting the fact that cannons die pretty quickly. And, of course, the Zealots, until they have the leg up, the speed upgrade, are not very good.
Is there a chance that Best can kill off these Hydras and then maybe punish?
Let's see. I don't know. I mean, it is 6 gates, right?
Yeah.
Which is, that's a lot. And I would imagine probes have been cut pretty heavily.
It's got +1 attack.
Did he actually get +1? I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, it finished.
That's a pretty big victory. You're right. He did get +1. For some reason, I thought that didn't finish.
You didn't even believe
I
me
thought
when
I was.
told you?
I thought I was playing, and okay. So here he comes now.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Soma does not have enough here, and in fact, Best gets the surround. Soma in some trouble.
Now the fact that this base is up here, this is a problem right now for Soma. I think Soma thought that there was going to be Templars eventually coming in. He could micro against this, but basically, when Best identified what's happening, and this is one of the more I think effective ways to deal with early Hydra bust is to counter so hard with Zealots.
Yeah.
You're not even teching. Speed Zealots are better than Hydras.
Oh, for sure. And look at this. He's forcing all the Hydras to chase him down, sending some into the mineral line, the rest after these Hydras, and then his reinforcing Zealots are going up to kill the proxy.
Yeah, this is heroic Protoss play here. And he's going to send his Corsairs down here. Now, he has some Corsairs. It's not a lot, but in the chaos that's ensuing back here, he can start to try to get Overlords. And you can send the Zealots out almost like they're vultures, but they do more damage and they can kill buildings. And again, the Hydras have to be microed. I mean, you're going to start losing on a lot of different fronts. And it's kind of a funny, straightforward solution Best offered to this, right? He saw the Hydras and he went Zealots, got cannons, and made 6. Is it 6 gates? I feel like I'm.
Yeah, he has 6 gates.
It is 6. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just such a funny number. And he's just...
6 is hilarious.
It's 6 immediately with no Templar Archives until the Zealots are way across the map. It's a funny number. And the second gas, I think, was taken a little bit ago, but not recently. Now he's going up to... oh, no, it's 5.
Well, he lost the gate at the front, so it went down to 5, but it was 6.
I love that I'm really struggling with knowing how many games. I've gone back through like 3 times. I'm like, are you...
I feel like right now
you're... Are you
you're...
my grandson? It's like, Tastosis. Tastosis, it was 6 gates. You were fine the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm ready to just give out my social security number in the middle of this cast. I'm so senile and confused.
All right, he sends in another wave.
Hold on, I've got to take this call from telemarketers. They're going to try to steal all my money, and I need to let them do it. The DT is going to get in the main, and this is a great tactic to use when the Zealots are actually coming in like this.
And there's an Overlord here, and he does start to run, but it's just more things that Soma has to deal with.
I mean, Soma's fighting back pretty hard, but this is basically what it looks like when his Dark's about to fall apart. Is the drones can't quite keep up. I'm liking our game crashes. He's hit the DT pretty well.
Yeah, High Templar's coming out now. Best, it feels to me like he is so far ahead. Is it true?
Oh,
or is he not that far ahead?
No, he's killing it.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was cool when the Zealot, Zealot was moonwalking.
I know, yeah.
Unable to move.
God. Dude, the displacement that happens sometimes on units.
So I was watching that, I'm like, this is Brood War right here.
Yep. All right, Storm on 1 Hydra. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Better than losing his High Templar, for sure.
The second Hydra learned the lesson, though. That's what's more important.
Well, he wanted to leave him alive. You go tell him I have Storm. You let him know what I did to your friend.
The other Hydra was Sparta kicked into the well. So, I mean, Best broke free in a really cool way. I do like what Soma was going to try to set up, but I think even he was caught off guard by 6 gate speed lot. I'd be very curious to see when probes were cut here, because you're not supposed to have 6 gates that fast.
Well, I could tell that you are interested in this build by the way you kept second-guessing how many gates. It's like, you're trying to commit it to memory.
Like, is it 4 or is it 6?
Like, Tastosis, you could write it down after the cast. That's okay. All right, the Mewtwo's coming out, but already Corsair's ready. I feel like I was watching Zealots run around for so long that I missed the part where Mutas and Corsairs were made.
Yeah, well, he made
I'm now tasteless, and I'm waking up, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? Is this the same game? How many gates does he have? Is this 6 Stargate tasteless? Oh, my God.
So,
is he going to go Ogrerzerg Gamer?
Yeah, well, something like that. I mean, he wants to try to take out the Corsairs. This is a little bit different because the game is already developed into, like, mid-game PvZ. Ogrerzerg Gamer is sort of like, watch this, you only have 2 Corsairs, and now you lost the game. What?
Oh, God.
You just shut that down.
I loved that because it was like the insulting thing, but also you said it so unexcitedly, like as a middle finger to Soma and his mutas.
Okay, he's actually getting a lot of probes over here. Now, you can kind of see Dragoons sort of like Marines where they don't kill stuff that fast. The mutas can kind of do what they want. I think he's just going to attack in here. This is a lot of sunks.
Yeah.
There is the option to hold position the Dragoons and pull the Zealots away. And just sort of like...
Oh, he's got
like
size storm too, though.
Terran push it. Well, it's really the sunken colonies are more worried about here.
Well, throws down some storms. Does pick off one. Pulls back for now with the rest. Another nice storm. That layer in some trouble. That is a lot of Dragoons. Dragoon
Lots
Corsair,
of Dargons, man.
Dargons? Is that a new thing?
That is now.
I think I never heard of
I'm
Dargons.
tired, man.
before.
I've got my second coffee. I'm trying to boot back up here.
How did he make all those? How many gates must he have?
Somebody check what gates this guy has. Hey, you know what Zerg's thinking? Dargon it, right?
Oh my God.
Now, that's huge that he got the layer. And you can just hold position the Dragoons like that. And I mean, if they turtle like that, yeah, Soma loses. I got to say, Best beat Soma at his own game.
He really did. That was masterfully done against the highest win rate Zerg vs. Protoss player.
Whoa. Tilted Soma.
Soma hasn't won a game tonight, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Well, it was the best of one before you lost game one, so what can you do, right?
That's 100% loss rate.
Yeah, 0-2 right now,
Wow.
and losing the first game against Best, that's no good.
I can't believe how well Best handled that. I know that there are ways that you can fight back with speed lots, or there's even a... you wouldn't want to do it on that map, but like Dragoon range, you can go 5-gate goon range and kind of come out and surprise me if you see the den.
Mm-hmm.
But great handling. Into, I mean, it was still up in the air. Was it 6 gates? We don't really know. I mean, but
the world will probably never know.
But Best has won that, and I mean, let's see if he can do it again. It's funny how losing the probe triggers the den, which triggers the Zealot play, which created an insane back and forth. The Best came out on top. Soma needs to win 2 more games. Best needs to win 1. The winner moves on to face off against Sharp in a battle of survival for the round of 8 of the ASL.
All right, Polaris Rhapsody in the top left, we have Soma. Bottom right, we have Best. This feels to me tasteless. Now, I have not played too many PvZs here, but it seems like a hard map to get your third gas on.
I've seen you play PvZ and you make gateways in the middle of the map. You go, oh, Protoss.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. What was the question again? What do they do?
How do you get a third base with gas on this map? The third gases on this map are so far away. There's only
that's
2
a problem.
choices even. The corner and then that weird pocket base.
I think it's hard. I don't know that, with Protoss, you're as concerned with the distance of the third. Yeah. Your units don't have siege mode, so it's not as scary.
Yeah, they can actually walk across
They
the
can
map
just
without
walk.
being
When
massacred
they
by
stop,
anything.
I just grab them, I go move, and they go, all right. Whatever you say, man.
You mean each unit doesn't need to be given individual commands? And without critical mass, they can't walk around?
Well, they need to be given commands. Sometimes individually, they just don't need to be put into siege mode.
Damn.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
I guess that's why you're in the loser match. Idiot.
No, I mean, it's not that easy to get a third on this map, but I think if you power up onto 8 gates, which is, kind of like we talked about PvT, where Protoss and Terran both seem to be more interested in getting fighting units.
Yeah.
And Terran takes a third a little bit later. Protoss is getting a lot of shuttles. PvZ is a little bit like that as well now. I mean, Protoss tends to get up to 8 gates pretty often. There are some 6-gate plays where you expand, and it's usually if they're like 5-hatch lurker turtling.
Yeah. But that's not really popular anymore.
No, it's not. Because I think that you've let Protoss take a third even faster, and it's not. At least for now, it's funny how we have these cycles of trends in strategy, but when you get up to 8 gate, you have goons with range, you have observers, maybe even with speed or vision range, depending. And you just sort of move out, cover a third, and then take it. So, it can be annoying for sure. I mean, speedlings can punish you, but with Soma playing as well, I'm almost more interested in seeing, what the early game style is going to be. We should note this is 3-hatch. No pool.
Oh. Is it a gateway opener?
I don't know. We were talking.
I think it's Nexus Gate. Yeah, it's Nexus Gate.
Okay, well then
Nexus first gateway.
Each other. Yeah.
Well, that's fine for best, right? Like that's as greedy as you can get. You can probably go Cybernetics Core before Cannon as well.
Yeah, you're correct on that.
Oh, he gets a drone.
Oh, Toss,
dude.
bro.
Soma right
Toss,
now.
bro.
What is up with Soma? This guy.
He looks like he's
was
hostage
supposed
right
to
now.
be-
That's not a mask. That's his mouth tied up.
It's a gag.
It's a gag. He's like, you'll never beat Protoss. And he's like, Probe kills his drone.
What we don't see is he's playing with 10 broken fingers right now. He's still making it a game. Poor Soma.
He's having to play with baseball gloves on his hand. It's a nightmare right now.
He has 2 catcher's mitts.
Yeah. His opponent's pausing the game. He's got to unpause it. He's losing his mind.
Oh, it's... Yeah, Soma is supposed to be like the future of Zerg. And he kind of has been for the last year or so.
Yeah.
But he might get out last place here. This is a real possibility.
This does happen, man. You have these players who are really good, but they do not... I mean, these are why upsets are so exciting this early.
Well, it certainly changes the layout of the round of 8. I really expected Soma to be there, but... I mean, he still can make it for sure.
So he's scouted that it's a 3-hatch layer. Not that I think you'd really want to Hydra bust this anyways.
That would be weird.
I'm not actually sure on the math on that, but I don't think that would be good, right?
A Hydra bust here?
I mean, in general, if they got away with Nexus first and you went 3-hatch, is there a play there? I don't know.
It sounds terrible to me.
It doesn't seem right.
Yeah,
right.
Like economically, it doesn't. Like, you're not. Their economy's already so strong.
Right.
Right. You're not forcing like enough of a loss out of that. Then they might go 6 gate or 5 gate. We don't know, but like, and then run you over. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Some amount of gateways that can't be told.
Yeah, this is a mystery number.
Yeah. All right, what is this? A Dragoon to kill the Overlord? Is that normal? Is this StarCraft 2? Is that a stalker?
It can mean that the Protoss is trying to hide something. You can do it.
But he already saw. He was in the main. Like, he saw a Stargate, right?
The Citadel was sitting outside. And keep in mind that, I mean, I'm not sure on this type of game. This is like sort of out of my knowledge. The base here is like if you Nexus on 12 and 3-hatch. But keep in mind that tech picks up pretty quickly. When you've gone for Nexus on 12. So I think the Dragoon is probably extremely worthwhile to kill off the Overlord, because there might be builds where you can get Corsair into Reaver drop into Zealot speed. There might be builds where you can Just a lot of different things you can power up into. And so I guess get rid of it. A Dragoon's not a bad thing to have. They become useful later on. And you got more minerals and gas earlier, right?
Okay.
So that's my take on that, at least.
All right. A lot of Hydras being produced right now from Soma. Hitting his evolution chamber, kind of in a funny location. So walking across the map, this goon, going with those 3 Zealots and 2 Corsairs, it's not the most fearsome force I've ever seen, to be honest.
I think it's going to be a little force that wants to try to pick a fight. If the Corsairs can find an Overlord and the Zealots and Dragoon can start to hit stuff, it can be troublesome.
Well,
Now's where the double DTs are going to come out. And this has been something we've seen a little bit already here.
Yeah.
Corsair DT seems to be back into style, as Zergs have been a little bit more greedy. And instead of, players trying to look to take fights, it's more about trying to get setups where you can get a DT in here. And moments like this, I think Zerg should know better, right?
Yeah, he
Certainly
better have
DT.
an Overlord about to pop there at the 3rd. Because the Corsairs are sitting there, so Overlords can't go over? Okay, there it is.
Okay, good save.
Wow, exactly in the nick of time. And actually jumps upon it.
Well, he's going to dive on it. No, he might kill this, actually. Nope. Okay. That's the thing, is if you kill the Overlord, you get on the drones, it's a problem. But I think Soma's basically handled this very well.
Yeah.
Big cheer for all of his Soma fans out there, or as I call them, Samoans.
Yes, that whole set of people really do love his aggressive Zerg play.
Eat a lot of fish.
He's the Rock's favorite player.
That's my dad joke of the cast here. I'm going to get some more coffee. All
right, so clears
pick me up here.
Clears up a little bit of the map with those DTs. High Templar's coming out. Looks like he wants to push forward.
Hey, this is a pretty big catch.
Oh. Yeah, gonna put some damage on that.
Keep in mind, it takes a little bit of time for the Overlords to heal. So any snipes you can get on them like that are going to help later on. The trick when you have these fights is the Corsairs have to dive in as the Zealots and Dragoons and Templars are all fighting, because the Hydras will not prioritize them. The Corsairs.
Yeah.
It's one of the funny things that you have to target them down, and then you can micro them away. And
yeah, definitely seen that a lot. Ooh, that would have been amazing to deny it, but the DT gets away at least. Now, Best's play here, is it... he has to deny the 4th, right? He can't let that go up.
Yeah, for sure. Or he could try to push into the natural or the 3rd.
Feels like the Sim Cities there might make it a bit difficult.
But what you're really watching for is to see if there's an overcompensation with sunken colonies. Like, you might go up to that 4th base and see there's 6 sunken colonies and go, I'm going to hit his 3rd down.
Yeah. Well, he actually has some lurkers coming out. I think I did see him at a robo. So hopefully I have observers on the way. Single lurker egg out in the middle. Yeah, gonna run up to the hatchery to burrow.
Best has been so good with these Templars. Now keep in mind, just because you can't see the lurkers doesn't mean you can't kill that hatchery.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You can just dive bomb it. Oh man, great glitching.
Oh my god. Actually, he doesn't have any more detection with 4 lurkers well spread.
Is insane.
Yeah, he has to back up.
He's
Good
gotta send
hold.
the DT back there to kill that hatchery.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
He's gonna come up now. This is why you gotta be careful if you're out on the map and you don't have detection. Like, you can still take some fights, but if they get enough lurkers in enough spots...
if Soma holds this area, not only does it defend top right, but that's like the most likely 3rd base for Best is that one, that little pocket base with the gas at 3 o'clock.
Oh, you mean, yeah, 3 o'clock,
like
right.
Best's, everything is running out of time right now. He has to have something amazing happen.
I think that this is one of these maps where I think Protosses seem to run into a problem of okay, what am I trying to do? You know what I'm saying? Certain matchups, with the way maps are structured, you can look at a certain position and be like, oh, I want to try to take this base, or we can try to drop him here. But I think on this map especially, it's kind of a head scratcher when Zerg gets this big. I mean, I don't know what your take is on the situation, but I look at this, I don't really see what Protoss is supposed to be doing. Maybe trying to eventually push up in here. I mean, he's going to power up for quite a bit.
Well,
he'll probably expand to the bottom and take the mineral only, which is
Really?
fine.
Okay.
You just use the minerals to make another base, basically.
Yeah.
Minerals are not bad.
That makes me nervous, though. You're going to be going into a big macro game at that point.
Yeah, well, like I said, sometimes the third base is just a booster for the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you do need a base eventually. Unless Shuttle was right in this game. This is what we're supposed to be doing.
You're supposed to max on 2
and
bases.
I've been expanding in my ladder games like some asshole.
A couple observers out. His army is pretty big, but look at Soma's supply. That's very scary to see. Equal supply already.
Okay, so he's coming down now, pushing through this small group of Hydras. And, I mean, Soma's a threat here, but really what Soma is causing for Best is there's no opportunities really for Best right now. He's hitting in all these little angles. He knows it's hard for the Templars to get out with ease. Looks like these ones do escape pretty nicely. He knows that it's hard to move the large army through the small bridge, especially with Dragoons.
Just this. He like lures him this way and then moves into the back with his other group of Hydras. So slow down any possible third.
Yeah.
It looks like he was planning on taking that mineral base.
Yeah, he's basically just playing a really good control game. And then if he sees anything he can kill, Corsair, Observer, whatever. And behind this, I don't know if we're going to have muted tech, but we might.
Well, he has double gas in the top right, so he can do whatever he wants as far as gas.
Right.
Right, like he could switch into mutas really heavily. We could see him go up into Defiler easily, I think, too.
I mean, Soma seems to be in a really good spot overall here. I mean, you can see the difficulty Protoss is having. And it's not like Best is losing fights. It's just he's sort of getting stretched a little bit here. He is going to push out now, finally. And this is really the moment where you got to see what Best has. Soma's supply is pretty intimidating. Zerg's at about 140 supply. Really can screw up Protoss. And here we go. The threat of a counterattack is a problem. Protoss can't really push across the bridge. Lurkers and Hydras move through that bridge a little bit more easily. And so because Protoss has to go around in sort of the bigger direction, he's going to try to counterattack through here. But I'll tell you what, Best is killing this. So he sort of forced the issue and took it. This is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it felt like that was actually a very good clearing from Best. Kills off a lot of that army of Soma. Now, Soma is macroing back up, has a lot of Hydra Lurker in the center still. He has some Overlords, so he could pick off the Observers as well. His Corsairs kind of go into town. All the Overlords do get picked off. Needs to push forward. Nice Side Storm goes down.
Ooh, another big patch. Now, he's going to have to reinforce this army. It's getting a little bit weak. I think Soma's probably a bit panicked here.
Yeah.
You can't see that many groups of Lurkers die and think the Zerg's going to be okay.
Yeah, right?
It's kind of like the Zerg siege tanks. Like, that's really what's allowing you to...
Yeah, that's a good... It's a good way to put it, I think.
Yeah. Hydras do not beat Dragoon, Stellates, High Templars. They're not, unless you have a ridiculous amount. So these Lurkers are coming here at a pretty good angle until that last one's killed.
A nice Side Storm comes down. Another nice one on the other side. Best splits off his army and sends some towards that top right. Is Best gonna 2-0 here?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he just overpowered Soma.
What a beautiful... I actually thought he was behind Tastosis.
Just so good. Again, he might win this whole tournament.
It's about time for him to win a big tournament, but, I mean, I think he's going to beat Soma. He still has to go up against Sharp, though.
It does seem like Protoss just is going to have too much, and I think Soma... I mean, this has got to be a disappointing season for him here. He's going to lose the third hatch out of the three that are up here, which is going to completely stifle his production, and then these hatches are going to go down, and then it will be impossible for him to win a game of this caliber.
Yeah. I mean, this has to be very sad for Soma as he's getting run over. Goes from 2 seasons ago, 4th place, last season 2nd place. He was probably thinking, you know what, I want to win this season.
Yeah.
But here he is, playing his first games, going 0-3. That's it, GG! And Best goes to the final match here tonight. Oh my God, I can't believe Soma's the first out of this group.
Insane, man.
Yeah.
I honestly, in the back of my head, kind of thought someone would just move out first.
Yeah.
And I can't believe he's eliminated first. So JYJ survives. Soma's eliminated. Now it's down to just Best and Sharp.
Ooh, yeah, Best and Sharp. That is going to be amazing. I mean, they already had a fantastic Terran versus Protoss on Polypoid in that first best of one. And I think anything can happen here. I do favor Best slightly, but Sharp is very good Terran versus Protoss. So, you know, an upset could occur.
Rough night here for Soma. I think he put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough. And so back to PVT we go. We already had a really exciting match with these two, where Sharp won, of course, but it's going to be reset, and now it's a best of 3.
Yeah, I think that is going to change it quite a bit as well. Best played a good game before, but you know, maybe a little bit too heavy on those recalls. We'll see if he can clean it up. It's been a tiring night, I think, for everyone. Everyone's playing a lot of long games here.
Yeah, I mean, these have been some real marathon late games.
안녕하세요. 아프리카TV e스포츠 그리고 게임 콘텐츠 사업 부문의 총괄을 맡고 있는 최정원이라고 합니다. 그동안 아프리카TV가 매년 새로운 그리고 더 많은 e스포츠 콘텐츠들을 여러분들께 보내드렸었지만 올해 처음으로 여러분들께 2021년 1년 동안 어떤 계획을 가지고 아프리카TV가 e스포츠를 진행하는지 소개해드리고 싶어서 이렇게 영상에 출연하게 됐습니다. 아프리카TV는 2021년 올 한 해 총 11개의 e스포츠 종목으로 구성된 16개의 정규 대회로 여러분들을 찾아갈 예정입니다. 365일 중에서 약 440회 이상의 풍부한 e스포츠 콘텐츠가 여러분들을 찾아갈 예정인데요. 이는 하루에 1개 이상의 e스포츠 정규 리그를 여러분들께 서비스한다는 의미입니다. 지금까지 존재했던 국내 e스포츠 방송사 중에서 가장 많고 다양한 리그를 제공하는 것이기 때문에 더욱 큰 의미가 있다고 자랑스럽게 말할 수 있습니다. 아프리카TV의 정말 많은 개인 방송 중에서 게임을 소재로 하는 방송들의 비중은 60%가 넘습니다. 그만큼 많은 BJ들이 게임을 소재로 방송을 하고 있고 많은 우리 유저분들이 다양한 콘텐츠를 즐기면서 게임 방송을 즐겨 시청하고 있습니다. 게임 콘텐츠들은 BJ들이 직접 플레이하며 방송하는 것도 있지만 개인들이 직접 하지 못하는 다양한 규모의 e스포츠 콘텐츠를 만들어서 우리 유저와 BJ들에게 제공한다면 훨씬 더 풍성하고 다양한 아프리카TV의 생태계가 될 거라고 믿습니다. 아울러 아프리카TV에서 활동하는 BJ들이 어느덧 BJ에서 프로게이머, 그리고 해설자, 코치 등 다양한 영역에서 e스포츠 활동을 이어나가고 있습니다. 이들에게 단기간에 끝나는 경력이 아닌 지속 가능한 커리어를 만들어주기 위해서라도 아프리카TV는 e스포츠의 모든 영역인 e스포츠 리그의 기획, 제작, 운영, 그리고 프로팀까지 계속해서 이어나갈 생각입니다. 자, 그럼 아프리카TV에서 올 한 해 준비한 e스포츠 리그 하나하나 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 스타크래프트 리마스터로 진행되는 국내 유일 스타크래프트 리그 ASL은 올해 2개 시즌이 여러분을 찾아갑니다. 또한 시청자 여러분의 요청에 따라 지난해 개막한 스타크래프트 팀 리그 ASTL 역시 2개 시즌으로 선보일 예정이니 팀 리그만의 묘미 맘껏 즐겨주시길 바랍니다. 2010년에 개막한 이래 올해로 11주년을 맞이하는 글로벌 스타크래프트2 리그인 GSL은 올해 총 3시즌 기존과 변함없이 진행되고요. 짧고 굵게 진행되는 단기 대회 GSL 슈퍼 토너먼트는 한 시즌 늘어 총 3시즌이 전 세계 스타크래프트2 팬들을 찾아갈 예정입니다. 국내 최초 배틀그라운드 프로레벨 리그였던 아프리카TV 펍지 리그 APL. 올해는 프로투어 2시즌, 최강 BJ들이 펼치는 BJ 한중 대항전 2시즌이 준비되어 있고요. 배틀그라운드 동아시아 지역 통합 e스포츠 대회인 펍지 위클리 시리즈 PWS. 지난 1월 24개 프로팀이 참가했던 프리시즌이 잘 마무리됐습니다. 앞으로 페이즈 2시즌, 스매시컵 2시즌이 여러분을 찾아갈 예정이니 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 아프리카TV에서 개최한 롤토체스 한국 첫 공식 대회인 ATS 운명 시리즈 1차 서킷 대회가 지난해 성공적으로 치러졌는데요. ATS 운명 야수의 축제는 지난 2월 세트 4.5가 잘 마무리됐고 올 상반기 중에 세트 5가 찾아갈 예정입니다. 더불어 TFT 한국 대표를 가리는 레전드컵은 물론 글로벌 대회인 운명 챔피언십까지 모두 보내드릴 예정이니까요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 인기게임 BJ와 전직 롤 프로게이머들이 참여하는 아프리카TV LOL 리그 ALL. 지난 3월 21일 파일럿 시즌이 잘 마무리됐는데요. 은퇴한 게이머들에게 새로운 동기를 부여하고 전혀 새로운 콘텐츠와 스토리로 기대를 모으고 있는 ALL. 파일럿 시즌 외에 올해 2개의 정규 시즌이 예정되어 있습니다. 더불어 한국과 중국의 대표 선수들이 격돌하는 ALL 한중전도 찾아갈 예정입니다. 지난해 라이엇 게임즈의 한국 최초 발로란트 이그니션 시리즈인 아시아 발로란트 쇼다운, 올해는 라이엇과 함께 발로란트 첫 공식 e스포츠 대회인 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 1, 2, 3를 진행합니다. 또한 각 스테이지사이 펼쳐지는 지역 마스터스, 글로벌 마스터스, 그리고 챔피언스 최종 선발전과 발로란트 챔피언십까지도 한국어 중계로 보내드릴 예정입니다. 이렇게 올 한 해 펼쳐지는 발로란트 챔피언스 투어 전체를 아프리카TV를 통해 모두 만나볼 수 있으니 기대해 주시기 바랍니다. 국내 하스스톤 선수들의 등용문을 만들기 위해 지난해 개막했던 아프리카TV 하스스톤 리그 AHL이 올해도 어김없이 열립니다. 우승자에게 마스터즈 투어 초청장이 제공되는 AHL은 올해 3개 시즌으로 여러분을 찾아갈 예정입니다. 가장 긴 역사를 갖고 있는 국산 e스포츠 카트라이더 리그도 지난 3월 개막을 했습니다. 아프리카TV가 처음 제작하게 될 카트라이더 리그, 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 한국뿐만 아니라 전 세계적으로 흥행을 하고 있는 컴투스의 서머너즈 워 글로벌 e스포츠 대회 서머너즈 워 월드 아레나 챔피언십 2021을 아프리카TV가 함께하게 되었습니다. 컴투스와 아프리카TV의 첫 SWC, 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 수많은 매니아 팬들을 갖고 있는 국내 최고 철권 대회 아프리카TV 철권 리그 ATL. 지난 1월 이미 첫 번째 시즌이 치러졌고 올해 총 3시즌이 예정되어 있습니다. 더불어 팀을 이루어 진행되는 ATL 팀 배틀도 2시즌 예정돼 있고 연말에는 ATL 그랜드 파이널도 펼쳐질 예정이니 철권 팬들의 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 한국, 중국, 유럽 지역을 대표하는 워크래프트3 선수들이 총 출동하는 아프리카TV 워크래프트3 리그 AWL. 최고의 선수들이 참여하여 성공적으로 진행이 됐고 올해도 총 3시즌 여러분을 찾아갑니다. 이렇게 총 11개 게임 종목으로 올 한 해 16개의 정규 리그가 여러분들을 찾아갈 텐데요. 이외에도 각 종목 최고의 BJ들이 꾸미는 멸망전도 준비되어 있습니다. 아프리카TV BJ들의 콘텐츠 지원을 위해 만들어졌던 멸망전은 초창기에는 인기 있는 게임 리그 위주로 저희가 중심을 했지만 현재는 시청자분들이나 유저분들, 다른 종목 BJ들의 요청으로 인해서 더욱더 다양한 종목으로 늘어난 상황입니다. 지난해 하스스톤, 피파, 철권 등 12개 종목으로 총 17회의 BJ 멸망전이 진행됐고 총 1,100명의 BJ가 참여를 했습니다. 올해도 역시 다양한 포맷의 멸망전을 준비하고 있으며 약 1,200여 명의 BJ가 참여할 예정입니다. 특히 올해는 레인보우 식스, 모바일 게임, 종합 게임 등 새로운 종목으로 무장한 BJ 멸망전이 여러분을 찾아갈 예정인데요. 끊임없이 발전해 나가고 있는 BJ 멸망전, 정규 리그와는 또 다른 재미를 찾을 수 있으니 많은 기대 부탁드리겠습니다. 아프리카TV가 생각하는 e스포츠는 우리 회사 혼자서 만들어가는 e스포츠가 아닙니다. 함께 보는 우리 유저분들과 참가하는 BJ, 그리고 프로게이머분들, 그리고 이들을 서포트하고 함께 나아가는 여러 종사자분들이 다 함께 힘을 합쳐서 만들어가는 그런 e스포츠 아프리카TV가 앞으로도 계속 발전시키고 만들어 나가겠습니다. e스포츠의 모든 것 아프리카TV. 2021년 아프리카TV에서 준비한 e스포츠 리그들 여러분 함께 즐겨주세요.
Welcome back to the ASL. We're going to have the final match, and I don't know who's supposed to go on Tastosis. These are two very beloved figures in the competitive Bird War scene, two inspirations to those who play the respective race, and two players who have been working very hard and, have, I don't know, looking to make another break here this season.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just jumping into this one.
Let's go.
They're just starting.
It's been a long night already. Let's get going.
Full speed ahead. Sharp versus Best in a best of 3 to survive into the round of 8 spot.
Right. In the bottom left, we have Sharp. And at the top center, got Best. Dude, this is very exciting. Their game on Polypoid was awesome. It was pretty back and forth. It felt like Sharp was in control for most of the game. But now here we are. right, on Ascension. It's a very, very different map. I think it's a little bit harder for Terran to control this map than it is Polypoid. Like, eventually, the way that Sharp ended up playing it, like, he had to sacrifice 6 o'clock, which I think is a call that a lot of Terrans can't make, that he made, which that was the most impressive thing for me, was him making the call that, you know what, we're not even trying to have that anymore, we're taking top right. I think that was the most important part of the game for him. But that doesn't exist on Ascension as much. It's harder to get like 5 base and then take the rest of the map on this one.
But I think the idea of trying to just move ahead in that position and make the call that this is not salvageable is important.
Yeah.
I think a lot of other Terran players just try to force the issue. They try to expand here.
Like, that's the base I'm supposed
That's
to
the
take.
base that's near me.
Yeah.
And then they lose. And I got a lot of praise for it here. I think that this is a good play. Now, this was a pretty quick scout.
Yeah.
That was a scout after Pylon, is that correct?
Yeah, that looks like it was an 8 scout. So it's one of those scouts where if you go to the base correctly, you're actually in there before the barracks finishes.
Yeah, you still
which
gas.
causes so many problems.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then suddenly it's like, oh, you just hurt your own economy.
Yeah. There might be a second follow-up cheese strat you can do with this. You don't scout him first.
Well, maybe.
I don't know for sure, but because he's taking his gas now, and sometimes when you have a probe out this early, you can hide a pylon somewhere. There are trending builds now where you basically go one base proxy Reaver, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's been popular
or
for a
proxy DT, just the stuff that like basically punishes a Terran that's being greedy and not really respecting the opener.
Let's see if Best goes for something like that. I don't think that he'll try that. Like, I think you don't want to get too crazy against Sharp early on because he's slightly more likely to have more units early on than other Terran players.
Right, yeah. I think it's why a lot of Protoss players find Sharp intimidating. It's because he does have a lot of cool stuff he'll do early on.
Yeah.
The problem for Terran is sometimes they'll try to do something crazy and it backfires and blows up in their face.
Yeah. Sometimes quite literally with like a spider mine.
Yeah. It blows up in their face and the faces of all their vultures and SCVs.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I don't know if we're going to have it. I just want to point out the probe is already away. It appears to be coming back into relevancy here in the meta. We'll know after the SCV is chased out. And again, it's more likely that Best just takes the Nexus.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen.
I just want to lay out the groundwork for some possible strategies, especially because the third base area is on the high ground, kind of hard to get to.
It looks like Sharp going to come out and take that Nexus. His SCV did some great scouting there.
Yeah, get the CC out like that.
And just going to push everything back, coming down now to build a bunker. He actually didn't. Oh no, he made a mistake there. So sometimes when you don't have the minerals to build the CC, you just tell your SCV to mine. And it mined and then went back, and then he had to send it back out. So he made that at like 550 minerals. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it definitely is a little stumbling block there.
So now the Robo facility started up. Everything looking pretty standard here for the Protoss and for the Terran. Nobody's branched out into a direction that's pretty crazy. Even the Vulture coming across the map is all very normal in a PvT nowadays.
Yeah, this is actually a brand new thing that literally I was just being told about from Scan, where you don't get your bunker, you get a Vulture, and at really high levels, it just forces Protoss to be back because they're so afraid of the Vulture doing something.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is very different. Then I'm totally wrong. I thought this was all par for the course,
Yeah,
but he made a third CC immediately.
Kind of crazy. Look at that.
This
yeah.
is insane.
Insta-third. This reminds me of that other game we saw. Was that JYJ that did that before, I think?
I don't know for sure off the top of my head. I know what game you're talking about. It was like a quick, super quick third base.
Yeah.
And a lot of times Protoss, they send, because observers are so slow and they really don't have a wide vision range, you kind of send them to one spot and you try to see what you got over there and like check their factories, for instance. And a lot of times the first observer doesn't check the third base. Because people don't do that anymore.
No one ever takes a third this quickly.
This is not, 2009, where people would just go like, oh, wacky, laffy taffy third base.
Wacky, laffy taffy.
Yeah. Make lots of workers, make lots of stuff. You can't. It doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
Even the broadcast tonight, we pointed out that most of the time, people neglect taking a greedy third because it's just not safe. And normally that's Protoss is not taking a greedy third because the nature of the matchup is one where Protoss tends to out-expand the Terran. But as we've watched the meta develop and unfold and continue to grow here, because Protosses are more respectful of Terran's ability to push and aware that they probably can't take a third of their own, Reavers are more popular. But this has allowed an opening, not just on this map, but we've already seen it on others, where you can actually just blindly take a third, and a defending Protoss may, while assuming that you're probably getting more factories and an armory, maybe a starport to drop, they will not actually realize they could come across the map and punish you.
Yeah, and when he gets in here, I don't think he's going to see anything that makes him think, oh, there must be a third base up. Right,
No.
Here he comes. And just going to fly out. We'll see where he goes with it next. But look, like he's got his goons in his main base trying to block a possible drop coming in. He has no idea what's going on.
And this is a big boost here for Sharp. And
it is huge.
I do believe if this goes unpunished, Sharp is just going to roll over a Best. And I'm curious what Protoss players are going to do to try to cope with this. Because I see this as a growing trend
It's
at
kind
the
of
highest
crazy.
level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're already at the point where he can't really punish it. Like, we have enough mines out to spot this coming. He has siege mode and he has turrets. So it's like, your build is wrong, Best. You can't hurt me.
And one of the core features of Terran is that their structures fly. If this is spotted, he can lift it up and run away. He gets to keep all the SCVs.
Yeah. Honestly, though, at this point, I mean, you can't really punish his Best. You just have to go into a game where you're a bit behind.
You basically would need to have Dragoons out and then have them pressuring the Terran and then have the shuttle come in and punish. And that's not going to happen. I don't think you get away with this on Fighting Spirit, by the way, but I do think you get away with this on a map like this.
A big map like this, yeah. I think that's a big thing to say is like, look at how far away the third is and all the terrain changes, and you laid the mines down, right? When you put all these things together, then suddenly this is like going to be very hard to deal with.
Right.
And he finally does scout what's going on. Best can't be happy with this.
Well, this has got to be super annoying. I mean, he realizes, oh, that's weird. He's already got that?
Dude,
he was transferring probes when he found that.
He took a third base off like 2 vultures. This is not a thing. Well, now it is a thing because we've seen it twice, right?
Yeah,
so it's like it's repeating.
A lot of times, big ASL matches are when the entire meta transforms, really.
Totally true. Totally true.
And I think, obviously this was probably...
Yeah, the day after Bisu did all those DT builds, Tastosis, I got DT'd over and over.
Yeah. There's probably been whispers about this strategy on the highest level, but now we're seeing it. Now here comes what is a very common punish.
Yeah, just a good move, like flying over the turrets there. Let's see what he gets done with the Reavers. He has the speed shuttle. He killed off the turret, so he will back out. Now look at this. He's attacking the third base with Mass Goon.
He needs to kill that tank. He will. And the idea here is that you micro the Reaver hard enough. Oh!
All right, he will be able to kill off the Reavers there. The bunker actually doing a great job holding off the goons for now. 2 siege tanks coming up. He's laying mines. Repairs the bunker enough and will push back these Dragoons.
And now, I mean, this is a real problem here for Best. I mean, it looked like it wasn't a bad idea for a strategy. He's going to drop the Zealots here. Maybe there's a Reaver here. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, it looks like just Zealots getting on top of those siege tanks. He's got to target the goons. Some vultures coming up to help clean this. He's reduced the tank count some. He cost him some mining and stuff. So, like, I think these moves we've seen over on this side have been kind of okay. The drop was kind of okay.
Honestly,
but Sharp should still be ahead here.
Yeah, Sharp, I think, is fine. Basically, when you do the double shuttle fly-in and you push with the Dragoons, the goal is to, obviously, A, kill as much as you can in the main, but force the tanks to be weak enough because you don't have enough tanks spread out enough that the Dragoons can break open the third. The fact that he fought off both on both sides, I think really shows how much trouble the Protoss is going to be in.
Yeah.
And I don't think carriers are an option. We'll see. if he goes for it, but
I think that's the worst option.
That you throw that in the garbage can. I think you do have to go straight in the Storm. I don't even think you can go into Arbiter.
I agree with you.
I think Arbiter is like, really?
It's
you
too
think I
slow.
can't scan your army?
Yeah.
I've had 3 command centers for years.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it's about Psystorm trying to hold high ground positions and storming tanks coming up and vultures coming up. Yeah, and just speed shuttles, right? Like, Sharp's upgrades should be on time here. Like, we know he already has +1. Oh. Like, that's actually a little bit late on that. So his +2, +1 is going to be late this game, but his macro's big, right? He's got a very strong economy. But you know what? It feels like Best isn't going to die anytime soon, which means he has time to fight back, right?
Right.
Like, I think if you give Sharp's opening to an outstanding mechanical player, like Light or Flash or something like that, or maybe even JYJ, he would have 2-1, like, finishing up relatively soon, and then, like, just the gigantic army.
Yeah.
Whereas Sharp, I think, maybe didn't optimize it perfectly, but yeah, I mean, no complaints. I still think he's good.
I'm not totally clear what development looks like for Terran with the 3-base gotcha build, so to speak. But I would imagine this is a build that you just roll out with a army. You're not trying to leapfrog siege tanks, right? You're just trying to...
You'd want to just move through everything
right? Yeah.
with this quick of an economy, but if you try to move through things and they have Templars and shuttles, that's how you lose.
That's what I'm getting at, is it seems like there is a bit of a dilemma here for Terran with how they attack with this. So, Psystorm has always been in the game, but especially this year, and a little bit, because there was a lot of downtime with StarCraft 1, a little bit into the start of the end of last year, or the end of last year, I should say, we started seeing more and more of the shuttle DT, or High Templar play, and it's very good, and it pairs well with the robo builds that we already know are quite popular. And so the idea is, because Templars are normally sniped, like we see with Hydras, in this case you drop them out, and the Terran usually can't snipe them quickly enough. And anything that's bunched up is going to just be killed. This is a lot of probes. I think Best is probably going to die this game.
It definitely looks like a Sharp victory.
It just seems like we're slowly watching the Protoss lose on a lot of different metrics here.
Yeah. He does have, like, a scary army still, right? A lot of speed lots coming down. I'm surprised he wants to engage here. There's so many mines.
Well, now it's just...
running up that ramp? I don't know about running up that ramp, Tasteless. Look at this. Like, his Zealots are, like, all in a logjam or something. What do you even call this? It's crazy.
A logjam, yeah.
They're in a logjam, man.
Yeah.
You can't get these things down the river. Look, they're eating the mines.
Well, he's going to get here and see that there's never going to be enough to go get all the way through this. This is exactly what all my games look like. As I try to attack it, I'm like, oh, well, I should never have done that.
Yeah, attacking up a ramp while your goons are in the way and there's mass Vulture waiting for you into mass mines isn't the thing to do with 2 groups of Zealots. So that's a tip for you and for Best.
There's just not a lot that he can really, I think, do from here. But so much of this comes down to the opener, really.
Yeah, I mean, the opener was super important, but that was a silly move.
I want to point out, I don't know if Best even knew how early this was taken. He scouted it pretty late. Just because you see a command center there doesn't mean that you go, you made that when you were on one factory. You could look at that and be like, oh, he just got that up, got it, okay. He's being a little bit faster than I thought.
Well, I'm sure you saw too, and in fact, I don't even remember if it was him that it happened to, but like, I'm sure when you see it, you might be like, oh God, is this the super fast, like ridiculous CC? Now, those are some pretty decent storms that come down. So definitely a very damaged army here for Sharp. Would love to see him repair that up a little bit while he takes this 4th. And look, Best actually, I mean, he's held on to this bottom right. He's lost the probes there a couple times. But it's still technically there. And that's something.
That is something. Protoss does have this base at the very, very far bottom right. So, you know, kind of like in the previous game, the ideas of like trying to just take a base somewhere that's hard to push, because at the end of the day, the only way you're going to beat a Terran that's this big, that's this strong, is ultimately to hold him or cause enough locations to push that the Terran gets worn out and eventually breaks.
Sharp repairing heavily here on his siege tanks. Best taking another base, and Sharp, of course, is spreading out a little bit because he is taking that 4th base location in that kind of bottom center-ish area. Siege is maybe a little bit too far forward. They're going to lose at least a couple tanks, I would say. Zalt's trying to get up the ramp. Can't quite do it. Good targeting down on the mine, actually.
Ooh, yeah, great storm there. And the idea is that you break off a chunk of the Terran's army. Zealots and Dragoons are far, far more expendable than tanks are. Vultures are sort of just there, and the Terran does end up with this excess of minerals. And so they're always a nuisance. They're always a threat. And anytime you can kill them, you'll take it, of course.
Going over here with the Vultures, sees the Warpian cannons and everything, but the army hot on his tail. Sharp has to run out of there. Sending more Vultures all around. This is where Sharp starts to excel again in the game. He's very, very good at things like Vulture movements. Now, a few tanks coming over, and he's bringing such a large amount of Vultures with it, this should be able to knock this base out. If he spreads those tanks, targets down some cannons, I mean, I find it hard to believe that he can't kill the Nexus.
No, I think he's got this. I like the DT coming out. Sometimes there's so much chaos going on. One DT is all you need.
Well, some good Psy Storms going down.
Yeah.
He gets all the siege tanks.
If you get the siege tanks, the Vultures can't do much. He might suicide them in there on top of the...
maybe.
What do you call it? On top of the cannons, try to kill probes, but this isn't the fight you were looking for, of course.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I thought for sure he was going to break through there. Thing is, it's costly for Best to clear that as well. Right, less High Templars available now. Continuing to macro up and keeping those shuttles around. Sharp moving out with those Vultures. As you can see, he's keeping his supply above Best, which is always phenomenal as a Terran player. A lot of the times you're playing 20, 30 supply down at this portion of the game.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just kind of outmaneuvering and being cost efficient because your upgrades are good and everything. In this case, he's doing all that, but he's also up in supply.
Yeah, it all goes back to that early expand, man. It's such a strong way to play. So now we have the DT again, just going to chip away at whatever else is over here. It does look like he's lost control of this spot. It doesn't take much, and it's one of the reasons why you need, you know, a couple gateways.
Oh, Tasteless. Is he going to save it again? Dropping a lot of Zealots on top of these siege tanks.
Oh, wow.
My God, Tasteless.
Whoa. That's crazy to me.
This base will never die, but it'll never have more than 8 probes mining either.
It'll never really be used as a resource gathering location.
He's going to spend more on Zealots protecting it than it actually ever gets.
This is like one of those places where you train your Pokemon or something down there. One of these areas where you get to test your new RPG skills.
Yeah. It's the training dummy base.
The training, yeah, it's like practice your training down here.
Now, Sharp's starting to move out with a full army here. He's got 2/2 upgrades, probably +3 is about to finish.
The bottom right side of the map is the place where I'm supposed to play the mini game in the RPG. That's not fun, but I feel like I have to be a completionist and do it anyways.
Yeah, you have to actually get like the high score on and stuff, get to the last level.
I'm like, great, I got to play Blitzball on the bottom right side of this PDT.
All right, here we go. A lot of shuttles coming in. Some Psy Storms should be falling as well.
These drops are insane.
Oh my God,
man.
he's got so many Zealots on top of the siege tanks, Tasteless. Oh my God. The tanks are gone.
Everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
This is why this style is so good. Is, you know, Zealots are actually very scary if they get close enough to you. The problem is that normally, you know, a very upgraded Terran army sort of guns everything down, and then even when the few Zealots get up there to attack, it's too late. But when you dump them along with an army that's attacking in, suddenly not only do the Zealots connect to the targets, but they're all over it.
I just can't believe this. Now all of that blocking of the bottom right base has really paid off, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that that kill of the army made everything else he's done worth it.
Yeah, and Waka's abilities are better now because he won all the Blitzball games. I mean, it's great.
All right, here he comes again with the vultures. I mean, well, it's only 4 vultures. You're not going to get that much done. Maybe pick off some High Templars. Maybe pick off a couple probes or something.
Another win. How many vultures are going to be burned up in fights over here? By the way, what is 3 o'clock at now? I think that could be mining out very soon.
Oh, you mean that bottom right base?
Did I say 3 o'clock? I mean the third base, excuse me.
Oh, the third base? Yeah, no, it's just about gone, man.
So, Terran is going to mine out the 4th. That's going to be it. Protoss actually, if they hang on, they will run the Terran out of opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to take another base, but he actually doesn't really have map control right now. Best is starting to clear out the mines in the center.
Yeah, Best is actually taking control of the map again. A very diligent Protoss player can clear the map of mines over and over again, and just kind of destroy all the hard work the Terran puts in, try to control and manage the map. This base now is the most important base in the game.
Yeah. He needs to hold this now. There are a lot of mines around, which is making me a bit nervous.
There's also a lot of vacancy bases in the upper right, but that's going to be Best territory. Sharp literally will not take those.
Yeah, well, I think what Sharp wants to do now is take this base and maybe kill the base right above it. That could be a great move. And, of course, if he can hold this general area, he can cut off the whole bottom of the map away from Best.
Okay, Sharp still looking pretty fearsome. Is going to push up here.
Yeah, he's got those upgrades. He's on 3-3 right now, which is... I mean, I've heard about 3-3. I'm a 3-2 type of guy. You never remember that third armor. It's too expensive in the late game, but it is pretty awesome as far as upgrades go. He's spreading out these tanks. Defense matrix going down.
This is the moment I'm really curious about as far as how this is handled here. He's going to unload. And again, I mean, the Terran army is basically just better here. And I think all the distractions that were given in the bottom right, buying time and causing a nightmare for the Terran, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, Storms or no, this is a better army.
It is a better army.
The Zealots and the Dragoons are not going to be able to fight this, even if it is stormed down a decent amount. There's too much. And I got to say, I thought for a little bit that maybe maybe Sharp would eventually fall apart here to Best, but I think at this point in time, we have to appreciate how dire economically Best is right now.
Best only has that bottom right base. That's it. That's all that's left. And now Sharp actually is going to have 2 very healthy mining bases. GG! And Sharp takes game 1.
White the game.
Well, he sucker punched Best in the beginning. We got to be clear about that.
I don't even know if it's a sucker punch. It's like he had Best's credit card and was buying stuff online.
Oh my god, yeah.
And Best is like, that's weird. I thought I just got paid.
Was Best just ripping out a new mouse pad?
He's like, I ordered 4 cat towers? I don't own any cats.
Yeah.
What is this?
Sharp has a friend named Tastosis with 2 cats, and he thinks they both deserve 2 cat towers.
That's right. So, I assume that for the caliber of player that Best is, he probably realizes, okay, that was it. That was the greedy third base. The Hamburglar base.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to see something like that, right? Like, Sharp pulled the wool over Best's eyes. Seems like this is a build, at least at the pro level, that you have to be aware of. You have to maybe have some ideas as to counterplay against it.
Yeah. We're going to go to, is it Hidden Track?
Hidden Track.
Hidden Track for map number 2, guys. Sharp versus Best. Sharp continues to lead with his second win, but the first one in this best of 3. Hidden Track. You play this cast backwards, we tell you to disobey your parents.
That's what esports is anyways.
Yeah.
So, Best there in the bottom left. We saw Sharp in the top left. Hidden Track is still a map I'm trying to get used to. I don't really have a lot to say about it yet.
Now, I don't think that much preventing Best from playing, the opposite of what he's done so far, doing something very aggressive, very greedy. Is that a critter behind the minerals? the permanent critter there?
No, that looks like just a doodad.
Oh, okay. There's like a monster behind the minerals like, kill me.
I'm trapped back here.
I've got minerals growing out of my arm.
Like, how'd you get there? I got trapped here the first time Artosis played the map.
The map maker put me here. Now, look, I mean, you don't have to play a macro game PvT. You can cheese, you can proxy.
Yeah.
I don't think you can gas steal on this map unless you're just going to roll the dice here.
If he's so lucky. It's already too late.
There's a lot of builds Protoss can do. Now, that being said, I don't know that because you lose to a Hamburglar Terran third, you know, out of nowhere, blindly take it and assume the Terran, the Protoss is sort of, put in air quotes, playing correctly and defending too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and kind of you sort of economically uproot the entire fundamentals of the game and ride that to a victory. I don't know if you want to play a cheesy game
I
for
don't
game
think
2,
so.
but you could.
You know, if he didn't have those advantages, and then Best has one of those engagements like we saw with the Zealots that cleared the tanks.
I think Best wins.
Yeah, most likely. So, like, maybe just being a bit more diligent about scouting for things like that. You know, obviously when your opponent opens up with the Vulture, you have to make some hard decisions. Like, are you pushing right now?
Right.
Right? Because if you're not pushing, if you're sitting back because he has the Vulture clears your probe, and then very shortly you can't be out on the map, or you're going to run into spider mines and whatnot. So it can turn into a tough thing. I mean, there's some other ideas that you can go for. Like, I think that that's particularly good against things like Reaver. Whereas if you get like a crazy safety toss that's going to go like 3-gate Observer, maybe that busts it, right?
Sure, yeah.
Because you're going to have like 2 tanks. So I'm not sure how Best is going to adjust here, but I don't think you would expect for Sharp to do something like that again. I don't think that's a two in a best of 3 build order.
I don't think so. This game, it's going to be Zealot into Dragoon. Let's see if it's a second Zealot or not.
Yeah, the Zealot into Dragoon, I think, actually would be better against that because you can bully the Marines back a little bit more and make it slightly more questionable about what is going to hold when the Dragoon comes over, right?
Right.
Like, force more Marines, maybe you force a 3rd depot, maybe you force a bunker, anything like that is going to slow down a greedy build like what Sharp did.
So the Dragoon's coming up now. And this is basically engineered so that you can take a fight and keep the Terran back, and then you expand quietly behind it.
Yeah.
SCV Scout's pretty good here.
Yeah, it is.
Did a Vulture get out?
No, it did not.
No, okay.
And he actually pulled back with the 4 Marines. All right, here we go. 4 Marines and a Vulture now. And Sharp did go 3 depot, so this is a little bit of a pressure build. It's like, well, it's not FD, but like he definitely has a slightly heavier unit set than you normally do before your command center.
Right.
It's kind of cool.
And from here, now that the Nexus starts, there's still a variety of different decision trees and build orders that the Protoss can follow. You can go Reaver, you can go DT drop, you can just make observers and expand. I mean, there's as many ways as you can imagine PvT to go. They're all pretty doable from here.
Mm-hmm.
Both players, I think, went for a little bit of pressure. There was a back and forth, and nobody can really hurt the other one. They're going to expand. The game goes on.
Mm-hmm. Another Vulture coming out. Here comes that Robo. This is like, I'm getting really kind of wiggly and excited. We're literally watching changes happen in the metagame right now.
In PvT, too.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? One of the things we mentioned in previous ASLs was that PvT pretty much seems to have cemented.
Mm-hmm.
And that, like, yeah, I mean, you're going to get Arbiters and the Terran's going to turtle and upgrade.
It's completely different.
It's totally different.
Yeah. And, like, look at what we're seeing here, okay? A brief history. Once upon a time, you had to wall in against Protoss.
Right.
And go siege mode. And then eventually you didn't need siege mode. And then eventually you didn't use a wall in. What? You used a Sim City against Zealots? That's crazy. And then eventually you did like siege mode onto low ground. And then eventually you got to like a bunker in siege tanks.
Yeah.
To take the expansion a little bit quicker. And now we're seeing this new world where you're actually just going Marine Vulture to hold off Dragoons. Like, doesn't even make sense.
No, it's insane.
It's so different. And guys, this is literally brand new stuff that we're watching here.
So, into this game, and I'm kind of with you. I don't feel like I have a great handle on this map in this matchup, but
I just know that PvP you're supposed to max on 2 bases here. Or shuttle.
So, I mean, in this game, I wish we would get a shot at the Protoss base. We just don't actually know what they're doing yet. We know that Terrence got the armory, of course.
Yeah,
we
it's
have the
gonna be a
shuttle.
Reaver.
Okay, there we go.
All right, Observer
Now,
first, though.
Could be the same style we had before. We did see him go for an Arbiter previously. Shuttle into Arbiter.
Yeah.
This main is quite recallable.
Yeah, it is a big, big main.
The bigger the main, the harder they fall sometimes. And he's going to go right into the Citadel of Adun, so this looks like it's going to be quick Arbiter tech.
Yeah, there is a possibility he goes into Storm right away. We'll see as that finishes up. Now he clears some of the mines, but immediately units coming out and pushing them back. The Observer following in suit. And getting ready now for that first Reaver drop. Oh, he might just push. Oh, this is funny. He actually has like 7 Dragoons. Yeah. And like one of the main things you do as Terran is skip siege mode for a long time.
Yeah.
He should have it by now, but I don't know. If he doesn't have siege mode, you might be able to push this.
You can push it like it's a PvP.
Yeah. Oh, no, there's siege
what's
mode.
up, son?
I don't think you can do it.
Think again, Tastosis.
Oh, that Scarab was pretty good.
Shoots down the Marines and now can shoot down the tanks.
What?
This is sick.
That's shocking that this has worked.
Well, this is the thing, man. You know, Reavers really changed how fights can go. And he's probably got another Shuttle and Reaver coming after this.
And look at this. He's gotten a lot of tanks already. He's going to have enough pop out. He's not dead.
No, but he's not alive either, Artosis.
Oh, he kills that last tank as well. Brutal. The other tank brother blocking him there.
Call them Tank Brothers?
Yeah.
Super Tank Brothers?
Well, not anymore. There's just one. Lonely tank.
And so the problem is that all the tanks that were built up over this time are gone. There's no turrets over this area. Best has taken... God, this is so interesting to see. This is also the second time we've seen a push like this work. Terrans have been greedy enough to not get siege mode, and you see in a moment like that, absolutely you can come in there and punish.
The funny thing is he did actually have siege mode, but he wasn't siege because he was kind of bullying goons back and trying to zone Best back. Like, if his 3 tanks are already sieged, Best cannot go in. He cannot go in because the first volley is going to kill so much, and then the second volley is going to hit. But if you're running in as they're sieging, it's a completely different battle.
Arbiter Tribunal coming now. He's going to have the Arbiters out a little bit late. Is there a counter push that Sharp can do?
Well, he went up to 4 factories very, very quickly. So it seems like he wanted to put some pressure on, but the answer is no. There's not a counter push that he can do. This is going to get crushed.
Yeah, it would seem
if
like
he actually commits, he is not, it's not going to work.
Oh, he's going to block us off. Hide! He gets away.
Yeah,
the Reaver can save this now. The Reaver with his hipster mustache on the front.
Yeah, look at this. Sharp does turn around. You know, and he actually turns around again. I can't imagine him actually doing this. I feel like he's just jockeying around to try to buy time for his vultures to maybe kill the pylon and get in and get the probe, something like that, like slow down the base. Sharp is really good at moves like that, where he forces you to react to things he's not actually planning on doing. Oh, and look at that. Gets the Nexus down right before he gets in.
And these vultures are not going to deny the Nexus as long as the Reaver can be angled somewhere to hit them.
Nice juke, though. Keeping those vultures alive for now. Going to run the other ones away. Not really gaining any value right now, but he is getting his third base during all of this. He's annoying Best a little bit.
Dragoon's coming up now. And, I mean, I think Sharp's done a very good job fighting back. I think it's been hard for Best to manage this game. But I think there should be some counterplay here. Zealot speed is done. I think our first Arbiter is going to be coming out. A recall's not far away. You look at the main, it's not really that well defended. The third base is so far away from the natural and the main. It's not going to be easy to cover.
That is true. Yeah, just with like the surface area that we're looking at, it is going to be very difficult as the Arbiters come out. I'm not sure what Sharp's plan is for trying to counter that. Because I don't really feel like he's gotten himself into a position where he can really be like threatening a counterattack, you know? If you do like a pretty quick max out, you might be able to do that where you pressure the Arbiter into staying to fight. It doesn't feel like that here. So those types of recall plays we were seeing from Best previously on Polypoid in their first match of the night, I feel like that type of style could work out.
He looks like he's going to come in here and try to clean this out. I got to say, it's been a little bit too long for this Nexus to not be mining.
Yeah.
This has been a very awkward moment. God, Sharp is so good at these kind of plays.
Yeah. He slowed him down so much with this. Like, a lot of that was his army moving around as well. Now he's picking off this many probes. And the amount of time it just wasn't mining or making probes itself. It's amazing to see Sharp at work. Like, the little things that you can do to mess up a Protoss player.
But that recall should be coming here. Is the same Arbiter still making? Am I going crazy? He had okay. No,
he has
I was like,
one
there
out.
has to be one out.
Yeah, and I think he is going recall. The way
Making
it's
the
just sitting there.
mothership out of there. I'm like, it's not even a unit in the game. So, excuse me. The question I think is going to be when the recall comes, how's it going to be handled? Again, this was Arbiter before Storm. Different approach. I think it's probably better for this map, though.
He's actually moving out. I mean, it could be Stasis, the way that he's moving his army right now. And there's not that many tanks. It's a very Vulture-heavy defense. But Sharp has enough supply that if it is placed correctly, he should be able to hold on. Let's see now.
I don't know, man.
Oh, he's waiting for a recall, but the recall actually is not coming. A ton of his units in the main base. So he's got to bring everything down for the defense.
So he chips through this.
All right, dragging some mines. It feels like pretty efficient for Sharp here, to be honest.
Well, let's see.
Oh, wait a minute. No,
he's going to stasis. What?
I don't know if that was the move.
Sometimes with some of these Protoss players, when they push out, I'm like, you can get through all of that? This can't be right.
No, and I don't think that it is.
Oh, he's going to do it, Artosis. I don't understand this game sometimes. Like, I truly, I don't understand. Like, I look at this and I'm like, this is not mathematically possible. He's like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at that.
I mean, color me impressed.
I'm as confused as you are right now, Artosis.
No, I thought Sharp was going to hold that.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, is that a Terran with 3 or 4 siege tanks in the high ground, lines of turrets and mines?
Yeah.
A vessel there ready to EMP if possible.
Like, well,
he's like, hold on a second. I killed all of it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't even get it.
Well, guess we're learning here.
I'm more mystified.
It was a beautiful bust. What else can we say?
He's like, I don't even know how to describe this. I'm like a guy who's been in a tribe but has never been in civilization. He just showed me what a lighter is. And I'm like, what? My whole mind's getting exploded. He's like, this idiot. This is just a little thing of butane and a little...
Yeah.
A little, Oh!
Yeah, no, it's over, man. We're going to be going to game 3.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that he actually broke that. I mean, I sort of believe it because Best is so good, but this is the thing with some Protoss players when they look at certain situations, they're like, no, I still have 3 Zealots there. I can get my 12 Dragoons up there and do the damage.
Yeah. Well, it did end up working out like that. I don't know, man. It looks like he's just going to continually send up units at this point. I mean, I feel like Best just kind of has it, right? There are 2-1 upgrades. Best is only 3 bases, okay? Could there be a comeback here? Could there be a comeback? I mean, if you're hitting some good EMPs, if Best tries to finish it too quickly...
Tastosis, the answer is no.
Are you sure? Because it's 3 base, 3 base.
Listen.
2-1 upgrades.
Now he's got to deal with these Arbiters. Those are probe attacks at range.
Yeah. No, they're
He's shooting probe attacks, Tastosis.
They're double probe attacks against siege tanks, though. That's explosive damage, my friend.
Now you'll pay.
Yeah. He's like, make a Goliath.
If Sharp wins this, I'm gonna have to like look down at my hands and make sure I'm not the one playing his best. I'm like, oh, this is one of my games.
We've been casting replays. You think we're casting ASL still, Tasteless?
Yeah.
You fool.
Tasteless, you're at home alone with your stream on. I'm like, oh no, sorry guys.
Okay, so this Vulture just here to catch a probe coming up to try to make a new base. So he's denied 2 probes now going towards the bottom right. And yeah, he's just slowing this down. Oh my God, he's making it now, not quite. But he has slowed that down quite a bit. And again, great upgrades on Sharp. There's no map control for Best really right now. Like, he can retake it. But Best just started an additional base. His 4th just started, Tasteless. Like, this is still actually a playable game for Sharp. Like, the bust was amazing, and he was in the main base, and there was, like, only 2 tanks left. But now Sharp is going to run him around for quite a bit here with these Vultures.
Yeah, this is funny. I think Best was so confident he was going to end it there for a little bit, right? Like, he had that attack come in, but he's still growing, and he's not going to be pushed in the bottom right. I wonder if he could recall on that 3rd. The 3rd is sort of a funny spot, right? Because you could put tanks outside there, but you could definitely recall enough Zealots and Dragoons to just kill it outright, right?
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. But I think if a recall goes wrong, Best's economy is small enough, he can't really replace his army. Like, he can't even max out right now. So if Sharp dealt with it very efficiently, if he did a recall, maybe there's, like, counter-push potential that could really screw him up. Okay, a lot of Zealots coming out right now. It's up a good 30 supply, Best is. Now, he definitely wants to hold him at the bridges. You don't want to let Terran get into the center. The center has, like, almost everything you see in the center is actually buildable terrain. So if Terran gets a really big footprint there, they can do things like land buildings, put down depots, put down missile turrets.
Right.
Of course, the economy is a little bit small for that right now, but just something to think about as we get into the later game. Some Vultures running around here for harass.
I think Best is almost set up for another moment to try to squish the Terran. I mean, we're watching Terran reach here, right? Not really with these Vultures. It's actually not that important, but I think when we look at the position that Terran's trying to gain. Also, it doesn't seem like Terran gets an easy 4th base here, does it? Now that we're looking at the map a little bit more closely.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've actually seen a couple Terran games where, like, they take the center as the 4th base.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like I said,
guess that makes sense. Yeah,
you can actually build up a lot of buildings there, so you can kind of like super fortify it. And if you do take the center, then you can actually cut off everywhere on the map eventually. Right? You are the axle, right? Is that it? The axle?
What?
That goes through the center of the wheel that all the spokes
hub?
come out of?
The hub?
The hub? I don't know. Why don't we know the names of even very simple things?
You're like, Tastosis, is that the rubber part of the tire? No, Artosis, it's not. I see what you mean with Axel. I'm just a bad friend. I'll take a cheap shot anytime I can.
I know. I noticed that.
Here comes the Terran's push. +2, +3.
Yeah.
I bet +1 armor's around the corner.
All right, he's coming out, and actually the Zealots are very far away, so this is going to give him some time to actually get into a decent position. There were a lot of mines where he was moving out, so things could backfire if anything gets on top of that.
Here we go, here we go. The Zealots are going to spill through. Again, no speed shuttles
Oh my God,
here.
look at him zone those out, and he catches one with the EMP. I can't believe he hit that EMP.
Oh
and
my
a
God.
D-Matrix goes down
Their
as
cell
well.
is just not moving.
Oh, that was...
They're having a hunger strike.
Okay, that was a huge...
Move the zealots. There they go. Fine, we got our deal. Now let's go die in the spider mine. Damn, there it is. All
right.
of Sharp's hard work.
Yeah. Ooh, that stasis was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And, you know, he tried to come over the bridges pretty much as quickly as he could. He did great work with his science vessel. That could have gone a lot worse for him. But unfortunately, it could have gone better as well. So now I feel like Best has won. I think that was. I think you're right. I think that was the final hurrah of Sharp. I think from there, even with his great upgrades, this is going to be too much.
Now this is a killing blow. This is everything Terran worked up to. We're gonna go to game 3.
Yes, indeed we are.
Thank you very much. Best should come out victorious here. There it is. GG. Sharp taps out.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Best ties it up 1-1. That was his first win against Sharp tonight. And we are going to be going into Eclipse next. 2-player map. Definitely can have some aggression there on either side.
You mean when the moon covers the sun?
Yeah. But which one is the moon and which one is the sun?
Yeah. What if it's 2 suns?
Like us.
Like us.
The sons of
Let's be clear.
StarCraft.
We're the 2 moons, if anything. And we're not even the first or the second moons of whatever planet this is.
We're like the middle-sized moons of Jupiter, basically.
Yes.
The ones you don't even know the names of.
Yeah.
All right.
This
has been a crazy night and a long night as well. Been going quite some time. And who do you think is favored here on Eclipse?
Best.
Really? I feel like overall Sharp is playing a little bit better than Best tonight.
I think that there are so many options for Best on Eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
He can steal the gas. He can proxy a gate.
Mm-hmm.
He can play very conservatively. He can go carriers. He can go arbiters. He can go for storm. I think that whatever Best thinks is the best way to take on Sharp, he can choose to do it on this map. This is the kind of map that offers a Protoss not advantages, but options.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And that's certainly true. There is one thing I know about Sharp that actually might help Best here.
Okay.
And that is Sharp does not like to be offensive gassed. In fact, he sends an SCV out early on 2-player maps to catch the probe coming in so that he can cancel an SCV and make the gas.
But you could run around that SCV.
No, he puts it where you can't run around it. So he will spot it coming no matter what.
I feel like I'm talking about whose dad's stronger right now. He's like, well, my dad could lift up 10 more dads than your dad. I'm like,
well,
the thing is, Best,
my dad is not getting his gas stolen.
My dad knows the way your dad plays, and he's going to know that he does that gas stop stuff, so he's not going to go for that.
But he should go for it, maybe.
My dad's not going to bring Superman if he knows that your dad has kryptonite, okay?
Wow. All right.
All right. Let's go beat up Tastosis' dad with Tastosis' dad.
Well, you know what? Maybe your dad can beat my dad up, but my dad's going to buy your dad's company and fire your dad.
That's true. Because my dad is a powerful, strong dock worker, man.
That's right.
I don't know. I think that Best might not cheese, but you've got to know that he can. Sharp does have his own way of dealing with every cheese. Guys, the final match is finally here. What a hell of a night. Sharp versus Best. Let's settle this right here, right now.
All right, Sharp in the top right. And Best in the bottom left. I'm excited to see if he actually sends the probe. Which probe number do you like to send to steal gas?
7.
7. Gotcha. Did you make a gate with that one too?
Sorry, what?
Did you make a gate with that one too? Is that for a gate and gas or just?
Oh,
gas?
you mean a gate outside their base?
Yeah.
You can't send a. You have to send it way earlier than that. You have to send like the one of the four probes
to make
the
a gateway
pylon.
outside of their base.
Yeah, on 7. Yeah.
No. I'm not talking. No. I don't mean like a 7 gate. That's not what I mean. I mean if you send the 7, the probe on 7, do you make the gate as well with it?
You mean the pylon? Is that what you're asking me? You can't make a gateway with your 7th probe. That's not a thing unless it's outside their base.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. If that's what you do.
Oh.
This is very straightforward.
Okay, so if you're going to do a gas steal, you would have sent the 7th probe out now.
Yes.
All right? And you would have made the pylon with a probe after that probe had gone out.
Okay.
But if you send a probe out and you're not making a gate on 7 ever.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, I know. No,
I think I'm becoming tired. One of us doesn't know what the other one's trying to say.
Yes, I have
now.
noticed that. But look, he sent this very early and went on the side. So your dad actually tricked my dad and got his gas.
I'm still confused. I'm like, but you can't run a bicycle on diesel. What are you trying to tell me? Okay, so he took the gas. Now this is
Sharp generally does not like this. He does like to try to head this off by sending a probe, an SCV a little bit earlier to see it coming. Like I mentioned, I generally don't see him get offensive gas. So it's a little bit worrisome.
It is for sure. Look, guys, historically, this has been almost universally agreed upon that it is better for the Protoss.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen Flash say somewhere that he thinks this is actually not good for Protosses to do. But
you know,
in general, and we don't really see Flash lose to it, so there's something to that. But Flash is sort of
he's an anomaly.
The exception and not really the rule. But basically, real quick before it picks up here, the reason why this is strong is because Terran need to get factory units out fast, and they need that. They need to mine their gas, and so the fact that there's a threat coming here that Terran has to protect against. And there is a gas they need to kill to take control of the game against is a problem.
Okay, there's a bunker out at the front now that's going to have a couple Marines in it. He has gone for the offensive engineering bay to slow down that Nexus. Of course, that will be taken out very quickly. He's got to cancel that. There it goes. And both sides just going to go ahead and expand kind of standard here. Yeah, okay. So tit for tat so far.
Yeah, both of them trying to interfere with the build, essentially, they're trying to do.
Yeah.
There are builds where you go gas after the gas steal, but this is a build where he goes Nexus. Now, I believe he saw the command center.
Probably, yeah. And the thing is, like, you know 100% there's a command center because it's the thing that you do here.
Well, it's that or you hide barracks and all in.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
would beat the Nexus. But if you see the Nexus, then you know.
Now, throws down a depot. I love seeing that depot because, like, these 3 Zealots, they generally do try to run by with this. And don't forget, the old 3 is back. Like, when he beat Sharp with that move. Now, here come the Zealots. He doesn't have a double SCV block. He's sending a lot down. There you go. Those Zealots taking a ton of damage. He will be able to pick off some SCVs.
He gets 3, which is like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It would be much better for the Protoss if he got up there, but you could see how understood on both sides this dance goes.
Yeah. And, you know, his CC is a little bit quicker than the Nexus, so he can kind of make up for some of those lost workers. He has the double gas mining now. We can see how Sharp wants to follow this up after the offensive gas, right? Like, I mean, there's a few different ways you can do it. You can go right into Armory quickly. You can do a 2-factory pressure build. You can do a 4-factory pressure build. There's a lot to it because you get a giant bank of minerals very quickly.
This SCV coming up here. I mean, I know he wants to just confirm that there's nothing else going on, but Protoss going for Robo here.
Yeah.
Finally, the factories come. So you can see how the Terran's been hiccuped in the development that Terran wants to get to.
And, yeah, he's just kind of scouting around. He's making sure that there's no third base. That's one thing he really wants to know about, because if you take a really quick third here, Sharp does have a timing to go down and actually end up picking that off. Right? Like, you can make a lot of units here very quickly if you go up to 4 factories. Goes for an academy as opposed to an eBay. Get him some scouting intel. So if he's going for that, we should see as well an armory going down pretty quickly here. Or, much more unlikely, could throw down a starport, but I don't think that'll be the case.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a really wild build.
I'm interested to see if Best goes for the Shuttle Reaver. I think you do.
he will,
I think
yeah.
you do on this map, right? Just the way this is developed, I really don't see a reason why you wouldn't go speed shuttles on this map.
Oh, it's amazing here.
I mean, it's not a map where it's like, no, observers are fine. We don't want to use.
No, the map is a bit smaller, and it's got a lot of areas where the speed shuttle can just get in, kind of no matter what.
Yeah.
Like you just there's not like a whole lot of room to defend at the natural, for instance. Like you can always get a storm drop off there or something. So, Vulture just going out, doing some cleaning. Looks like a 3rd factory going to be put down.
Now, as a Terran player from here, are you going to try to win with a 2-base push? Is that the plan, or are you just building because you can't be expanding?
Yeah, you can't really go for a 3rd command center. Like, especially on this map, you need a lot of units to be able to secure your 3rd. And just in general nowadays, unless you're taking that, like, cheater's 3rd base,
right,
where you're doing it off of, like, 2 vultures for, you know, that crazy build that we've seen.
Doing the Hamburglar expand.
Yeah, if you're not doing that, you're getting at least 3 factories and probably your starport and 2-1 started before your 3rd command center gets started. That's pretty common. So what we're seeing from Sharp is he's just doing a very clean macro build here. He's getting everything that he needs for a long game, and he's just kind of running around with vultures. See, he gets a scan off, sees what's what.
The shuttle runs away.
No, don't look at me.
I actually like the idea of this.
Well, Sharp will catch that probe 100 times.
Yeah. It's funny. It makes perfect sense because there's always vultures out here.
Yeah, especially Sharp. Oh, he gets the bounce. I love it.
He's like, I'm going to get that probe whether you like it or not.
Dude, that's Sharp right there. That was beautifully executed. Like, even the way he had the vulture dancing on the goon makes the goon stay close enough so that the mine pops up to kill it. Love it.
Now, it might, again, look inconsequential, right? Like, that's cool he got the Dragoons, but hey, the Nexus is up, but he needs to get a probe up there to wall this off.
Yeah. It's kind of funny to see double eBay, by the way. That was a mistake. He just threw them both down while he was harassing. There's not like a reason to get 2 eBays right now.
Like, he's going to get infantry later on.
Yeah.
He's going to float these out and hide them on the map. And
upgrade, yeah. Puts them in the top left and just starts 1-1. Then a probe comes to expand there. He's like, wait, what the?
Yeah, what is going on here? And
you saw my Reaver. Yeah. You saw it.
Try dealing with 1-1 ghosts now.
All right. The
5 gate, right? Or was it 6 gate?
Oh, God. Not
Here we go again.
Whew. All right, probe's being transferred up. He's trying to clean out this area. The vulture's still kind of just running around because that's what Sharp does.
Pew.
One of those. And yeah, he's getting ready to make a 3rd base. There it is. Science facility will be started here pretty quickly.
I actually got confused. I'm like, the Protoss scanned him. I'm like, nope, not so fast. That's the Terran ability. It's like, he's going to go around. He's going to go underneath.
All right, setting up. Oh, that's a very defensive siege. I think he's a little unsure what's going on right now.
Well, usually the Protoss will try to crack the Terran open as the 3rd base is being taken. So everything all the way up from the gas seal to now is sort of leading up to this moment where Protoss should be able to find an opportunity. The 3rd is secured. It's caged off from the rest of the vultures. The Dragoons can come up, which should lure the tanks out. I believe there's 2 ways to go about this. There's the standard way, which is you fly the shuttle and the Reavers into the main. And then there's the one where you dump it all on top of the tank lineup.
Yeah.
Which one do you find more difficult?
Well, it matters on the map. And like
right
just
here.
Yeah, right here, I think you want to slow the taking of the 3rd. Unless your observer finds a way in that doesn't have enough turrets. And I actually see a way that doesn't have enough turrets, but will best find that. right?
Yeah, you don't have a lot of observers
Yeah.
to check in this build. You made 2 shuttles.
Yeah, yeah. And you have like a Reaver, at least one Reaver. He's moving up the map. Here's his 2 shuttles with him. Again, slowing down that third at all is awesome, but Sharp has enough units, I think.
It does seem like he's just got enough.
Mm-hmm.
But let's. He doesn't have Zealot speed, right?
I don't believe he
I don't
has
think
that
a
yet.
Citadel, or he didn't for a little bit.
Well, that's a very fast unit coming up. Oh, that's a speed shuttle. Okay.
Third
so
shuttle.
3 speed shuttles. Well, let's see. There's a turret and 2 Goliaths. Oh, my God. Okay, starts bombing out on top of these siege tanks. You know what, Tasteless?
Wow.
He's going to bust it. He is going to bust
That's insane. You unload all the Zealots there. The Reaver pops off at the very end. The tank line is driven back. The last tank is shot down. And that means no third base for the Terran. I mean, just masterful execution here from Best. And, it's that third shuttle. 2 shuttles, I'm like, oh, I'm not so sure about this. But with 3, it's like, oh, yeah.
Well, he had a few turrets. He had 2 Goliaths with range and +1 attack there. It felt like, oh, maybe he can hold this with no speed lots out. But now here come the speed lots as well.
That makes it look so easy.
Yeah, Sharp just pushing out a little bit too early. He needed a few more rounds of units to be able to take that. And unfortunately for him, that means no round of 8 this time.
No, Best has survived. Winning this best of 3 now. I mean, that's it. If you get this many Dragoons up here, the tanks die, and Best has done it. Wow. Damn.
Yeah, very well done. You can see how happy he is that he was able to pull out. This was such a hard one for him. Losing map 1, Polypoid against Sharp, going to that losers match, having to go up against Soma, who you never expect to see there.
Right.
And then against Sharp, losing that first map. My God, he was 1 map from elimination, fought back strongly, and here he is going to another round of 8.
Really impressive stuff. Best has survived. We've got half of the round of 4 now. And I think it's a round of 4 we can't be disappointed in. A lot of surprises, though.
Yeah, someone not making it
process.
through, man. That's a big one. But we definitely, I mean, Best, Mini, and Queen, all players you would expect. JYJ, though, a bit of a surprise entering that round of 8.
Very cool. I want to see some of these newer players come in, but a player like Best, too, who I guess forgot something is going to run back.
It's Mask.
That's right.
You got to protect yourself from Hyung Kyung here.
That's right. Got his ASL jacket.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to go to a quick interview with Best to see how he's feeling.
ASL 시즌 11 16강 비조 경기 모두 함께 하셨습니다. 정말 어렵게 8강에 올라간 도지혁 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 와, 8강에 올라가기 정말 쉽지 않았습니다. 하지만 도재욱 선수 이번 시즌 결국 8강의 벽을 허물고 8강에 진출하셨습니다. 좀 오랜 시간이 걸렸지만 팬들에게 보여줬어요. 8강에 진출하는 모습을. 기분이 어떠세요?
일단 기석이랑 계속 게임을 하는데 기석이가 최적화를 너무 잘하더라고요. 그래서 뭔가 뚫을 수 있을 것 같은데 막 계속 유닛이 나와서 안 뚫려가지고 제가 많이 당황을 했었는데 그래도 이렇게 늦은 시간까지 게임했는데 8강 진출해서 너무 보람이 있는 것 같아요.
조지명식 때 조기석 선수와 함께하길 원했던 본인이 약간 좀 후회스러웠나요?
이거 마지막에 졌으면은 진짜 저 온갖 조롱이랑 저런 거 다 당했을 것 같아서 좀 무서웠는데 그래도 이제 그렇게 우여곡절 끝에 기석이랑 이제 힘들게 이겨서 올라가서 다행인 것 같아요.
정말 조기석 선수와 오늘 이 경기를 2경기도 치르고 마지막 최종전도 치렀는데 거의 창과 방패의 대결 같은 느낌이었어요.
네.
이 조기석 선수가 2경기부터 마인을 정말 까다롭게 썼거든요. 이 벌처와 마인의 활용 때문에 이 뚫어내려는 도재욱 선수의 시도가 사실 쉽지가 않았어요.
네,
경기하면서 좀 어땠어요?
아니 분명히 뭔가 마인이 제거를 한 것 같고 막 마인이 없어야 될 것 같은데 계속 마인이 있는 거예요.
네.
이게 마인이 도대체 어디서 밟았는지 기억도 안 날 정도 너무 많아가지고 이게 좀 되게 유닛이 좀 흘린 게 많았는데 그래도 이제 마지막에는 차라리 그렇게 휘둘릴 바에 제가 한번 힘을 줘보자 생각해서 뚫었는데 잘 통한 것 같아요.
그리고 또 패자전에서 박상현 선수도 넘어내면서 이제 저그전 테란전. 이 도재욱 선수 앞으로 더 ASL에서 올라갈 일만 남았다라는 생각이 드는데 어떤 부분에 있어서 본인의 경기력을 좀 더 가다듬어야 되겠다고 좀 생각이 드셨나요?
요즘에는 제가 오늘 같은 경우는 이제 제가 패자전을 가고 상현이가 패자전 왔을 때 뭐 많은 분들이 뭐 제가 탈락할 거라 생각을 했을 거예요. 근데 오늘 같은 경우는 조금 게임이 잘 되기도 했고 전투가 너무 좋아서 좋았는데 처음에 조금 더 이제 플레이를 맞춰가다는 걸 좀 더 보완해야 될 것 같아요.
정말 이 도재욱 선수에게 8강의 의미는 또 다른 선수들과는 또 좀 의미가 남다를 것 같거든요.
네네.
정말 16강도 어려웠고 8강도 쉽지 않았는데 이번 시즌 이 도재욱 선수의 본인의 느낌은 좀 어떠실까요?
제가 요즘에 ASL 나올 때마다 뭐 24강이든 뭐 16강이든 항상 최종전을 갔어요. 그래서 뭐 최종전을 지든 이기든 뭐 어떻게 됐는데 최종전에서 항상 이제 제가 상대방보다 위라는 생각보다는 이제 뭐 그냥 아래라는 생각으로 좀 더 열심히 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
이제 다전제잖아요.
예.
8강에서 또 다른 모습을 보여주실 자신 있으신가요?
저번에 3대0 당해서 이제 많은 분들이 좀 욕을 많이 하셨는데 이번에는 꼭 시드권 따볼 수 있도록 최선을 다하고 있습니다.
네, 다시 한번 진출 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다. 네.
그리고
네.
너무 제가 언급 안 해서 좀 서운할 것 같은데 제 여자친구한테 더 높은 곳에서 말하고 싶었는데 높은 곳에 못 가가지고 못 말하더라고요. 그래서 항상 응원해주는 여자친구한테 고맙다고 말해주고 싶어요.
또 더 높은 곳에서 한번 언급할 수 있는 일이 있기를 바라겠습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 B조에서 두 번째로 8강에 진출한 도재욱 선수와 함께 이야기했습니다.
All right, guys, what a hell of a night.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy here tonight, both in length and in the strategies and in who advanced. JYJ won the group.
Yeah, JYJ gets out first. I still almost can't believe it. Soma and Sharp were eliminated, and Best moves on. I think great PvT skills exhibited there.
Sure.
I do think Best is still one of the favorites to take this.
I think so. And I'm so excited to see just how far JYJ can end up making it. This guy, like, he's really coming into his own now. And it's an exciting thing to watch. These new modern Terrans grow up into just beasts that can make it deep in ASL.
Yeah. Ushering in a whole new generation of different types of play. And some of these guys that were really in the background historically in StarCraft and are now becoming main characters in the story.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Best, of course, always been one of the main characters since forever. We're going to see if he can finally have his special day at the end and stop being the bridesmaid's maid.
The bridesmaid's maid.
Yeah, he
All right.
normally finishes in a round of
We've
eights.
got, for Group C, Bisu, Effort, and Snow, and Larva from 6 years ago. I'm not sure when this photo was taken.
I know. No, they just did a great job on his makeup there, I think.
Yeah.
And then we got in Group D, Rush, Royal, Hero, and Light. Which group are you more excited about? This terrible group with no Terrans, this group with 3 Terrans, Tasteless?
Definitely Group C. Definitely the PVZ group.
Dude, that's an insane group. Effort and Bisu in the same group. What is this even? Who made this group?
I don't know who gets out of C at all. Like, it could literally be any two of
It
these
could
guys.
literally be anyone.
Any two of them get out, and you're like, of course.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Group D.
No one knows what's going to happen in Group D.
Royal and Light? I don't know. You know, Hero is very good CVT.
Oh, Rush is in fantastic shape right now. Some people are saying he's stronger than Light at the moment.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going to happen in
Rush
that
and
group.
Royal are so good.
The only thing I know is that group is going to be 6 hours, Tasteless, of you and I holding hands, talking about TVT, talking about siege lines. You know, should he go Wraiths? Is this a battlecruiser map? Tastosis? Oh, my God, it's going to be amazing.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Again, check us out on our Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English. We appreciate your support. And do we have anything else to say?
No, that's about it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Can't wait for the next round, so definitely stay tuned, and we'll be updating the Patreon quite a bit, so check that out. And, yeah, we will see you in the next group.